always ready, except for when I'm not.
Okay, well, and we're live, and we have Lord J in chat. No Darcy Kage, so I can't say yo just yet. But what's up, Lord J? Hello, folks. Hey, fellas, and still waiting for Kamui's Chapter 10 review. Kamui, what's up with that?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a couple of reasons. A lot of reasons. Many of them overlap, but the primary reason
Is honestly, I've just been constantly writing a lot, cutting it out, putting stuff back in, cutting it out, and being like, what the hell do I keep? I've debated on making a part 1 review, part 2 review. Like, I've just been constantly like, so I'm only like halfway through the review because I keep changing my mind on what to keep. I'm having a lot of trouble with the review. Like, the other thing is, I'm kind of sick, and I feel like I'm already bad at focusing, and I just feel like I've been extra bad.
Ooh.
So that's the brief gist. But I am still working on it. I probably will keep writing stuff during this stream if I can stop playing Bloons Tower Defense. But that's another reason.
There's freaking a lot of things that I've thought about, most of which I probably forgot by now, and I should have written that down, but like half the things I didn't.
Well, yeah, I know exactly. I'm like, I think I've been thinking of more and 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 more things. It's just endless. And it's like I have like 20 video topics, it feels like, from just this chapter alone, not counting all the other things I'm behind on. And I'm just like, I already know I'm gonna have this review be 2 weeks late and be like, I'm gonna make a video on this and video on that, and then it's gonna take me like 3 years to get to that. I have such a horrible, I have the worst I won't say work ethic, but the worst time management. That's the word when it comes to YouTube now. Like, I don't know how I was getting better and then just went downhill again. I used to be good. I don't know what happened to myself. It's the podcast probably, but I hate to say it, but it's true.
Crazy. I don't know, because it takes like, I don't want to say 3 to, it takes like 6 hours per week or like 12 hours per week, but that's like 1 to 2 nights. And then, like, you got plenty of, and plus it gives you stuff to think about afterwards as well. Like, it's 6 hours basically dedicated to the ideas of Boruto.
No, but it depends. Because sometimes, like last week, for example, we did like 4 6-hour streams in a row. Or I guess I did because I also did the Jiro thing.
That was not my fault. That was your fault.
Like, I literally spent like 24 hours. Like, I literally spent like half a work week and half a week.
Yeah. Okay, but you were the one coming to me like, this is a terrible idea, but like, I want to stream tonight. I was like,
I'm
I
saying
guess.
it almost positively. It's just like, I like doing the podcast too much for my own good.
Like we can if you want. Like, I wasn't planning on it, but since you so adamantly want to, I guess.
No, like I said, I'm saying it positively. Like, I like the podcast too much.
And I hate to say it the way I'm saying it, because like, my idea was that we weren't planned to stream. So, like, we just weren't planned to do it. And you're like coming out here like, oh, hey, you want to stream now? I was like, oh, I mean, we can, but like, I wasn't planning. But like, that's not to say that like I wasn't also thinking, man, I would like to stream now. Like, it's sooner the better. Like, I'm with the same idea. Like, yeah, we should do it as soon as possible. Like, I got stuff to say too.
I know, like, we're a man of a lot of words. Not a lot of scripting, but definitely a lot of words.
Well, did you want to start with the topic that you were saying you wanted to start with off stream, or should we move into comments immediately like we should every stream now, and that we're probably not going to actually do, but we should?
It doesn't really, yeah, I mean, we don't have to. I thought we were live at first, that's why I was like, fair. But then I was like, we're not live, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you can start with comments. I mean, it's not hard for me to remember to talk about the fights.
I hate to say it, we got like 20 comments in this this thread now, so I should really start at the bottom, but like I really shouldn't, so I should start at the top, so it's like last in, first out, LIFO instead of FIFO. So the more recent comments we aren't going to get to tonight, which we should, because those are the ones I remember. These comments like at the top I'm not going to remember as much, but like it's just going to get worse over time, I feel like.
Can you share your Discord screen?
Right. Sure.
I mean, I am playing Bloons at the same time, but I will look back and forth.
All right. Well, Oh god, we're freaking starting with this nonsense tonight. Okay. So just read in the comment, like
Yeah, I already saw it. It almost felt like it was the same one we had already read, but it's not that
nah.
one.
So
It was
again,
giving me flashbacks.
so
to
these
it.
comments, for those listening in, we're going to do this at the beginning of every stream, hopefully, to where we take comments from our comment section, the most interesting comments, and we will read it out and respond on live stream live. And so if you have something interesting to say, go ahead, comment it, and we might read it out in chat next time. So there's your incentive to comment. And yeah, okay, so Fang Lang says, Kurama has flesh, Gold and Silver brothers ate it, thus he has genetics. First of all, I disagree, but we'll continue on. Naruto having whiskers means it can be passed down. Again, I disagree. We'll move on. Main question would be how. 1. Ten-Tail's mutated gene caused by Hagoromo's creation of all things, cause why not? Shinju are proof of that. 2. If you somehow don't believe that, I don't know why, but if so, then like Kamui said, it's just Hagoromo creation of all things, created it from the scratch. It's totally Kurama's OG gene. And that question you are asking to Kamui after this is stupid argument, did Hagoromo create Kurama's parents for his genetics to exist? That was just, okay, that question was to like be absurd on purpose. But that's not how it works. Because if so, then tell me how the unicellular being got their genetics, and how that X thing got his, and so on. If you want to read the reply to that, so it's someone else reading the reply, that can work too.
Okay.
The raw material of tailed beast was Kaguya's, and God Tree power created Tenta's. Okay. The raw materials. It's raw material. It's only one material of tailed beasts was Kaguya's, and God Tree power created. So is it that the raw material of tailed beasts was Kaguya's, and God Tree power created Tenta's? Is that what? Okay, so God Tree power created Tenta's. Well, no. As far as the Naruto lore is, Kaguya is the Tenta's, but she did march with the Divine Tree,
Shout out,
so it would be
Edgar.
the book. But anyway, who was? This is the same guy from last time.
Yeah.
You know how I can tell? Not just the grammar. Splated again. Who was splated in physical tailed beasts. He was splated in physical tailed beasts by Hagoromo using Senjutsu. So he used Senjutsu, sage arts. He used the sage arts, okay. He didn't use the creation of all things. He used sage arts. Tailed beasts have genes, Tailed beasts have genes, have 10 Tengetsu points, not 10 Ketsu points. They're 10 Getsu points. And chakra channels, as all. I'm sorry. I know we're being mean because he's probably not an English speaker.
I know, it makes me feel bad because he's probably like Spanish or whatever, but still.
Tailed beasts have genes, have Tengetsu points, and chakra channels, as all physical bodies. But they can be sealed when they become raw chakra material stored in Jinchuriki. Exception is one-tailed beast, because he is made from sand and chakra. Well,
so where do we want to even begin?
He still can be sealed. The same as the other. He's not any different from the other.
Nah, he had unsealable sand, unlike the others.
Yeah.
Like that two tails,
like
that fire was sealable.
So I'm wondering, so like, how did Russ do what he did with Gara? Or Granny Chio, I guess, at the sealing juice. Like, she really was godly.
So my craziest thing about this is this dude's just confidently proclaiming that Tailed Beast have 10 Getsu points. First of all, like, Where is he getting that they have chakra points in the first place at all? Like, can a gentle fist user just shut down Kurama's chakra network? I don't think so.
If I'm being honest, I assume the reason he's saying that, this is a guess, is based off the little gag scene when Himawari hit Naruto's Tenketsu points and it also knocked out Kurama inside, almost as if it hit Kurama's Tenketsu points through Naruto. I assume that's what I'm just assuming that's why he's saying that.
I would guess the same, but first of all, we don't know if Kurama was actually knocked out, and like I understand. Oh, we can't treat it like a
the same
gag
face, like
moment.
he was hit the same way as
No, I
Naruto. And I know
agree.
it's a gag moment, but
okay, regardless of we can't treat it like a gag moment anymore. Well, that's not true either, because Sakura hits Naruto and Naruto's eyes do the white thing, and then they have like the tear white thing that like falls out of their eye, like it's not almost that waves back and forth. And like the same with Kurama and Naruto in this scene, they have weird nonsense like that. And Sakura's strong. And so those weren't gag moments. She was actually hitting Naruto. Okay, but that's like regardless. So like that, it's clear based on how it's depicted that regardless if it's actually a thing or not, it is still a gag moment. Based on
it is undoubtedly a gag moment.
Yes.
The question is just whether, did it actually, regardless, like obviously in a fight, Himawari's never just gonna hit Naruto like that on guard, like we know that. But the question is just, technically speaking, did she hit Kurama's theoretical Tenketsu points? And can she just technically do that as long as she lands the hit?
Yeah.
It just depends on whether the way it looks is like it did do that, but it could just be Kurama being like, ow, that I felt that from the inside. I don't know.
Something I want to point out is, first of all, we don't know whether or not Kurama was passed out. Kurama was just hit, again, in the same way Naruto was, and Naruto was passed out. So you can imply Kurama was passed out, we just don't know. In the same way, we don't actually know whether or not Minato defeated Kurama in the Minato one-shot at the end. We just don't know. And so, secondly, you could
I don't
imply
think
it based
he
on narrative.
did, because it just seems ridiculous. Because if Minato could just defeat Kurama back then, what the hell's he worried? Like, what the hell's the problem later on? Like he should be way stronger.
But then beyond that, Naruto was knocked out and had his chakra points shut off. The two aren't linked. The way we know that is the fact that he had all his chakra points shut off in the Neji fight and wasn't knocked out.
So what you can't say though is Neji did point out, like, hey, you're lucky that you're even like breathing, which I think is like arguably beyond basically you should be like knocked out is kind of what he's implying. So it's possible that like I guess Neji just didn't get Naruto good enough compared to Himawari here. And so maybe theoretically, like if Naruto was just Tenketsuified better, he would have been knocked out, but he wasn't. But I mean, that sounds goofy the way I'm wording it. But
so shutting off a chakra point, Tenketsu point, is similar to acupuncture, is how it's not only visibly portrayed, but also kind of described in a way, at least implied. It's like the literal reference for it, just martial arts pressure points as well. Having your chakra network shut down doesn't hurt, in theory. It's the hit that hurts.
It hurts,
because we know that because of Hinata didn't even realize her entire arm's chakra network had been shut off. The fact she didn't even know sort of tells you.
Yeah.
So when Naruto is hit by Himawari, it's because Himawari is hitting hard that Naruto's passed out, not because of the chakra network.
Yeah, and we know in anime, like that just is a thing that you can just punch people in the stomach and they just get knocked out. Like
Naruto movie 2. Look at that. There you go.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be like the first time that one's ever happened.
Yeah. So like, where do you think he's getting this whole one tails can't be sealed thing from?
I think he's so again. I'm just guessing here. So I'm thinking he's thinking that the sand is physical material. So the karma, for example, wouldn't be able to absorb that sand. So if Shukaku is made of sand, you wouldn't be able to just absorb him because it would be physical sand.
But that
I
applies
think
for
that's
all
what
the
he's
tailed
getting at.
beasts.
Exactly. You can't just absorb the sand, but you can just extract the chakra and then they just manifest over there and become sand again because that's just how the tail beasts are. So like like Gara, like they sucked out the red chakra out of Gara, stored it in the ghetto statue, and they pooped out Shukaku later on. Because he's made from that chakra and he just like can be both just chakra and sand. Like he just can do that.
But even
He just
then,
is both at the same time.
I think you can still seal away the physical body.
I think you can seal, well, not with karma and potentially not with the Rinnegan, but I think you could use a sealing jutsu on it because, for example, the Tent Tails was sealed inside Obito and Madara.
I
So
view
I
it
think
I view it similar to like, imagine the tailed beasts just have a really, really low melting point, but instead of in terms of temperature, it's in terms of like, I guess, chakra, to where yes, they have a physical form, but like it's so easy for that physical form to just disperse back into just the red chakra.
yeah, I mean, like, it's weird because part of this could just be like, especially back when Gara was getting sealed, because initially the way it was described by Grand Chio in that same arc is that they are just concentrations of pure chakra. I'm pretty sure that's what she said, something like that.
Yeah.
So it's possible that initially Kishimoto was thinking, that just is what they are. So of course it would just be that red chakra. And then later on decided the nine bodies thing, or it's just they're more or less both at the same time. They are just pure chakra, but they also have physical bodies at the same time,
I mean,
which doesn't actually make sense, but I mean, it doesn't need to.
Daigo Knight has pointed this out. It's possible, I'm not going to say this is true, but it's possible that the tailed beasts are just straight up retconned into existence in the first place. Like, I don't know if Kishimoto knew when he was drawing Naruto, even up through the tuning exams, maybe even through part 1, if he even knew there was going to be 9-tailed beast in the first place. Because Gara was never described as a tailed beast, more like a demon. Sort of same with Nine Tails.
So, exactly. So, by the end of part 1, it's funny because it sounds like a Pokemon reference, but let me just double check real quick the manga. But in the manga, I'm pretty sure, like, they say, like, we'll catch them all. Like, that wording. The anime says something very different, which can be interpreted however you want. It's like, yes, it's Kakashi speaking.
By the end of part 1, I'm sure he had plans for the 9.
Including the 9-tailed fox. Whereas the manga version, though, it was like,
because that was sort of like the point of Jiraiya taking Naruto out to go train for 3 years, because the Akatsuki can't come to you for 3 years. Why? Well, sure, like the money thing or whatever, but like, it also feels like it's implied it's because they're going after the other tailed beasts first.
Yeah, he says, yes, we shall secure them all, including the 9-tailed fox spirit. So it's like, they're clearly after more than just the 9-tailed fox at this point.
Yeah. Okay. That's
but
fine.
Yeah, in the tuning exam, so I agree, because like
Naruto, like Gaara's going on about, like, or Chikamaru's like, oh yeah, he's acting like a demon. Naruto's like, yeah, well, I have a demon inside me, because up until that point, it's the 9-tailed demon fox brat and stuff. And then Gaara's like, a demon, huh? I have a demon too. Its name is Shukaku. It's a reincarnation of a monk sealed up in a jar of tea. Like, it's not. Now, granted, obviously, it doesn't. I wouldn't call it a retcon the way Daigo puts it. I get what he's saying. Like, he thought of it after the fact. That can be true.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call it a retcon. It's not retconning anything. If Gar doesn't know it's called a tail beast, like,
It's the
it's not
same.
retcon.
It's the same
But-
thing that people say, that it's also arguable of whether or not Itachi was actually meant to be evil when he was first brought up.
Yeah, again with that one, I still wouldn't. Okay, so first of all, in my opinion, first brought up versus the Search for Tsunade arc. First of all, because I personally believe by the Search for Tsunade arc, Kishimoto, there's a very decent chance that he had already decided on Itachi being secretly a good guy, especially beginning of Shippuden. Now, if you're gonna say when Sasuke thinks of him when Might Guy's voice actor was talking in the Chunin exams, okay, maybe not. Itachi didn't do anything yet, so we can't say. So easily he could have decided he's a villain at that point.
The argument's
There's
really just
no way.
whenever Itachi first shows up in the village. But yeah.
Yeah, because by that point though, I think there's enough signs that like you could just say it's retroactive foreshadowing. You know, it was pure luck or whatever. But I think there's plenty of signs that like if you know it, you can look back and say, I can get that. Now obviously Itachi puts up the act, like he unnecessarily beats the crap out of Sasuke, like he's selling his act. The Tsukuyomi, these are reasons why people would say, oh, I'm not sure if Kishimoto thought of it yet. But that's kind of the point, though, is you're not supposed to read the story the first time thinking, bro, Itachi must secretly be a good guy. You're supposed to think
it's
he's
not
a bad guy.
what he does.
Itachi's got to sell the act.
No, there are more nuanced details in that. I can't necessarily think of any off the top of my head, but he does just be unnecessarily sinister regardless of Kisame, especially like not what he does to Kakashi, but what he implies he's going to do. And at that point, there was no reason that he couldn't or wouldn't have done it, assuming the situation didn't change.
I mean, it would be helpful if he just went and looked through everything, if you really wanted to do this in depth. But I think there's plenty of things that he says and does that are just like, for example, like Kakashi being like, why isn't he just killing me? You can interpret that as him being an evil boy. But like, even then, he later decides, oh, let's actually kill or at least he tells Kisame will kill Kakashi. But it's like, why wouldn't he just do it?
Yeah, you can interpret it
like,
either
there's a lot of things he does anyway. Like it's almost like Kakashi, but in a sense, it's almost like Kakashi's questioning in that scene. But like I said, if you really want, we can go through everything, but that's up to you. I don't mind.
So in terms of Fangling's comment, though, so first of all, Kurama has flesh again in the same way that like shadow clones have flesh, in my opinion.
Well, it depends on whether you would say they actually have flesh, because let's look at the definition of flesh. Because when I think of flesh, I'm thinking like they got blood. Does shadow clones ever bleed?
Yeah.
The soft substance consisting of muscle and fat that is found between the skin and bones of an animal or human.
Shadow clones bleed all the time.
They do?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they do, but like, do you just happen to have a single scene off the top of your head so we can use it to
Off the
prove
top
it
of
to
my
the
head,
world?
no, but like probably in like the Neji fight, maybe. I feel like it happens there, maybe. I don't know. This happens all over.
Oh, actually, hold on. You might be right because of when the scene when Neji thinks he got the real one.
Yeah, I am. He looks up,
Because that's what I was thinking.
smiles.
Let me just check.
blood pouring down the mouth. Like, it wasn't me all along. They poofs. Like the two clones from behind, gotta get him.
Let's try prepare. I think he does bleed there.
Yeah, it's like we already know they have blood, but either way, Kurama has flush.
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah. So, but anyways,
He's got blood all over his mouth.
regardless, he says Kurama has flesh, thus he has genetics. I don't think it works like that. Like you can have genetics without flesh, or you can have flesh without genetics. Like, that's just possible.
Yeah, because like a bacteria cell doesn't have flesh. It doesn't
Exactly.
have the thing in between muscle and bone or whatever.
Yeah. And the other way around, even though it might not exist in our reality, you can still have flesh without that flesh having genetics.
Yeah,
There's
the
nothing
problem though is
wrong
I
with
do
that.
think technically a shadow clone of Naruto, I think has
I
genetics,
agree.
but I don't know that I don't think it can pass it on.
I think it could pass it on up until the point that clone
Maybe.
poops.
And then it would go away.
Yes.
Probably. Like the and that's where so like it wouldn't reasonably be able to pass it on probably, but I think it has genetics. So if you're gonna say that Kurama's like a shadow clone, that I will say that would kind of counter your point and argue that maybe he does have genetics in that case. But I mean, honestly speaking, part of this just depends on how Kurama's body like works. Like, are we supposed to believe like does he have cells, for example?
Right.
Nobody ever talks about Bijou cells. They talk about, I mean, not even Ten Tails gets talked about as having 10 tail cells,
Well,
to be honest.
even though this
Because
happens inside
that
of
would
Naruto's mind, Kurama's still hit with the Rasen Shuriken and is fine. In fact, that's another moment where it
well,
seems
I mean
like
we don't
his
oh,
physical
you mean
body
like
just
when he
can be
hits them.
chakra. Like, they do the tug of war, and it's like he's pulling the chakra out of the Nine Tails. Like, you just
Yeah, and
physically
then
see him
Kurama
like
gets skinny.
turn into smoke, basically. Yeah, like the chakra just dissipates off of his physical body.
Yeah, and
Same
so
with
that's where the problem is
Baryon
because
Mode
if Kurama
at the
has
very end.
sorry, say that again.
Same with Baryon Mode at the very end when he's just flying upwards. Like, his physical body's just turning into smoke, basically. The chakra's just being extinguished.
Yeah,
His physical
because
body
he's supposed
is.
to be made of pure chakra.
Yeah.
And so if Kurama has cells, I think it's indisputable he should have genetics. He should have DNA if he's made of cells. They never say it, so we don't know. Now, chakra itself, you could I wouldn't make this argument. You could argue, oh, there's actually cells inside chakra. I don't think so. Because the reason I say that is because, well, there's blood cells. There could theoretically be chakra cells because the chakra network is compared to the circulatory system. So it is theoretically possible. However, they do say that the physical energy side of this, but indirectly chakra, is produced from the cells. It's not, it is cells, it's produced from the cells, like any other energy. So I think it's just like ATP, you know, it's just like
Well,
normal energy. It's just what they can do.
they say
But
chakra's
with that in mind,
comprised
chakra
in every
itself shouldn't
cell,
be cells.
but they don't say the opposite. They
Huh?
don't say that every cell is comprised in chakra.
Yes. Like, well, yeah, either way. Well, no, no, the cells aren't made of I don't think any cell is made of chakra because the point is you combine physical energy from the cells, which is just like our physical energy, with your mental spiritual energy. You mix those to make chakra, which is essentially the part that we can't do in real life as far as we're aware.
What do you mean, as
Not to
far
mention
as we're
that I guess
aware?
we don't
Well, I guess that's
technically
true. As
have
far as we're
spiritual
aware,
energy.
yeah. As far as
Yeah.
we're aware.
As far as we're aware.
Yeah, I'll take that.
But anyway, until Oodie and I discover it and show you all. But that's for a later date. Anyway, the point is, the cells aren't made of chakra. They're not run by chakra. Chakra is something you basically do after the fact. Your regular physical energy is what you're running on for the most part. So all that's to say, chakra shouldn't be made of cells. And if Kurama is made, if he's genuinely is made of just pure chakra that is just made into a physical body, similar to how the fire cell jutsu turns chakra into fire, Kurama, to some extent, even though he has a physical body, doesn't have a real physical body. It's not made of cells. It's not made of matter. It's energy that looks like matter, assuming he is pure chakra.
It's
That's how I would describe it.
Same as what Kaguya does in the work, to where she looks like Kaguya, but she actually just is the Ten Tails. Like, if you take off Kaguya's head, you're taking off who knows what of the Ten Tails. Maybe like the Ten Tails' left leg randomly. It could just look like that.
Yeah, and or like even the shadow clone is another example to where it is just chakra. It just looks like a human.
Yeah.
Or water style jutsu. It's just chakra, but it looks, feels everything like water.
Something you
But
said.
it lacks. It doesn't have the actual oxygen molecules in that water. Like,
Yeah. The thing about, like, if Kurama does have cells, that's indisputable. He has genes. I don't think that's the case. Because, again, he was made using creation of all things. We don't know how. Because the thing is, Hagoromo separated the Ten Tails' body and chakra. So Kurama just has or is the Ten Tails chakra. So the difference between Kurama and the other tail beasts versus the Ten Tails would be the physical body, and that difference leads to the different personalities or whatever, which tells you that's stored within the body as well, rather than the chakra, which is interesting. But they don't have, like, the instinct of the Ten Tails or the personality of the Ten Tails, and, like, the Ghetto Mazo is the body of the Ten Tails. So I don't think Hagoromo's basing the body of the tailed beast based on either himself. So it's not like a Hagoromo shadow clone that, or a clone whatever in any regards that is like based on himself at all. So I don't think it would have Hagoromo's genetics in that regard. I also don't think it's based on the Ghetto Mazo either, because otherwise it would be similar to the Ten Tails regardless.
no,
I
so
think it's own
in
thing.
this case, it would be a matter of Hagoromo either instinctively or consciously chose, like, I want Kurama to be made of living normal cells, and because of that, she would have to have genetics, because the cells will not function if they don't have a DNA template, and that's what genetics are. So it just wouldn't work. So if he has cells, he would just have genetics by that point.
So this
That's
gets into
assuming
a
Kurama
thing.
either chose or instinctively chose to just make him that way.
Well, first of all, that could just be anime BS, to where he's using creation of all things. He could just make cells that don't need that, and they just function anyways.
Yeah, but okay, and theoretically, sure, but I think that would be the less likely case, given that, like, from Hagoromo's perspective, like, why would he go out of his way to make it like that? Just all the cells he knows. If he's thinking cells, he's thinking normal cells. I think if he's gonna have cells, it's more likely they would just be normal cells in that regard. That's not saying that he has cells, though, like, because the way it is described is pure chakra. Let's just actually check the data books and just see. I'll look at Star Wars Data Book 4, the most updated one, and just see if it says anything.
What about this? Even if they have normal cells, those cells probably were mutated or altered in some way by the Biju chakra.
Yeah, but we don't know. But if you're going to say that, the same would apply. This would go against your Himawari arguments, because by that logic, the Biju chakra would mutate the sperm and egg cells and make Himawari, Boruto, Naruto different in some capacity.
No, that would be assuming that it mutated Naruto, which I don't think is the case anyways.
Yeah, but I think if you're going to use the logic that the Biju chakra mutated Kurama's own cells, I think it's a pretty good chance that the Biju chakra would mutate the child that's bathed in that chakra, like the growing cells bathed in that chakra.
Well, I don't think it's bathed in the chakra, but that's another conversation for another day that we've already had a previous day.
Yeah.
So you're looking for something, you said? What are you looking for?
Oh, just to see if there's like an entry for like Tail B somewhere.
Oh, okay. Something else I'll say while you're looking for that is, this is really pedantic, but I think it's important, and I already know what you're gonna say, so just hear me out. Let me cook for a minute. So, DNA, genetics, and blood are 3 different words. These 3 different words exist for a reason, to say 3 different things, even if they're all similar or tangentially related or whatever. They're similar, but they're different, which is why we have these different words. For example, blood. There's DNA in blood or whatever. There's genetics in blood. That's fine. there's also other things in blood. Like, blood isn't just genetics, which isn't just DNA.
Yeah, blood's not the really. I mean, the problem with this is blood is the clear standout. If you say it's in your blood, like in reference to a genetic thing, which requires context, we know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
But if you just say blood, frankly, genetics is not the first thing you think of. You're thinking of the red liquid and probably other things that it does in your body, your heart, the fact that it delivers nutrients to your cells. You're probably not thinking about anything, because even saying it's in your blood, technically, no, yes, but no, it's not. Like, yes, I guess it is in your blood because your blood has cells which contain your DNA, but that's not. It to some extent, it's almost like you should be saying like it's in your sperm or it's in your eggs, because that's what's actually passing it down. It's not your blood that's passing it down.
Exactly.
It's just something. It's a saying.
No, I know,
Whereas
and that's
DNA and genetics are much more like an intertwined. Like you're really talking about the same thing, because genetics as an overall term. This is where the difference is. To say genetics, you could be referring to the study of genetics, how genes and traits are passed down. The DNA isn't like a study. It's like genetics is like biology. You don't take a you don't say like I'm taking a DNA class. You say you're taking a genetics class, because like it's DNA is not the study. DNA is the physical thing. It's the molecules we're talking about.
Yeah.
And
and that's why I started by saying I knew what you were gonna say, because I knew you were gonna say all that. So.
Yeah.
And once again, if their explanation is the blood, I'm completely fine with that. It's once they start using that dirty G word that I have the problem.
Wait, who? Who using blood in what context?
Just in terms of the Himawari conversation, if they explain it with that at all.
Well, yeah, but okay. So, for example, if by blood though, if they say it's Kurama's blood, you're just gonna be okay with it.
I mean, I'm not going to be happy about it, but as long as they don't use the dirty G word, I'll consider myself the winner.
Oh my god, bro! No, bro. If they say Kurama's blood, that would be more annoying. Like, I mean, personally, I've already said this before. In terms of why Kurama's inside of Himawari, I think the one that makes the most sense is like his chakra was already there to some extent, versus like, because I mean, yeah, you can just write if you want to say it's destiny. I mean, sure, you can make destiny be whatever you want it to be, but now we're getting into a situation of like, okay, so Kurama didn't, as far as we're aware, as far as he's describing, he didn't choose that destiny. So what happened to the you choose your own destiny theme? Like, you know, we gotta like remember our themes here. So I don't like that one as much. Not to say you can't do it, but I think it's a harder one to do. Now, just it's your Uzumaki and Hyuga blood that shouldn't have any bearing on the tail beast realistically. So I like the other one. If you want to say the affinity has to do with the Uzumaki and Hyuga blood because it relates back to Hagoromo more so, that's fine, you know. But that's two different things.
Something
anyway,
I'll say.
I found the tailed beast thing.
Really quick, something I'll say is because I thought it was really funny when I was watching your reaction of the chapter or whatever. You're like, when you got to this part, you're like, oh, Oodie's not going to be happy. He said that. It's funny because I had the exact opposite reaction. Where it's like, oh, Kamui's not going to be happy when he says that. Because of the three things Kurama mentions, the inherited sliver of my chakra, the bloodline, or destiny, none of those use the dirty G word. Like, I'm sure what you're referring to was the bloodline thing, but again, that's something that I originally said.
I was referring to her inheriting some of Kurama's chakra, because that was my thing the entire time. The reason we were arguing was because that was my best guess for why he was inside Himawari. And that was one of the three options.
No, that's fine.
You're not going to be happy about that.
So I'm not happy with that. You're right. But I just found it so funny that he didn't just give an explanation. He gave 3 possible explanations, and all 3 of them, none of them said like, it was just hilarious to me because we like discussed this so much. Regardless of the sliver of chocolate
you
thing or
could
whatever.
argue, I'm not gonna say is a definitive thing. You could argue, the inheritance was through genetics because Himawari didn't inherit it through Kurama being like, bump this with me, I'm giving you my chakra. It was through a birthing process, which would be genetics in that case. So you could still argue he did technically say it indirectly, but
well, there is a lot of blood that comes out with the birthing process as well. And so you never know. But moving on.
yeah, I'm trying to see if they say anything about them being made of pure chakra. Does it say flames of black chakra? Since when is Madara black? Well, the anime fucked that up. It's clearly blue in the anime.
Well, it's black and blue. You could say the black part's
Well,
the
it says
chakra and the
flames
blue
of
part's
black
the body.
chakra make up its body for Madara.
Oh.
So that's implying that chakra makes up its body.
Matatabi is the one whose physical form just is the most obviously chakra because its physical form is just straight up fire. That just like what?
Exactly. Like that. That's not like what.
So by the way, this is a really quick side question, not to like prove a point or anything, just out of pure speculation. Do you think the tailed beast in general are just like hot to the touch, similar to a Titan from Attack on Titan?
Well, the very least, Madara should be.
That's what I'm
But
thinking.
I
like,
don't think all of them are
Matatabi
because, for example, like Naruto wasn't like "ow" every time he bumps fists with
well, that happens in their
Kurama or
internal
Shinjuu.
mind space.
Yeah, but like it should carry over.
Okay, what about when they use Baryon mode?
Also, Jura is like standing on Shukaku and he's not burning. Naruto stands
That's
on Shukaku,
fair.
he's not burning.
Okay.
So Shukaku is literally standing.
You
He's
got a
clearly
point.
not hot.
That's fair.
Or everyone when they're touching the 8 tails, he's holding them in their hands. Nobody's like, "Ow, it's hot."
You got a point.
I think we've done a few so far. Or Obito and Datara sitting on the 3 tails.
So what about Kurama when he's using Baryon mode?
Okay, that one I could see being hot, assuming they keep up with the nuclear fusion. Like he should be as hot as the sun. Like,
No, but he couldn't be because Naruto would have turned to ash.
yeah.
The whole world would have been turned to ash.
That's interesting.
What
The
if
10
that's
tails
the
is
reason I wasn't
allegedly the
like thinking?
personification of chakra. According to this.
Personification is such an interesting word in this context.
Yeah, that's actually what they use though. They use that with Jura, personification of a tail beast. So it's consistent.
There you go. Alright. Well, even though that was a long comment, we should probably do at least one more.
That's fine. I'm just looking to see if any of these things say that they are pure chakra. They should just say like they have enormous chakra, they gain enormous chakra if you're Jinchuriki, but this isn't saying they're made of pure chakra in this. I can try looking. I don't know if there is an entry for Data Book 3.
Really quick with Fang Lang's comment, once again, I don't know if the Tintels even has genetics in the first place. Shinju are not proof of anything in regards to that. And
You don't even know if they have genetics either.
oh, especially with Boruto's theory that they're awakening because of the white karma, which has to do with genetics. I think the Tintels itself wouldn't have genetics if genetics awakened the Tintels.
Well, no, because like the white karma seems to lack the genetics, so
Well, at the very least, it had to do with like the claw grimes, or the claw marks, which have the blood.
Yeah, the claw marks have Coat's physical blood in them, so
Granted, Boruto's theory is that it's the chakra from the claw marks, not the blood in there. But
Okay. Anyways.
yeah, I'm not seeing anything about them just being pure chakra. So maybe the tail beasts aren't pure chakra. If Granny Chio does say it, maybe she's just wrong. LRJ, out of curiosity, because you mentioned him being made of pure chakra, where were you thinking of for where you heard that? Are you thinking of Granny Chio? Are you thinking of somewhere else where that's said? Let me know, because I'll look for it, just for the sake of knowing where it's stated. If you happen to know when you're thinking, I could look for the Granny Chio thing too, but I don't know.
43. That's crazy.
what
What's up,
chapter it is.
Adam? And then Darshikage, yo, 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 yo. Momo
Yeah,
is a
we finally did
fraud.
it, Joe.
Bro can't see the future to save his life, literally. Bro better show out when he gets the chance. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
I feel like he's coming pretty soon.
Yeah, actually, it's a small side note. I still haven't done my video on this, but I'm sure you've heard of the whole Momoshiki is Shibai theory. Something I probably gotta blow my nose.
Bro, I've heard the everyone is Shibai theory at this point.
Yeah. So something I will say about that is, beyond the reasons why I just don't think that is the case, one of the most annoying aspects of that, I guess, like, oh, no, that's why Boruto's so scared. It's not Momoshiki, it's Shibai. The problem is, this almighty god should not have been the situation he was in at the end of part 1, for one thing. And second, it's just like, we're just throwing Momoshiki out of the story, devaluing him completely for no reason, when we could just have both characters be good characters. There's no reason to get rid of him as a concept just because. Why would we do that?
Exactly. Just completely ruin it. Like, change him entirely for no reason.
Granted, we asked that about a lot of things, but that's besides the point.
Fair enough. Okay.
Do I want chicken and rice or chicken and pasta later, by the way?
I thought you were gonna say chicken and rice or rice and chicken. I was like, oh wait, that's the same thing.
That would be even funnier.
Chicken and rice is always good.
I know, I have that all the time.
Yeah.
For a reason, but
Oh, I never got rid of this gene pool comment. There was something I had to say about the gene pool. Last conversation, listening back to it or reading a comment or something. I think I took a picture of the comment. I forget exactly what it was, but we'll come back to it later, I guess. Yeah, we'll come back to it later. Okay.
Am I
If
eating fucking
Naruto
chicken
was
and rice
instilled
or
in
chicken pasta?
Daikoku-ten, would Kurama have been reborn inside him rather than Himawari? Thoughts?
we don't know.
Oodie, thank you. Madara would have died if not for his regeneration. Exactly. You factor that in.
Exactly. I did factor it in. If Madara doesn't have regenerative abilities, he's going much lower on the tier list. One of his battle assets that makes him strong. It's not the only one, but it's
No,
one of the
that
most
is
powerful
one.
ones.
Hashtag Nishi for Kage. Okay. Where
Oh,
GF
that's
is
right. I haven't
Kiba,
gone
he
to the
needs to
frickin'
deal with
Nishi
these
thing.
filler villains. Actually, is Kakashi turning his mud
I
wall
thought it's
into quartz
Takira.
crystal release?
Oh my god, I
Kakashi
misread it
therefore
as
helping
Kira,
against
like
Goro.
Death Note. I thought it was a reference to Death Note.
Crazy. Maybe when Naruto and the frogs jutsu. Kill off Inojin. Sup back, my fellow Kage. Sup, Kage. Millennium Kage! Bro is minding everyone's business except his own. Skull emoji. I don't know what that's in reference to. Anyways. That's hacks? Exactly. See, Nah gets it. You are Itachi fan. Well, Kamui is. And then sub emojis, exactly.
You know someone
Invincible.
who
Invincible
isn't.
gets it.
It's a user or something.
Who? We don't have a user,
User
in
or
chat.
something.
We don't have user something in
No.
chat.
Oh my god. The guy who comments on the Itachi videos.
Oh, shout out him. Himawari became an original Jinchuriki without even sealing Kurama inside her, except that crying is free. What does original Jinchuriki even mean? As opposed to a different type of Jinchuriki? Like
An unoriginal Jinchuriki.
artificial Jinchuriki. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Does she not have organic substances? Is that And how do you know Himawari didn't seal Kurama inside her off screen?
You know, technically, if Kurama wasn't sealed inside her, is she really a Jinchuriki? Don't you have to be sealed in you to be a Jinchuriki? So
Exactly.
technically, she wouldn't be a Jinchuriki. She would
This-
just be a Bichu person.
So here's what I was thinking. So like, I don't think when Kurama went back into Naruto at the end of the work, I don't think he was sealed. I think he just did it because he just could. So I think he could just go in and out of Naruto willy-nilly whenever he wants without it killing Naruto. Like, it'd be weird to me if he just
I don't know
chose
about
to
that, though.
live in
No,
Naruto and
'cause
then he
in
just
that one's
couldn't
case,
leave.
you would say it was the one half that did that, but the other half
Okay.
would still abide by the same rules that it did during the war itself.
You know what? I'd be fine with that. That's a good compromise.
Yeah, because as we saw when Naruto lost all when Madara ripped it out, Naruto was going to die. So,
No,
like,
that's fine.
and even like when versus Toneri, Naruto still had some of Kurama's chakra to fight Toneri, so we can't say it was all of them.
Yeah, because exactly. Well, because again, it would just be really weird to me if Kurama just couldn't leave Naruto. Like, if Kurama just changed his mind in Boruto and was like, you know what, I'm gonna go live in the forest. Then Naruto's like, sorry, what if I could, but I can't. You're stuck. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you get there. Obviously, let's just assume that Kurama is capable of splitting back into his yin and yang for a moment. Let's just assume he can for a moment. I think Kurama could probably just go ahead and let his yang half go away if you wanted to. In that case, the same as how Naruto can survive getting about half of Kurama's chakra extracted by Momoshiki. Naruto's not dead, but half of it's gone. So half of it should just be able to leave, but not all of it. Granted, this is where I really wish they actually explained the death of Kurama and Naruto not dying back in chapter 55, because at least to me, I know you're gonna say
He's an exception.
Naruto's just built different. Naruto is never described to have become built different for any reason.
You could
after
say
he
it's
was
because he has the
going to
Ten
die
Tails
from
meeting
Bichu
spot.
extraction before.
He has the vestiges of the other
Huh?
tailed beast, maybe. Could be a reason why.
Again, this is where I'm going to continue. I'd be fine with that if they actually said it.
That's fine.
Which is the point.
Yeah.
It's almost the way it's depicted is that it's because of how Baryon Mode works. It's different from a Bichu extraction, because he says normally when a Bichu is extracted, you die, but that doesn't apply to you, seemingly because no Bichu was extracted. It was a different process. But then the way Kurama talks with his revival is as if it's just it almost feels very conflicting to the Baryon Mode process, like we've talked about. Okay, if we're gonna go this route of this Baryon Mode does this unique thing, it just feels like an asshole for Naruto to be alive in that case, because it feels like now you're making it seem like Kurama just died like any other death, whereas before it's this is different. It just doesn't feel like it coincides nicely.
You're
But
not
if
gonna
Kurama
like
had
this.
said it's just because of the vestiges of the Bichu that Naruto, by the way, hasn't talked to on screen to say, hey, Kurama's dead or anything.
Yeah.
If he had said that, I'd be fine with it, but they didn't do that, so.
Well, you're not gonna like this, but what if it is an extraction thing? So, if the Biju just dies inside its host, what if the host just doesn't have anything happen to it in general? And it only happens when the Biju's
I would be
extracted.
fine with that
if
Yeah.
Kurama said it a little bit more clearly, like if he had said, normally when a Bijuu is extracted, you die, but it's different in this case
Because I'm not being
I wasn't
extracted.
extracted.
Yeah.
I just fade away. Now he does say the chakra just fades away,
Yeah.
but I feel like, and that's fine. That is an interpretation that I'm okay with. I would have liked them to have been a little bit more direct with that, though, to say like the reason it's different is because the chakra wasn't extracted. I just die. Because of that, you don't die. If they just said it more clearly, they'd be fine. Nobody would care.
So,
well, some people probably would, but you get the point.
Something you said a minute ago that I was thinking about earlier today, actually. So, when Naruto lost all his Nine-Tails chakra against Madara, he was gonna die. And that the same happened with, like, Killer Bee, to where Killer Bee had the Eight-Tails pretty much extracted from him, but, like, not fully. Because we see in the Infant Tsukiyomi, he did the trick against Madara, to where he, like, fake cut off the tentacle or whatever, and he just
didn't know how, but yeah.
First of all, it's curious how he could do that. So, like, what went into the statue if not the Eight-Tails? Or, like, did the Eight-Tails split? Like, can the Eight-Tails just split itself like that? Like, I don't think it should be able to do that.
It either cut off its own tentacle with its, like, hand, or it just has the ability to just, like, get rid of a tentacle. Like,
but I don't think Killer Bee should be able to survive with just the tentacle of the Eight-Tails, losing the Eight-Tails.
Yeah, that's where you can argue it's kind of like a little bit bullshit, like, you know, but then it just gets into the specifics of why the tail beast dies. I know you say it's because of shock. I have yet to see anything stating that's why. They just say they die. So, if that's the case, then, well, the shock theory would mean Killer Bee should probably die. They don't say that, so I wouldn't say it's like a plot hole. As far as we're aware, it is consistent. You know, not all the tail beast was extracted because they still have the tentacle clone.
Okay.
But yeah,
so also,
depends on the specifics.
How do you think he even did cut it off, and how did Madara not notice? Especially considering it's Madara of all people. Like, he had to do it subtly.
I'm thinking that Madara just didn't care in that case.
So you think Madara did notice?
He may have seen it but not noticed, if that makes sense, to where he just saw, like, the, regardless of what happened, let's just say a more subtle case is that I don't know if octopuses can just do this, but let's just pretend they can. Let's just say it's a thing that an octopus can on command just, like, dismember one of its limbs if it wants. It can just say, boop, you're not my arm anymore. Hypothetically, a limb may have fallen off. Madara may have not realized that, like, Killer Bee did that intentionally. Maybe he thought, oh, the leg just fell off when it was getting dragged or whatever. So he may have seen it, but not really, like, noticed or thought about why it happened, nor cared to find out. Because at the end of the day,
it's a clean
just sucked
cut.
in the rest of the Eight-Tails.
So it'd be weird if he just, like, scraped it, like, dragged it on the ground against the rocks to just fling it off. Like, you'd think it'd be battle damage in that case, what it would look like. Or, like, if it's a clean cut, you'd think maybe the only way I could imagine is either he, like, Bijuu blasts it, but then Madara would have obviously noticed, or he, like, used the horn on his head to cut it off, but again, I feel like that'd be so obvious Madara would notice, so I don't see what he could have done other than just
that's why I think, I don't know if an octopus can do this, but I'm thinking the idea that he can just, like, consciously get rid of one of his tentacles, like, he can just choose to release it, basically, would just make the most sense. It would be the most subtle. It might be a thing in nature to be. Let's just look it up.
While you're doing that, this doesn't directly go against it, but it makes me not like it. The fact that I feel like he shouldn't have been able to do this regardless, because in many ways, this dragon head sealing jutsu is just that. It's a sealing jutsu.
Oh, no, an octopus can detach its limbs. That
How?
is a thing it can do.
How?
So that's probably what it is, to be honest.
Okay.
Because he is an octopus ox, so
But how does he do it? How do octopuses do it?
let me look up how they do it again.
Yeah.
I just saw it. I thought I had heard that.
But like when things
Quora,
are
I know, but
sealed,
just real quick.
sure, go ahead. Well, I guess while you're doing that, I'm gonna go to the
Um,
bathroom while you read that out loud. I'll be back. I'll be listening on the
So
phone. I guess.
what enables an octopus to detach part of its arm or tentacle in order to escape danger? Some octopuses can actively detach their limbs in the face of danger or other challenges, a process known as autotomy. There are even cases of male octopuses who detach their hectocotylized arm in the process of mating because the female might very well attack and eat the romantic aggressor. Let that sink in for a second. Octopus sex is so risky, they'll lose an arm to ensure survival. Anyway. Octopuses have a set of muscles in their arms that, when flexed just right, will essentially snap the arm off. Additionally, there are sphincter muscles in place that close off the wound instantly. So that could play into why it seems like such a clean cut. It might have to do with the closing of the wound sphincter muscles, but yeah, it's just almost just like flex your arm and your arm just falls off. That's what they do. That's kind of funny. All right. It's freaking 12:30 and I still haven't made a decision on what I'm eating. This is kind of a problem. All right, I'm gonna make chicken pasta. So Oodie, I'm actually gonna walk away from the computer. I can use my phone to read chat, but beyond that, it's all on you to make the screen look a certain way. Where is the Walky Talky podcast on my phone? Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because I'm under the Walky Talky account. Okay, Derek Dorrance, read my comment. I just read your comment. Derek is subbed and is new. Let's go. Derek, what did you have for dinner? I'm having chicken pasta. And we already caught up on the rest of the chat. Well, anyway, hopefully we can actually get back to the chapter that we were supposed to do tonight, and we haven't even started yet. Yeah, honestly, Oodie, I know this comment thing was your idea for like algorithm engagement. If it isn't doing that, we should stop, because we spend like 4 hours on 2 comments every time because of derailing.
So,
It's not helping us.
well,
get through
regardless of
topics at all.
well, we're not going over the comments. We're going over conversations that we should have had regardless. The comments are
Yeah,
just
but even
segments.
last time, the
Dude.
comment section thing took way longer than we expected.
I mean, it's fair, but it's whatever. I feel like we can keep doing it. It's still good. So, okay. Well, anyway, okay. So, So what you were saying while I was gone, it's kind of funny because
I just had enough of the tier list nonsense.
That's the real reason. Never want to come back to that
Yeah, my
conversation
throat's hurting.
again. So
Don't want
funny.
to talk about tier lists anymore.
It's a freaking good conversation. Whatever. It's so funny that you say, well, I'm walking away from my computer, so it's up to me to determine the visuals of the stream. Wasn't it always the case regardless, whether you're here or not? Because, like, I'm the one streaming. I'm not watching your shared screen. Doesn't matter. What do you mean? It's always up to me.
You got a point there.
Okay. But back to what I was saying about the freaking octopus thing. I don't think it should be able to be the case necessarily. It's not like a definitive, I absolutely hate it, it's a plot hole, it can't happen. If they can just cut their tentacle off anyways. But I feel like because the dragon head seal is such a strong seal, they shouldn't be able to do anything while under the seal anyways. So, like, what I'm referencing in this
gave
regard,
Gara detailed instructions of what to do as he was leaving.
I'm not meaning in terms of talking. I'm talking about in terms of like actually doing things.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think he should have been able to use his sand to do strong stuff anyways. So, like, for example, Shadow Paralysis Binding, you can break out if you just chakra flex your way if you're just strong enough. Or like Gaara's mausoleum. I forget the full name. I want to say Ghetto Mausoleum, but that's not
Grandstand
it.
Mausoleum.
Yeah, Grand blah blah blah.
Grandstand Mausoleum.
Grand Slam Mausoleum. Yeah. The pyramid thing, Madara can just Susanoo out of it, which is fine because he's strong enough to do that. I don't think that's a Susanoo thing. I think that's a Madara's strength thing. And again, with like the Otsutsuki, they can just absorb or even break out of shadow paralysis. So, but then you get to cases where like Naruto fighting Kurama tightens the seal, and then the Rashomon gate, it's not the actual Rashomon gate, but it's the red gate, comes down.
It looks like the gracious deity gates, but it's not necessarily that.
It's whatever it is. It comes down and it like traps Kurama's neck. He can't make the Biju bomb bigger. The Biju bomb breaks apart, and he can't make another Biju bomb. He's sealed. He can't do it. Similarly, you got the Tin Tails. You seal its limbs, it shouldn't be able to move. Of course, it's strong enough to where it actually could, but the point is that it shouldn't be able to do anything. And like even like the Edo Tensei, whenever they're sealed, they shouldn't be able to do anything if they're still conscious. Like Deidara. Deidara was sealed using lightning. He couldn't... Technically, that's like lightning versus earth release, but like you get the point. He couldn't do it. He was sealed. So I feel like...
So... The thing is, I mean, and this is like the difference, is while you're being sealed, while the seal is ongoing, versus after the seal is in place. Because the ATLS wasn't sealed yet. It was being sealed.
I know what you're saying,
so
but I feel like having the dragon chain wrapped around your neck, it's a chakra chain. It does more than just act like a normal chain wrapped around the Biju neck.
It kind of controls them, but like
maybe you could argue they're just strong enough where it doesn't matter. But like if you hypothetically wrap that chain around like Tsunade's neck, I don't think Tsunade should be able to just punch the ground as strong as normal.
Yes, but in this case, though, we're not saying that the ATLS did anything as strong as normal. He just used the octopus hacks to get rid of a leg in that case. So it feels like it would be pretty minor, like a pretty basic octopus ability.
Sure.
Essentially.
But still, I feel like, especially in the case of like the Kurama example, Naruto versus Kurama, where Naruto drops down that big red gate, he's entirely preventing Kurama from doing anything at all.
Well, with that one,
the thing he was already
I'm not gonna
doing
say
was
it is
stopped as well.
Yeah, so in that one though, I'm not gonna say it is this just because it looks like it, but it does look like it. The gracious deity gates just remove like your will to fight. Like you just can't do stuff. Like that's why Hashirama just beat the Ten Tails with it basically. If it is the same thing somehow, and don't ask how.
It's the same
Naruto
he does
has.
to Madara.
But if it is that,
like Madara, he's not actually like he's not bound by it, but he's sealed. He can't move or do jutsu seemingly. Like nothing's actually preventing him. Like nothing's touching him.
Yeah, but he can't like do anything for whatever reason.
Exactly.
So that could apply to Kurama, but that doesn't apply to the Getomazu chains. That's just like a gracious deity gate thing.
Though I feel like it should just apply to all sealing.
It doesn't though. That's a unique thing to the gracious deity gates.
Okay. Do you see where I'm coming
from?
No,
as for why Naruto has it in his mind space, it could be an Ashura thing. It could be an Ashura reference that we just didn't know yet. The thing is, Naruto can't use it outside of his mind space, which is weird, but
okay. So I had a segue earlier that I didn't do because we derailed to other topics, but so go back to the Itachi pursuit mission from Hot Boys tier list or whatever.
Yeah.
So I can understand having this so high because it's so thematically rich and integral to the plot. It basically connects everything that came before and after, regardless if you want to think of it as the midpoint of the entire series or not. It's like what Sasuke was chasing from the very beginning of the series, and it's technically what Sasuke is ending with at the very end of the series with Itachi's ideology versus Naruto. That's like the point of that final fight. And so, especially like connecting this to the idea that comes right after it, which is finding out everything about Itachi and that big lore dump from Obito, you could say this is the midpoint. So I can understand having this fight be the big like turning point in the series for Hot Boy, and that being such an important quintessential, I love using that word now, thing in the series. So maybe that's why he has it so high. But going with the fight itself, starting the fight off, and here's where we get to the segue. Comparing the prelude of this fight, which you've technically already brought up, but the prelude of this fight to Sarada versus Hidari's prelude, there's a huge distinction there.
Yeah.
I want to see if you know what it is before I say it. Because you've already pointed it out, but you didn't say why.
There's a couple of things.
Yeah.
So I pointed out the comparison as a prelude, but there is so first of all, I guess just real quick to establish which one you're using. Are you using the cave scene a little bit before the fight, or the actual one
the actual fight
in the hideout?
In the hideout.
Okay, yeah. So couple of main things. First of all, the Itachi one is presented in a way that makes Itachi look strong, because it's joke's on you, that was just a genjutsu, I'm over there. And you even have that great music where it's like the heat on theme with the screaming. But anyway, one of the points is it makes Itachi look untouchable. Like, Sasuke's grown strong, yet can he actually beat this guy? He just fell for his genjutsu. Then Sasuke does this thing like, I'm not falling for your tricks. Throws the Chidori behind him and whatnot, or he stabs Itachi in the chair. They have a conversation, and that's revealed. Yeah, Itachi's actually in a different chair. Like, the point is, it makes Itachi look strong before the fight, versus this one just makes Sarada look strong. She just straight up beat him, and there wasn't a gotcha, I'm actually not trying, or gotcha, I actually have this ability. Like, a different comparison, beginning of the Boruto fight. At first, Boruto and Kwaki kind of just beat him up, but it's like, oh, actually, I have this insane healing. So you actually didn't do anything to me. And then boom, you actually just fell for my virus trap. Like, it's a different portrayal.
Yeah. So that was pretty much exactly it. I would have worded it slightly different. In the case that the prelude of the fight ends with Itachi seemingly coming out on top. Because, yes, it's the thing of like, oh, he stabs him and then the two-finger and the fight hasn't actually started. And that shows Itachi's overwhelming force. The fight hasn't even started yet, and he's already getting stuff over on Sasuke, making Sasuke waste, blah, blah, blah. But then you also get this thing where, like, exactly. Sasuke stabs him in the back, and he gets the whole prelude, but then you find out that also was a genjutsu, and then you look over. So then it's, like, even a 1v1, but 1-to-1 in terms of, like, wins versus losses in terms of the prelude of the fight. But either way, that wasn't really Sasuke's win regardless. And so you go into the fight knowing, oh, this is going to be a good fight, because we see they're both strong. But the point is, first you see Itachi strong, and he's the antagonistic figure here.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so I'm trying to find
it
the
wasn't
chapter.
Like Sasuke just stomped him.
Yeah, say it's 3.
Actually, I might have it still on my phone.
Because I'm just gonna assume that the prelude ends. I don't know where the freaking fight starts.
Did I quit out of it? Damn it, I think I did. I had it pulled up before.
I'm assuming the prelude ends with realizing it's a genjutsu. So, like, hypothetically, Hidari versus what's her name? Sarada. If it just ended with, like, Hidari turning into a bunch of crows or whatever, and Sarada looks up and he sees the real Hidari, that'd be fine.
Exactly.
If they do that next chapter, it's already too late.
Exactly.
Like, it's going to be better than
it
what
had
it
to be
is,
done
not the worst thing in
right
the world.
then.
Exactly. Because, again, we're going into this thinking that Sarada's just stronger, so what's the point of the fight? Because Sarada shouldn't struggle, if that's what we're going to be thinking. Oh, crap.
And this is where it's depicted weirdly, because on one hand, it looks like Sarada just, like, dog-walked him, but on the other hand, it looks like Hidari's fine. The problem was, it wasn't presented as a you hit me, but it did nothing thing. It was presented as Chidar going, "Gah," like he was hurt and falling over. But then in the last panel, it's just like he's kind of fine. It's confusing. It wasn't portrayed properly, even if that is what they're going for.
Yeah. Okay, so in the first chapter of the fight, some more here. Yeah, can I go to the final? This is okay. This is the end. This is the end. Oh, God.
384 starts the
yeah. So 384
Genjutsu stuff.
has the first Genjutsu scene, and it ends with Sasuke stabbing Itachi in the back when he's sitting on the chair. It's like, I have one last question for you. And it doesn't show Itachi being in the second Genjutsu, but I still think it's fine. Because they did the first one. And so you can still...
But like the conversation also continues on for a while, and then like they do it. So like they were in the middle of that, but...
Yeah.
But again, they did the first one to set the stage, and that's what's key.
Exactly,
the first one.
Stage.
The first one's also the one that does, like, especially in the anime, like the music, the ominous, like powerful aura music for Itachi, that presents it as a like, yo, did he just do that? And especially Sasuke's reaction to like, oh my god, did I just get bamboozled again? Like,
yeah. Then the next chapter is all just discussing the Madara lore. But then the third chapter has Itachi just fine again. And it ends with basically the fight actually beginning, the end of the prelude.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference.
Yeah. It is a big one. It's an important one.
Okay. We can do this one really quick. I feel like this is going to be fine. Who took the Three Tails Eye? Have you seen this? I'm assuming you've seen this.
Oh, I did. And I was like, yo, I love this.
So, Kamui, you don't think swarms of people are destroying the tailed beasts earlier on in the Warring States era? That's interesting. Really interesting.
Well, it doesn't mean that he was killed. He was just had his eye still. I mean, it seems to be permanent. So if actually that's weird. Shouldn't that have like resurrected? Shouldn't he have like gotten his eye back?
Doesn't this like say something about the tailed beast? The fact that doesn't happen? Well, plus like the Eight Tails doesn't regen. To be fair, it was
no, the Eight Tails got his horns back. In Boruto era, he has his horn again.
That doesn't count.
Oh yeah, because Boruto's not canon.
It's more
not
evidence
anymore.
it's infinite Tsukuyomi.
I like to think, Naruto. Actually, what if it's actually Jiraiya's infinite Tsukuyomi? That's why Jura looks so much. Except Jiraiya was dead.
Something
it's actually
I'll say...
Tsunade's.
Wait, what?
It's actually Tsunade's infinite Tsukuyomi dream.
Oh.
Because the books.
Something I'll say on this is the fact that so in the previous conversation we were having with like have the tailed beast been killed before, you can't apply their current strength to the past. And so in the Warring States era, when they're freaking 100 years old or whatever, they could be like 1,000 times weaker than what they are in their fully formed adult forms.
Yeah, we don't know.
Exactly. So were the tailed beasts killed before? I mean, they could have been. And it wouldn't be surprising. Like a normal Shmo Joe could have killed him. Who knows? Maybe I could have killed him if I was in Naruto.
Probably not you.
Strangle.
Maybe someone
else. Wow. Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I'm not even gonna. I could say so many mean things right now.
It
Look, you have a
be
nice guy.
Walky Talky podcast without any shade being thrown.
I mean, I'm just saying, the freaking Alba or whoever this is. I forget who this is. Alba. Who is this?
No, that's Kotetsu with the
Kotetsu, yeah.
three-tailed sword.
I mean,
You
if freaking Kotetsu
don't even know his
can
name,
take
bro.
the three tails eye. Shut up. Knew it was an Alba. Freaking Kotetsu can
All right,
do
Oodie,
it. Anyone could.
I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself.
Who is Kotetsu's friend? The guy he's always with. What's his name?
Genma? Raito? Well, it's
No.
Who?
No, wrong. Those guys are two of the bodyguards. So Raito is the one that talks to the third Hokage, like, hey, you should disqualify Sasuke. Genma's the proctor in the final exams, the final rounds.
Okay, well, I
Now,
have one of two
who
answers.
is Kotetsu's friend?
So Kotetsu's friend is either those two guys from Naruto or those two other guys from Naruto. One of the other.
I think that it will pop up as those two guys from Naruto will be Izumo Kotetsu.
Izumo, yes. I knew that.
Oh shoot, I gave you the name. Crap, I didn't realize I just did that.
You're so freaking bad at that,
That
bro.
was totally
It's like the King of Chaos thing where like we're not saying the name and you're like, it's user 17. We're like, Kamui, stop, what are you doing?
No,
I
you
said that I said that like 2-minute clip
No,
to
you-
Cam. She was dying laughing.
Because you asked like what his name was, so I said the name.
No, Cam was like, Kamui felt bad after the fact. He was thinking about it. It's so funny.
I was just answering your question.
Of course, yeah. The point is that especially like regardless of Kurama, the other tail beasts aren't nearly as strong as Kurama, so like it's fair to say they could have easily been killed.
I mean, yeah, like Data beat the shit out of it.
Especially if you got people like Madara running around in the Warring States era. I'm just saying.
I mean, not just Madara. I mean, Tobirama, Hashirama.
Exactly. And the fact that they were struggling, that shows everyone was around Hashirama's level back in the day. Otherwise, they
Well,
would have
that
just
means
won.
they're also around
Easily.
Madara's level back in the day too.
Yeah, but Madara's cooler than them, so if we're taking the totality of the power scaling of who wins in the end, it doesn't matter if they're
Hashirama's
even because he
funnier.
wins.
Hashirama's
He's
funnier
stronger.
than them, and he can make them laugh themselves to death, which Madara can't do.
See, here's another way to think about the power scaling thing, which I know you don't want to talk about. If two characters are even and one character wins, you still rank them as tied.
Depends on how they won and why they won.
So, for example, let's say Ino versus Sakura to knock each other out. They
They
tied.
literally tied.
Ino woke up first, but still tied.
But didn't win. So that
In a
doesn't work.
life or death fight,
So-
Ino would have won. She woke up first. Would have just killed unguarded Sakura, whatever. And she's still knocked out.
I mean, also would have just killed her if she was resolved like earlier in the fight. But anyway, beyond that, Naruto versus Sasuke at the Final Valley, end of part 2. I'm putting Naruto over Sasuke. He wins.
That's
They're
fine.
technically even.
Well, Sasuke was trying to kill Naruto. Naruto wasn't trying to kill Sasuke.
Yeah, but they're technically equals.
Well, no, they aren't. Naruto is stronger than Sasuke there.
But they're technically equals.
Says who, bro?
Naruto and Sasuke.
I'm moving on. Freaking three tells is fodder. I don't want to hear it.
I
Okay.
mean, Data is strong, but he did destroy the three tails pretty easily.
Well, the three tails. This is funny. This is actually funny. This is unintentionally funny. So Sage's Thick Cows pointed this out. The three tails is canonically dumb.
Wait, why does he say that?
I forget exactly why. I think Datara says that it would have fared better if it had higher intelligence or something. Or because it was so not smart, it didn't know what to do or something. I forget. couldn't use all his power, couldn't use it effectively. I forget what he said. But Deidara basically says the Three Tails is just dumb, I think. It's just fun. Oh, also the Three Tails is the only tailed beast that can't talk. It just doesn't know how.
Wait, what? Yeah, I can.
We'll tell it
We
to
see it
Sage of
talk.
Thick Calves.
He says his name is Isobu to Naruto.
Well, does he only know those words?
Well, that would be talking, regardless.
Was he talking? Because he was like
talking.
thinking inside of Naruto's mind.
So maybe that's what it is. Maybe he can think English, but he doesn't have the vocal cords to speak English. Which is pretty goofy, but
Are you ready to move on to this stupid chapter?
I've been ready.
Okay.
for
Did you
4
want to start
hours
with
probably
something
at this
first?
rate. Oh yeah, I guess we can. I've had so many things I felt like I was going to start with, but I guess back to the start. Okay, so obviously, okay, the whole comparing Boruto's fight with Kawaki versus the start of Hidari one, to some extent, it's similar. It's also different. One is the fight, one is a prelude, but in the case of Boruto and Kawaki, we felt it lacked the why should I care, but in terms of its impact narratively, I think it does. Like the proper purpose, like Kawaki loses, Boruto gets his point across about training, blah blah blah. It does all that. Whereas the Sarda one, like we already established, it did the opposite thing that it should do narratively. Like, because now we're like, why would we doubt Sarda based off that scene? For Kawaki's case, the point isn't for us to doubt Boruto at all. The point was to develop Kawaki's character. We can see that.
Now, obviously, the Hidari one can be
For the same purpose, and that is fine, but Sarda won't grow in that case. It'll be Hidari grows, and Sarda is a main character, and we should get Sarda's character growing at some point. So we do need that.
Yeah. No, I completely disagree. I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't you even listen to Mello? Like, this fight is peak, which means it's perfect, which means it can't get any better, and there's no problems in Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. It's an objective 10 out of 10.
Well, it's peakly bad.
No, bro. Boruto versus Kawaki from Chapter 9, it was peak. It was top of the, like, best moment in the entire franchise of Naruto. It's peak.
yeah, exactly. Like it's specified in the verse.
Like, haters can only hate for so long because peak is undeniable.
I
It's
don't
peak.
really know what's the point of watching the Sasuke retrieval arc is anymore when you can just read the Boruto versus Kawaki 2-page fight. Like comparing, like even that, like chapter 66, Kawaki versus Momoshiki, it's like night and day how much better this 2 Blue Vortex fight was in every way.
Do you remember that meme of Boruto Chapter 79 is better than all of One Piece? Well,
Yes.
Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 9, page like 22 and 23 is better than all of Naruto. All 700 chapters.
Yeah, apparently, like the peak is undeniable.
Undeniable.
It's crazy though, because I feel like Mello used to be more critical of Boruto.
He did. That's the funniest thing. Is that coming from Mello of all people? Like, it's freaking right before that moment, he freaking hated it. And again,
Like-
it's the funniest thing because Hot Boy, like I told you, is literally planning on dropping the series next chapter.
And that's
This is
why it was
bad.
so insane. Like I know he did agree with us without realizing it at first, but it was so insane to me when he was so supportive of like the time skip stuff at first.
I
And
don't
was
think
like,
he
bro, what are
thought
you
about
talking
it.
about?
afterwards, I think he
Yeah,
realized.
because I was like, bro, you're supposed to be a writer, aren't you?
But I feel like that's the difference, though, is that he's literally a writer, and that's how he's viewing the story, whereas Mello is literally a YouTuber, and that's how he's viewing the story. And so you compare the two, kind of makes sense how writers like then hate Boruto, whereas normal people hate then like Boruto.
I know. I mean, I'm not a writer, but I just look at it from a writing perspective. Like,
Close enough.
but
Figured
yeah,
it out
it's enough to
more than
notice.
others. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know things. That's
I
more
know.
than a lot of people can say.
Exactly. Like I do know things about stories. Like,
Okay.
but anyway, where did we leave off last time? Unless there's more things you want to come back to first.
So
relating to like Sarah and Hida.
we can move on to Himawari, and I say that because I'm afraid if we don't do it now, 2.5 hours in, we're not going to do it, and that would be a problem, especially for this stream, which is titled The Final Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 10 Makes No Sense, Nonsense. It's the final Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 10 Makes No Sense, Nonsense.
I hope you're right.
It has to be. We've already
But
agreed
I'm
it
gonna be
is.
honest. But like, I'm very skeptical, given that we're already 2.5 hours in and we haven't even started it.
Well, on that
'Cause,
note, Chase
I mean, I know we've
Tanner
talked about it, but we haven't officially talked about the Inojin death part. I think it was really just me and Jiro who talked about that.
You didn't even know
So,
his
like,
name after a
that's-
6-hour talk with him. 10 hours in total.
No, it's okay. Let me explain. It's been a habit because of the freaking character Gyro in Hunter x Hunter, who is hardly a character, but he is a character.
Exactly.
And so that's just, but like that just like
Not even
ruined it.
spelled the same.
I can't. I know, but that's how I want to say it because of that stupid character. It's not even a character.
That character isn't even like it's named after the gyro wrap, like the sub wrap. That's the sandwich.
Bro, that character's the same as Inojin. He's just a body. He's just a design with a name.
Does he even have a body? Like, does he have a design?
Actually, it's funny. He's like a stick figure.
Okay, well, before
He
getting
kind
into
of has a design. Not much of one, but
funny.
kind of there.
But Chase Tanner writes, what if the reason why the explanation does make much sense is because it is poorly thought out explanation to justify bringing back Kurama was killed off? Think about it. Well, Kamui, did you think about it?
I mean, yeah.
All right,
What
there's
you
your answer.
said was-
All right, well, his second comment
Yeah.
is, since Kurama was killed off, like you would a character and not a tailed beast, Kishimoto had to think of new way to bring Kurama back since the original way wouldn't work due to the way Kurama died.
Well, he did do it the original way, technically, but
Not technically, just actually. Like, that's
Yeah,
the
just, like,
explanation
there's-
we got.
yeah, that's why he's back. It's the original way.
Yeah,
But...
there was no but. His explanation just was the original way.
Yeah. The only but is that it's in the Himawari, I guess. That's the difference, but it still is the original way. Like,
No, I knew you were getting at there, but it's whatever. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, real quick, genetic conversation. So, Kurama is like a parasite. He is attached to the host, but not one with the host, unlike Himawari, who's one soul, one body. Parents don't pass down anything from the parasite to their offspring.
I know you're
That
gonna
isn't how
run
that
with
works.
it. I don't believe Kurama, but
Okay, well, anyway, but parents don't pass down anything for the parasite to the offspring. That isn't how that works.
No, again, so in this case, it wouldn't be that Kurama's literal genetics, like, he when he took Naruto's place and pretended to be Naruto one night when Hinata was feeling it. It's not like that. It's that his chakra would have just left some effect on Naruto's genes or his kids or something like that. That's why they would inherit part of his chakra. That's the point. Their genetics might be modified because of Kurama, not because of Kurama's genetics though, because it's chakra altering their genetics in some way, or not even necessarily the genetics, but potentially.
Do you know how to turn night mode
It
on?
could just be that they
YouTube?
just always have some of his chakra, like not even genetically, they just have it at all times, and so they have the whisker marks because of it.
Okay, that looks so much better. So much better. Okay. I'm gonna play.
Wait, what?
So I'm gonna show visuals for chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not looking, so you have to verbally describe them.
Well, it's just a loop of manga animation, and I'm hoping it doesn't get the stream copyright, but we'll find out. I don't think it will. Should be fine. Anyways.
Never mind then.
Let me pull the things back up on my phone so they can actually look at the podcast topics now. And yes, I understand that it's technically different because Kurama's chakra, blah blah blah. I don't think that would be passed down because I just think it's different.
Different from what?
Because it's like, first of all, he doesn't have Kurama, even a trace of it after Baryon Mode. So I don't think he would genetically have anything, or his chakra would linger inside of him or anything. Because then, like, Sakura would have just been able to say, it's filler, I don't care.
Well, in the case of part of this is like a hypothetical though, to where, well, yeah, okay, in that sense, yeah, but
then the same with Gaara with the
why the heck does
vestiges. I don't
Himawari
see
have-
how you can't believe it if this is what you think.
Can't believe what?
That Gaara just would have vestiges of the One Tails.
I never said anything about that.
You said that you don't believe the vestiges statement.
No, I don't believe it applies to everything.
Okay, so why do you think it does apply in this case?
Well, in that case, he stated it was the case. The problem I had with it was how Naruto's case is like what they said in the anime was like a contradiction to that statement. So it's like, which is it? Does Naruto always have it or not? Like, it was a contradictory thing.
Well, I think it's
is the point.
external factor, and it was all extinguished was the point. Because again,
But then
I think
it should have all been extracted.
Yeah, like it's not
but all of it should have been extracted from Gaara. But all of the chakra should have been extracted from Gaara then. The point was, no, you could argue that it's not that Gaara has, and this is where you get into the whole, in the case of the Gaara situation, it's not that Shukaku in any capacity was always with Gaara. It was the ability to control sand. Problem is, so in the Killer Beast case, he would have the ability to like spit out. Fu would maybe have the ability to fly still. In Naruto's case, though, what is Kurama's ability? We don't know. He's just strong. Like, like you could argue, I guess Naruto could retain the ability to heal or something. We never saw Naruto fight.
I don't care what anyone says.
But even then, that would just apply to Gaara too. Then that's fine. The point is, Naruto would still retain that hypothetically. Problem is, Naruto didn't fight anyone ever afterwards to show us if he has that. So we don't know.
So let me know what you think about this. So hypothetically, what if it's like a thing similar to like the Mangekyo Sharingan? To once you unlock it, you just have it forever, regardless if you actually have the thing to use it or not. It's like Madara can use Susanoo and fly. So like hypothetically,
No, but that doesn't apply
oh, I was getting to my
to all
hypothetical.
Mangekyo Shark. It only applies to the
I
Susanoo.
was getting to my hypothetical. So like hypothetically, let's say freaking Kimimaro.
But you said something not true.
I
You
don't
said
care.
that you said the Mangekyo.
Okay, I don't care.
Okay.
Okay, I don't care. Is that what you want me to say? I don't
I-
care. Okay,
don't
great. Moving on.
No, because I don't want the glorious fans to think that something is true
The
when it's
smelly,
not.
fat, stinky fans.
Yeah, wow, our poor Dara Shikage, Millennium Kage, the new guy,
The new guy.
Derek. I can't believe
Derek isn't
he
even
would
here
chase you
anymore.
away like that.
Exactly.
Chase. Yeah, they probably laughed because of what you just said. They were like, "We do
they
not
hated what I
support
said
this
so
Oodie
much. They
guy."
left 30 minutes before I even said it. They didn't want to be around for when I said it.
Yeah, they were preparing for what you're going to say.
But regardless of that, I was just making a freaking comparison. So like Kimimaro has the
Okay.
Kekkei Genkai to do the bones. Hypothetically, if Momoshiki gave him his karma and Momoshiki can't do the bones, so genetically he loses the bloodline ability to use the bones. What if it's possible that he just knows how to do it and so he can just do it anyways, regardless of his blood?
That is tricky in some cases. Might depend on the Kekkei Genkai, but because in Kimimaru's case, he manipulates his bone cells.
Kimimaro is a little bit different because it's his
and
own body. So you could say someone like Haku, who is ice release, that's like not part of Haku's body.
Yeah, granted, it's a chakra nature thing.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's why I was using Kimimaro.
the problem though is we have to modify how the karma seal works anyway, because it doesn't do what it should do and get rid of the host body's abilities. Apparently, like
You get the point.
it just doesn't. The answer is theoretically. It honestly could just go either way. It's because it depends on well, why did the bloodline matter? Did it give them a knowledge thing? Did it give their bodies a physical ability? Like, what is it doing? Because technically, it is still Haku's body because it's the chakra nature of his body. So he doesn't have it because of knowledge. He has it because his body just has that nature release.
Okay, so that's the Kamui who doesn't know. Now I'd like to talk to the Kamui who likes to speculate. So let's go ahead and bring that Kamui out, please.
Okay, but you asked me, so that's funny. But I would say, assuming the karma seal actually got rid of the host body like it should, Momoshiki would not be able to use Haku's ability once he reaches 100%. When it's 99%, I think he'd be able to do it because it's still there. But once it's completely gone, it's completely erased. He wouldn't be able to do it anymore.
Okay. Interesting.
And I think that would just apply to all Kekkei Genkai.
So what if he...
Because essentially, Haku wouldn't have Haku's blood anymore. It would be Momoshiki blood.
Okay, so where do you think the ability is stored? So let's say he rewrites all of the DNA but leaves the genetic information the same.
That's not possible.
No, it is, because it's not the exact same thing. That's why they're different words.
No, the genetic information is the DNA.
It's in DNA.
No, the DNA is the genetic information.
So hypothetically, he makes the DNA helix 20% more spirally.
It would be a different genetic. It would be different DNA. Well, in that case, I don't know that the DNA would function to be
The
DNA anymore,
adenine
but
and the
assuming it was.
thymine is all in the same order. It's still connected in the same way, the same pattern. There's just as much as it as there was before. It's just twistier. You're taking the same DNA
Yeah,
and
but then you're
twisting
adding.
it.
But then it won't do what it's supposed to do. Like, first of all, you can't just because then the adenine and the thymine and stuff would just start to get like messed up.
No, it
So I don't think
wouldn't.
that
It's a
just
straight
works.
line. You're just mixing the helix pattern.
Yeah, but the double helix has a purpose. I don't remember what it was, admittedly, off the top of my head. But
But they're
like,
changing into freaking
the fact that
Otsutsuki,
it
so it
is
doesn't
that
matter.
shape matters. Well, my point is but by changing, I have to look up. I can't. My hands are full right now, but I have to look up what the purpose of the double helix is.
Well, it's still a double
'cause
helix.
I admittedly don't remember.
It's just a little bit more helixy.
I don't think this hypothetical works.
Well, because all the information's still there. You're not changing the information.
But we're gonna have to look up what the double helix does.
It's like, how I'm thinking of it, it's like you're changing the shape of a gas can without changing the volume the gas can hold, or the gas inside of it.
Why does oh my god, it's hard to do. Well, I'm not
Well,
looking. Why
functionally,
does
the
DNA
gas
shape matter?
doesn't change.
DNA shape is important for several reasons, including replication, protein synthesis. Oops.
This is important,
7
not
minutes.
integral. The shape's still mainly there.
Well,
Slightly altered.
And information storage. Yeah, okay, I knew it had something to do with that. Yeah. So like the actual storage of the information is
Maybe the
like,
information's stored even better now. It's 20% more information is stored. 20% twistier. Could just make the
I
ice
don't
release
think
even
that's how it
stronger.
works.
In fact, maybe this is why Kimimaro's bone Genkai is just weaker than Kaguya's, because his DNA is less twisted. He's more
That's
human.
actually what it means to be Otsutsuki.
It's
Your
just more
DNA is
twisty
just more
DNA.
twisted.
That's the only difference.
It just turns your skin white. Like,
okay. Well, wasn't expecting talking that for so freaking long. So, unless you had something more to say on that.
let's try to avoid that.
Okay. Next one. Okay. So moving into the whole, and I'm just gonna bring this up again for the context for this stream. The conversation of same mind, same body.
Yeah.
I don't know where exactly it is. Battle, blah blah blah. It's when she's like, "Oh, why can't I talk?" or whatever. It's not what I'm talking about. You know.
It's like pretty much right after he appears, pretty soon after. Probably like page 25 to start or something.
Your future doesn't look bright either way. I don't even believe in yourself. It's way before that. Yeah.
Yeah, not that
You may
line.
have been born, blah blah. It's like nice to meet you. Moving forward. Give yourself. Sorry, father is like Naruto. Happy death is an eternal. Wait, okay. A single body and soul. Okay. Actually, where are we? Says Himawari. Kurama says, nowhere real. What you see is your conscious made visible. We are currently exchanging words, mind to mind. Mind to mind? Of course, because you and I are a single body and soul. So, working off of this, that both Kamui and I think is just cap, but hypothetically it isn't. We're gonna treat it as if it isn't for these next 20 freaking
Yeah.
topics, okay? So first of all, how did Jura sense Ninetales? He is one and the same with Himawari.
Well, that's point number one to debunking this. I didn't even
Because
think about that.
so he should be sensing the
Yeah.
Ninetales inside Himawari, which is why he's confused that it's leading to Himawari. But no, he should be sensing just Himawari. Or just the Ninetales, or the combination of the two in one. So he should just automatically know.
Yeah, he should just be like, oh, this. He shouldn't be able to sense the Ninetales at all. Like, I feel like.
Or he should be able to sense only it.
Like,
he should only be able to sense one thing. But then
yeah.
this questions how everyone else can't sense it, because it should be the same sensory thing. Jura
Exactly,
shouldn't be
they
able to
should
sense
only
something
be
further
sensing-
beyond Himawari. It should just be only Himawari, whatever it is.
Or only the Ninetales, but if it's only the Ninetales, then the rest of the village should be sensing only the Ninetales.
Exactly.
Like,
Whatever Jura can sense, everyone else should be able to sense the exact same thing, because there's only one thing to sense.
Exactly. So this is just the plot hole, or he's just wrong.
So, okay, this gets into something slightly different, but tangentially related. So, just a random question.
You love that word.
So, to give it a week, I'll lose it. So, did Kaguya merge with Ten Tails in the same way Himawari merged with the Nine Tails?
Well, she merged with the Divine Tree.
Well, you know what I mean.
Okay, I just want to make sure. But yeah, I mean, maybe, but not the
Divine
same
Tree is
way
the
because
Tails.
she actively merged with it. Like
So,
she like
but, like,
literally
was it
just like
one mind, one
merged.
body, one soul? It's not one. Was it one body, one soul?
Well, it's definitely one body.
Well, but like
As far as
Kaguya could like spit it out though, right? In the same way Jubito could, I assume.
well, she never does. She only turns into the Ten Tails.
Okay.
So I don't think she can spit it out because it wasn't like being a Jinchuriki. Like the God Tree plus Kaguya merged together to become this thing called the Ten Tails. So
It's unlike when she
And then,
merges
like-
with nature. I don't think she could spit out nature. She could spit out herself from nature, but that's not spitting herself. That's unmerging herself from the nature. Like, would that be
and
the same
Kaguya
thing?
seemingly couldn't unmerge from the God Tree. It seemed like she was permanently stuck there.
But what about that
as far as we can
process in
tell.
general? Like when Kimimaro or Kaguya does it to merge with the bones or nature, are they having one body and soul with nature?
Well, the problem, I mean, yeah, because nature seemingly doesn't have a soul or body anyway, so it would just be Kaguya in that case.
What about Zetsu when he travels underneath ground? I think he's just is liquefied and just travels, but you think he merges with the ground basically?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about. Are you talking about when he literally just like liquefies, or are you talking about like when it's black and white Zetsu and they like go in and out of the ground?
Whichever one you want to use.
Well, I think it's different in both cases. I think black Zetsu is kind of just like liquefying half the time,
Okay, that's
but
fine.
like white Zetsu does like a merging with the ground thing.
Actually, that's interesting. Do you
that he
think?
does.
Okay, do you think that's a white Zetsu or black Zetsu specific ability? Because black Zetsu only latches himself onto people. Could black Zetsu merge himself with another person? Or maybe that is what latching himself onto someone else was doing, considering Kurama, the mind space, was both Obito and black Zetsu.
Yeah. Which is how I think if they're gonna do the one body, one mind thing, I think that's how it should have looked. Like
One
that
body, one
scene
soul.
that we're talking about. Like that actually would have depicted it better.
Yeah.
But the way they did it didn't really do that.
I don't know, but it's weird because like Obito was like using his willpower to force Black Zetsu off of himself in some weird way. Like not physically pushing him off, but like with his mind willing Black Zetsu off of his body. It's so weird.
Wait, When are you talking about?
I think he was doing it like during the Minato
It's
and
the other way
Kakashi
around.
confrontation.
It was that Zetsu was trying to leave the
Oh, yeah,
Survivor
yeah,
Zetsu.
yeah.
Zetsu was. It was the other way around. So Obito willed a Black Zetsu onto his body.
How? That's one body, one soul right there. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't understand
Like,
how he did
Zetsu
that.
was trying to separate, and then Obito just like sucked him back.
That's even more impressive, honestly.
Like, yeah. How did Obito do that?
I don't know.
Like, I guess. Oh, maybe you know what? Actually, did he? He still had his Rinnegan eye. Maybe he used Almighty
I was
Universal
saying the same
Pull.
stupid thing, but yeah. I mean, Zetsu was on that side of his body, though. Like, could Zetsu use the Rinnegan? He could make Obito combine his hands to do Rene Tensei. But, like,
Well,
Obito was already
I
kind of
mean, I
doing
think
it.
he had to have.
Changed who he was going to
Well,
revive.
Yeah, because Obito wasn't planning on reviving Madara, so like he made him use it for a different person at the very least.
But, okay, but like,
And then before,
if that's the case, if Zetsu's making Obito use it, Obito should still control who did it. So, like, that makes me think Zetsu's the one technically casting the jutsu, but then Zetsu doesn't die. Because Obito wasn't going to revive Madara. So how did Zetsu make Obito revive Madara? How did he just do... Like, he can make him use the jutsu. That's arguably... I'm more fine with that than Zetsu choosing the target that Obito uses the jutsu on.
maybe like Obito was going to use the jutsu coincidentally, but Zetsu just straight up used the jutsu, and because Zetsu used it, he chooses the target.
Well, okay, what about this? Zetsu used it, but because Zetsu was on Obito, one body, one mind, Zetsu did die because Obito died.
Yeah, actually. Well, were they on one body, one mind? Did like they were one body, one mind, and then they undid that when Zetsu left? like
Oh
no, we're
yeah,
not one
the
body, one
body
mind.
of Obito Zetsu was gonna die when Zetsu separated from the Obito Zetsu body. He's no longer part of the Obito Zetsu body, so he's not gonna die. It's very
Just
basic
forget one
math.
body,
What
one mind.
what are you saying? Okay, what about Madara? Madara not only
What about him?
became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. First of all, was that the same process? Was he one body, one mind? I don't think so. But that's also weird because the way
No.
he did it, he almost like turned the Ten Tails into not a liquid or like not a gas, but like a fluidous solid to where it just sucked into him. Which kind of makes me think that
Yeah,
Ten Tails
sucked
itself
into
is
him like it
also
was going
chakra, but it
into
should
a
have a
tube.
physical body as well. How did he contort the physical body to do that? That's not how matter works.
Yeah, Madara isn't following the properties of matter. Clearly.
I told you, Madara is omnipotent.
Like-
No one believed me.
Maybe Madara's just a contortionist, and like he can cast that ability onto others. So he basically is like Mizumi from the Chunin exams.
Okay. Anyways. What about the God Tree? That's a little bit more arguable that he became one body, one soul with the God Tree, considering I think that was Kaguya in some way. Somehow. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because they were one body, one mind. Like Kaguya merged with the God Tree.
So, did Kaguya merge with Madara, one body, one mind? Is this the same thing that happened with Himawari in the Nine Tails, assuming this is true?
No, so in my opinion, what I know, like we see Kaguya's personality, but what happened is kind of like remove the Tentails for a second, because Kaguya is the Tentails. Madara was basically the Kaguya Jinchuriki, and then similar to when like Naruto was taken over by Kurama in the Pain arc, is thanks to Black Zetsu's help, Kaguya basically just took over Madara like that.
Well, but now you're thinking about it too seriously. The point is to speculate if the same process could be going on here.
But I mean, yeah, we're speculating. Could it be going on? I'm saying probably not.
Well, but these are like, you know, instances where one body and mind could be combined from two different bodies or minds or souls or whatever.
I think the one would be the Kaguya God Tree one, though.
I agree. I think Madara and the God Tree would be the best.
No.
Okay. Kaguya God Tree. That works.
I don't think Madara became one body, one mind with him. I think it was like he was the. I mean, the problem is we don't actually believe a cross in the first place. But that's why, like, yeah, based off the Kurama case, you might think this, but like, we don't agree with the Kurama case.
Well, based
So-
on that, then, if it is the same, then it's not the same because we would disagree because we disagree with the first one in the first place.
Hmm?
So it's by default we're going to disagree with no matter what it is
What do you mean?
because we don't think this
Which
happened
one?
here in the
what's
first
the
place.
first one?
The Kurama Himawari case.
Yeah.
So no instance can be like the Kurama Himawari case because we're assuming the Kurama Himawari case is wrong in the first place. But because we're assuming it's wrong, if we assume other cases are the same, then the other cases would be wrong because there is would be the same as this, which is wrong. So it's by
Yes.
default we
Kinda,
disagree.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I can understand some cases maybe being a little bit different, but yeah, it just doesn't seem right. Like, I think the Kaguya one could work. Like, she could have become one body, one mind with the God tree. It's never addressed either way, but that could work.
Yeah.
But the problem with, like, and we've already discussed this, Kurama is just blatantly a different soul inside Himawari. Like, just blatantly not the same soul.
Yeah. So here's one that you might want to wait to say.
I think real quick,
yeah, go ahead.
to kind of just to give it a little bit of credit, when he says like we're of one body and mind, I think this is like the obvious, but like I think the point is they're sharing a body and they're sharing a mind. They're not the same mind, but they both exist inside that same mind. They're both in that mind space.
Yeah.
They're both sharing this Himawari body is the point.
The soul. Yeah.
It's not that they, yeah. Now sharing a soul is weird to say. I don't agree with that, but
I mean, Kurama shared a soul with himself.
but there's even then not really, like there were two distinct Kurama souls going
Well,
around.
when they combined again, do you think it's just one soul, or
Yeah, but they
either way? I think they'd be
but
sharing
they
a soul in that case, whether they combined back
Yeah,
or
but
not.
well, two things. One, when they combined, they did the keyword combined. Two, it's also Kurama himself. Like it just is the same guy.
Okay. So this next topic, a little bit off topic, you might want to save this for Mello, so I'll just bring it up and let me know if you want to go over it now. Why didn't Boruto tell Kawaki about Himawari? Going back to that fight.
Yes.
And there's arguments
at
we could
first,
make either way.
I
but
was
yeah.
No, because I am actually kind of glad you brought it, because when I first was reading it, I thought, like, fake memory, that Boruto did mention Himawari, because when this chapter, when I first read it, I was like, what do you mean? It's like, Kawaki, didn't you already know that and choose to fight Boruto anyway? But I was like, oh no, actually Boruto just didn't mention anything. You could argue that Boruto is just trying to make a point about Kawaki,
Yeah.
which I mean he could still make, but the point was like why are you here when you should be protecting the village? If he says Himawari, I think maybe that would get away from Boruto's point. like because that's about Himawari, not like the village, I guess. Otherwise, you would just say he just didn't think to specify her. Like he just thought he knew. Maybe he thought he already knew.
That's another possibility. You could also think that maybe Boruto doesn't know Kawaki's thoughts on Himawari, so maybe he first of all wouldn't care. Or second of all, maybe he could use that against Boruto. Like, oh, you want to defend Himawari? Well, it's the same thing that like happened with Code of like, team up with me, Code, and then like undid Uzuhiko and was like, actually, I'm against you all along. I'm with the Shinju. Here, Kawaki could do the same thing.
He could say, "Oh, you want to
Boruto
protect
doesn't know.
Himawari? Well, the best way to do that is by dying." Like,
That's the big freaking a Kawaki line right there for sure. You could also say it's possible Boruto was planning on bringing it up, but like because of unexpected karma shenanigans, he never got the chance to. He was trying to make his point, then like that was going to be the thing that drew the hammer home.
Okay, I know what you were trying to say, but you just mixed like two different things together, and that was hilarious. Drew the camel home. So maybe it's the hammer, or it's the straw that broke the hammer's back. Like, and you drew the camel. Drew the camel.
I was like, you know what? These two sound good together.
Just start saying it from now on, and just see what someone says.
See if anyone catches it. I bet like it's close enough to where I bet no one else is gonna catch it. Honestly, just sounds right.
Let's start by testing it with like Cam or Mallow. Just keep saying it. That's the. It drew the ham. You didn't even say the. Did you say the straw that drew the camel? The camel
no,
home,
I didn't.
Or did you just say
just drew the hammer home?
Okay,
that doesn't make sense. I think a Boruto we could get away with that easily.
Let's try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, let's use it with like a deep thematic thing. Like this scene really drew the camel. We gotta write this down so we remember with my phone.
I'll write it down in podcast topics right now.
Okay, yeah. Now that I know that so wait, you and I are the only people who can see it?
Yeah.
Podcast topics?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Maybe we don't need to keep pinning all those messages if you know what I'm talking about.
Bro, you are so media illiterate. I swear, or not just technologically illiterate. Like I swear to God, you do not know how to use technology. It's crazy.
I know how to use my technology for my purposes, but
no, you don't. Like that Jura twisting Himawari's ankle video. Some of the comments on there are just losing their mind at the fact that you just don't get it. The technology thing that we're talking about. The top of the screen was black or whatever, and you just didn't know why.
Yeah.
What anyway? So, do you want me to leave this topic here? Or do you want me to delete it, or do you want to talk about it again with another guest? The Boruto tell Kawaki about Himawari thing.
Oh, we can save it.
Okay, I'll leave it.
It was a quick topic.
Okay. So getting back to this though, the single body and soul thing, shouldn't Himawari's rage chakra still be blue? Or shouldn't her normal chakra be red? Or shouldn't it be some new thing like Baryon Mode which merged the two colors together, or chakras?
See, my problem though is that so to kind of answer your question, I would say the last one, the Baryon Mode merging type of thing.
Yeah.
The problem though is that should just be Himawari's default state at all times if they're truly one body in mind.
I agree.
She shouldn't be able to just externally like use Kurama. Kurama shouldn't be like another thing. Now, granted, he does say like, "Hey, I can't do it. You have to like just search inside and do it yourself." Blah blah blah. That could be a nod to that, but at the same time,
well, that's what it seems like it was with Baryon Mode, anyways. Because Kurama's like, "Do you want to do it, Naruto?" And he waited for Naruto to agree. To be fair, Kurama is the one that did the hand sign, which makes it seem like Kurama might not need the host's consent. He might just be able to do it. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that one was depicted more like he wanted to see if Naruto was resolved before he sacrificed himself. It was almost just like
I mean, to be
Naruto's just
fair,
resolved.
the last line he said was, "Let's do it, Kurama." Which, okay, that's really disingenuous, but still, he does say that, so... But again, like, the explanation for Baryon Mode, it's like the two chakras combining. In fact, I went ahead, already pulled up the Baryon Mode explanation here from the manga. So the explanation here is, again, it's like explaining Baryon Mode. So Kurama says, think of it like nuclear fusion. It's a similar principle to how the sun produces energy. Nuclear fusion, what's that? Never mind, the theory doesn't matter. My chakra and your chakra are serving as the kernels to produce a whole other new type of energy. That's all. It sounds pretty simple, but how is that different from Kurama mode and Sage of Six Paths mode? Oh, it's different, alright, from the very root of it. The other modes involve taking chakra that you acquire from elsewhere and just using it, but this is a totally different beast. As the raw materials to create this energy, my chakra and yours get consumed until one or both of our lives run out. That's full explanation. I feel like this last part, and especially this one part, produce a whole other new type of energy with our chakras. It's like combining the two chakras into a third different energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if... It could be a thing to where you can combine the two chakras and maybe that doesn't automatically make the third energy. Maybe it's a thing of like you have to start the third energy before combining them works. Like, for example, gunpowder.
But
like, gunpowder is like two different elements combined, but you still need to ignite the gunpowder for it to activate.
Yeah. So we don't know how Kurama activates it. It might just be like the hand signs, the ignition, because the way nuclear fusion works is it's the collision of the hydrogen molecules. So Kurama clapping his hands together might be symbolic of the hydrogen molecules colliding.
That's so stupid. I love
the chakras colliding. No, to be fair though, well, that is stupid and it actually works. Technically, it would make more sense if it was a fist bump, because that would be Naruto and Kurama's chakras colliding rather than Kurama's hands colliding. But
well, if Kurama's the one actually doing it, it doesn't really matter.
Kurama lied anyway, because Naruto's chakra seemingly just like doesn't get used. It's just Kurama. So for all we know, all Baryon Mode actually is a lie, and Kurama just does this, and it costs him his life. Like, for all we know, Kurama just used the 8 inner dates. That's it. Like...
Well, but yeah, exactly. The thing that's extra weird about this is the fact that Baryon Mode times out. Naruto, in the anime and manga, he just doesn't pass out, and he's just fine, and Kurama's just fine. And then later on, after Borushiki, then he passes out. He's like, congratulations, we defeated Ishiki. Like, he's giddy, he's excited, he's happy. By the way, I reread this chapter and like next chapter. Dude, this is derailing, but oh my god, this stuff is freaking good, okay? The tension, the characters, everything about this is just so much better. I can't believe it. Like, you get Ishiki laughing, it's so demonic, because he's won, he's got his way, and then everyone's reaction, they actually show it, they slow it down. Freaking, the thing with like the ninjutsu and like the countdown and him coming out, oh my god, it means so much, bro. I'm telling you. And then him hugging Kawaki, bro, and he's telling him like this is reality. Like they're doing so much at the same time. It's so good.
No, literally, like, and I honestly, because we were like, I know some people. I had heard that Aiden and Damon were Kishimoto original characters or whatever, but I still get the suspicion that at least a lot of the Code arc, as well as the rest of the Ishiki arc here, is just following Kodachi's script that he had already written out.
You can just
because
tell.
it just feels different.
Yeah,
it feels like there was this, even in the Code arc, like specifically
up until the end of like the code battle. Like, so like chapter 67 or 66, really. It just feels like there was a story being told and there was a lot of closure there. From chapter 67 onward, you could argue is maybe where they left off of Kodachi stuff, because I do think that's when it starts to shift a little bit. The weird explanation out of nowhere, chapter 67. Was that really Kodachi's writing? And then you have the finale with Code's second invasion there. But like,
Whoa.
this is just different.
Literally peak. Like, I'm telling you, dude, the ninjutsu. It's like, and then he hugs him, bro. The whole father-son like, bro, this panel in particular is better than all of Two Blue Vortex.
You know what's crazy?
So what they talk about, what are you doing? You think you're a ninja now? Lord Seventh took me in as a student. He said, I have a knack for it. You can't become a ninja. In fact, you shall not be anything else either, other than a life that'll be snuffed out to become my vessel. He taught me a lot of other things too. I was empty, but he gave me a reason to live. And to what end? Thanks to that right hand he gave you, I found you, and thanks to the affection he gave you, you let yourself be caught. That's reality. You don't understand a thing. Oh my god, the double layer meaning here in reference to both this and the fact that he's holding a shadow clone and he doesn't realize what reality is, he's blind to it. Bro, there's so much going on here. I'm telling you, a world without Lord Seventh has no worth to me. I'd rather be dead. That's what I'm saying. He gives him the Karma Sill. And then his laugh. Bro. And then just everyone's reaction. Like, he's one. Like, you get Naruto's reaction as he's laughing. It's so good. Like, they just do so much here. And then Kawaki's reaction, bro. Ishiki just looks good, by the way. Like, Ishiki just looks good. Like, look at this. Look at all the detail.
The detail, I know, dude. It's crazy.
It's unbelievable. The eye, even. Like, it's so good. And his reaction, like, oh my god, bro, there's no way. There's no shot. So good. Stomps
The
down
Shiki
Shadow
fight's
Cloak
also really good because I used a couple of scenes well I shouldn't say used, but for fixing Inochi's death video that I started to write out a little bit of, I compared, because we already talked about one aspect with like the remember the Naruto Sasuke scene with Haku with all the panels. You know what I'm talking about? So there's that aspect. Another thing I was comparing to this, so basically, never mind previous chapters. Never mind the build up to it in previous chapters. Let's just focus on what they could have done in this chapter, all things considered. And there's a couple scenes I made comparisons with, but two good ones are actually right here. The countdown scene and then Kawaki versus Borushiki, when you see like Kawaki, the countdown scene, like Kawaki's having a flashbacks while the scene's playing on real time. So it's going back and forth as he's hyperventilating, progressively breathing harder and harder before he makes his decision to show up. Or Kawaki versus Borushiki's beating his ass, and then Kawaki starts to recall memories of Boruto and like basically what Boruto means to him before Kawaki decides to set himself on fire to stop Borushiki because of his love for his brother. And they could have done similar things with the Inoji thing, is as he's watching Himawari get her ass beaten by Jura, Inoji, throughout this fight, we'd see him like progressively get madder and madder, but more importantly, he has flashbacks to some memories of him and Himawari that mean something to Inoji. So just easy ones, maybe. If you see them drawing together, Himawari says like, thank you, Inoji, for being my big bro. Or whatever, I'm making up shit. But the point is, they have these memories of them together. And like the last one would be Inoji saying, I'll protect you, Himawari. Before he finally, also, by the way, I know we should wait on this, but like, shouldn't Inoji have died protecting Himawari? Like he said, like cash in on that instead of him just like randomly dying. Like, he didn't even die protecting Himawari. He just died. But anyway, I would have him die protecting Himawari too.
We'll get
And
to
then
orienting.
on Himawari's end, you get the Naruto Sasuke thing where there's like a bunch of panels. We add some new ones. So there's like, instead of the 5 Inojin saw, Himawari's gonna see like 10. And this is from Himawari's perspective. And then you add the glass shatter effect. She sees that and then it shatters. It's gone. Inojin's dead. That's just a simple way of putting it. But yeah, that would just be so much better. And that alone would give you some reason to care. Because even like this Kawaki one, obviously we already know that Jigen abused him and all, but that was a made-up flashback, essentially. Like, we never experienced that Kawaki hiding from Jigen scene. They just threw that in and it made sense. They can just do that with Himawari and Inojin, but at least it gives you something to care about, a reason to feel some type of way.
It's literally just the execution, bro. I'm telling you. Like, because Ishiki's not talking about reality every other sentence. They're just bringing up this chapter, and they're fully resolving that within this chapter. This is your reality. That's the point of this chapter, bro. It's so good, and it's actually tying in with things rather than like the Uzuhiko chapter, which is just a chapter dedicated like its own thing, its own themes or whatever, but like it doesn't tie into anything. It's not an overarching story. It's just random. It's just out of nowhere. Same with this Inojin nonsense, bro.
Exactly.
I'm telling you. It's also just the paneling itself, literally. Like, it's using so many different panels to tell such a compelling story. You get Ishiki's reaction here to the Karma Seal going away. Ishiki's reaction to Kawaki himself. Then, like, Ishiki falling apart, his reaction to that. Ishiki's reaction to the situation, and then you get a panel of Kawaki coming out, Ishiki's reaction to Kawaki coming out. We don't need this. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't add anything, but it's so good. You get another panel of Kawaki coming out.
And it does add something.
Well, that's not what the point. That's not that. You know what I mean. Anyways, we get a panel of Kawaki here. If this was like Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, they would have had the same panel. They would have combined these two panels. They just would have had this Shadow Doppelganger Jutsu panel, like bubble, in this panel right here. Instead, they have this panel for this impact. Then they have a separate panel for the close-up of Kawaki saying it for another secondary impact. These two are combined, yet separate. The fact that they have so many panels, again, Ishiki's reaction, Naruto's reaction, Ishiki's reaction again, Kawaki's panel again. Like, they're doing so much, but none of these are wasted panels. They might not be continuing the story forward in every single panel, but they're needed for the freaking impact to tell the story.
It's crazy though, because
reaction, and
I actually kind of forgot how many panels were in this part, because a common thing I've noticed from what I've read the Naruto manga is Naruto does even more panels than this, by the way. Like, it's even more extreme, but Kishimoto will use that page. Instead of putting 4 panels, he's got 8.
Exactly.
But like, even this is way more than they've been doing. Now it just feels like it's just like, I know it's not actually this, but it feels like it's just 1 panel per page.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Like, here's just 4, but they're actually doing things with each of these panels. Like, this panel alone, you could cut this out, but this panel makes speculation, at the very least. Well, did Ishiki do something in this panel? We don't know. Let's talk about it.
Now, also, now go pull up freaking Boruto versus Kawaki.
I guess Viz would just be easiest. Well, too late. Bro, I'm bad at pulling up chapters, by the way. I hope you realize that.
Choose Viz. I was gonna say
Shut
this is free.
Viz sucks. You know it sucks.
I know, but
yeah.
This panel's for the dialogue, but then when they're not talking.
Bro, it's so funny. Look at how big this panel is for a close-up of an eye, with like 80% of the panel being speed lines. There's nothing else in this panel. Just it's like taking up like half of the page in terms of width just for the eye randomly. It's like, again, comparing it to this, You get the same eye, but like it takes up like a 12th of the size.
Yeah.
Eye different size. It's crazy. So
They also just spent like like way more time with like freaking Kashi and Koji versus Ishiki. Never mind Kashi and Koji versus Jigen, but Kashi and Koji versus Ishiki. Like that's way more than like Boruto versus Kawaki.
Yeah.
Or Boruto versus Code. Like
By the way, I love freaking. This is slightly unrelated, but still just great. This line in general, again, slightly unrelated, but I think it's this line, yeah. I'll give you. Okay. Looks like my life's run out. Again, this is Ishiki freaking winning, and the audience doesn't know that he hasn't lost yet. Dude, this is like the audience feels crushed and defeated, and he's rubbing it in not just the character's face, the audience's face, and it's freaking the greatest. Looks like my life's run out. You were so close. Heh. So all the effort they've done is completely wasted. We feel crushed at this moment. I'll give you credit for pushing me this far, despite being a lesser species. I thought this line was interesting. Ishiki doesn't look any differently on these people who technically proved him wrong, but not really, because he still won in the end. But the point is, he still looks at them as inferior creatures. Even after all this, they're still inferior creatures. I think that's interesting.
Mhm.
He didn't change in any regard. In fact, you could argue this is why he lost, considering he's looking at Kawaki in the same manner.
yeah.
But he loses to Ninja.
To
But
an
the point is,
extent,
he
yeah.
was
So
pushed,
this definitely plays into that. But
but from lesser creatures.
even when he was getting beaten by Baryon Mode Naruto, it's you inferior creature or scrap you lesser species. It's all like he never stopped saying it.
During it, that's different because that's more of an emotional response. This is after the fact. Not only is it more logical because he's not freaking out right now, but he's literally won. So he has no reason to,
Well,
But again, he's won. So why would he say they're equals? Him winning would confirm his beliefs that they
he
are
won
lesser
in
than
the
him.
fact that he was able to actually implement the Karma Seal. But he was freaking killed, bro. Like, the fact that they were so
but-
close in the first place, that should make them not inferior creatures. He's giving them credit.
Yeah.
For pushing me, a superior creature, this far, despite being in lesser creatures. Like, you'd think he'd be like, man, you know what?
yeah,
I was wrong. Like, I still won, but I'll give you credit. Yeah, you guys aren't inferior creatures after all. My bad.
Yeah,
I still
but
win, but
he wasn't forced to accept that reality yet. Anyway.
well, I think even now he hasn't. Like, he still lost, but he still views them as inferior creatures.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's still after the fact.
It's just like Momoshiki. He hasn't like accepted it.
Ishiki is a little bit different, but yeah. What I mean by the original way not oh my god, this is a long time ago, my bad, Jay Turner. What I mean by the original way not working is because from what I know about Tell Beast, is they either get removed from the host or dies with the host. In both cases, the Tell Beast is free. I mean, as far as we know, Kurama was free. We don't know if Kurama just wasn't free. Himawari is the first case of a Tell Beast dying and reformed already inside a new host. Well, prove he was already inside Himawari. We don't know if that's true.
He says that much.
He doesn't know anything.
No, Kurama literally was like surprised that he reformed in Himawari.
Yeah, he doesn't
He
know
didn't,
anything.
Like, bro, he knows too much.
Besides the point.
I mean, he is canonically a liar at this point, so
There you go. Plus, reformed doesn't matter to me if the chakra didn't go to Himawari at first anyways. The reason why it went to Himawari in the end, that's a different argument. But I think the chakra is just out and about. Himawari is the first case of a Toby sign.
Well, it shouldn't have been though. That's the point. That Chakra should have not existed because of Baryon Mode. The only reason it should just be in Himawari is if Himawari just had it to begin with.
Oh yeah, wasn't I saying something before I got derailed with how good the Boruto manga was? I think it was the fact that like the Kurama just didn't do it the way that he was supposed to, because like Baryon Mode ran out. Like Baryon Mode runs out once one or both of our lives run out. That's also just a lie. Kurama lived like another like 10 minutes.
No, I know. Like
if you can't turn the form off, Naruto should have just stayed in Baryon Mode until Kurama died. But then also,
so why did Kurama die? It's like
Kurama
if you
didn't
just
even
turn it off, then
Kurama didn't even start dying until 10 minutes after the form turned off. Like, you'd think, at the very least, he would have been, like, slowly evaporating the entire time.
yeah,
He wouldn't have started evaporating after the form ran out. It would have been during the form running out. Since the beginning. I don't get it.
yeah, it's.
But again, the fact that the entire
wasn't
body
really-
went away, that's sort of evidence that it's pure chakra, but anyway. The episode with
I think it is pure
Kawaki's-
chakra.
Yeah. The episode with Kawaki's traumatic flashback and him prevailing at the end is my favorite Boruto episode. It's so beautiful. I don't know about favorite, but it's really good.
Which one is he referring to?
The one episode where we see Kid Kawaki. Oh, we see more than one
Do we see
episode.
Kid
The one episode with Kid Kawaki.
So what do you say at the end of it though?
That it's beautiful.
Him prevailing at the end. That's the problem.
Listen, you're thinking about it too
So,
hard.
okay, is him prevailing at the end not? And the problem is, he says the episode with Kawaki's traumatic flashback and him prevailing at the end is my favorite Boruto episode. Kawaki does not prevail at the end of the Kawaki flashback episode with Kawaki's dad.
Kamui. Prevailing is subjective.
Bro didn't- yeah, getting adopted by Jigen, that was a real victory on.
It is in Millennium
That's why I
Kage's
thought maybe
eyes.
he meant. I think he means.
Well,
the
he said episode, not
of
episodes.
The chapter we're referring to.
Well, do you know?
No, I think he's referring to what we were just talking about. The traumatic flashback, I think, is the countdown scene.
I didn't realize we were reading Boruto manga episodes. It's an interesting read we're doing with these episodes.
In fact, it's not only in the anime, it's even more in the anime.
But
yes, actually,
Kawaki-
I am watching Boruto to Blue Vortex as we speak. That is the anime I am watching. Boruto to Blue Vortex. The anime.
Ikimoto's impact panels were so good up until the end of the code arc, then his sense of visual storytelling go away with little creativity. Bro, again, it's funny because everyone hated Ikimoto's art up until now, it feels like, and now is where we're the ones hating Ikimoto's art. What's good, famous?
Yeah, it's because Boruto's time skip design is just so peak. He's just so good that everything else is good.
Bro, people talk about that for like
bro.
2 months. It's crazy.
They're still talking about his design.
I remember complaining about the fact that like, are we really stooping this low to where this is all we have to talk about? For several streams in a row, like, guys, what are we doing? I couldn't believe it, bro. Unbelievable. Kawaki's art from start to finish is the peak of Boruto thus far. Hot take, I know. Oh yeah, that's the hottest take I've ever heard. Not hot take at all. That's obvious. Kawaki carries the show. What's the topic currently? It's about Kawaki. There you go. Famous Jinchuriki. Oh wait, I meant the flashback with the goldfish. Oh, I got it right. And I'm appearing at the end as the shadow. Oh, never mind. Those are 2 different episodes.
Bro, he literally. I said it exactly. I told you.
Wait, so what you think? Okay, anyways. So back to the topics. So yeah, so Baryon mode is like 2 in 1. It's like merged. So like infinite Baryon mode. There's your reason. My chakra and
No, but
your
again, though, I feel
chakra
like
are serving as
it's
the channel.
weird though because like Himawari's chakra in the case should just be Baryon mode chakra at all time. She might bring out more of it when she uses the form. It's just like her. It's like Naruto and Konoha Crush when he just starts going ah, and he starts just generating a massive amount of chakra. He's just using Naruto's chakra, but more of it. So in this case, that would apply to Himawari. But if that's the case, the chakra detection team should be picking up this Baryon mode Himawari Kurama chakra, not just Himawari's chakra.
So you're gonna
In
love
fact-
this. What if the reason it's not Baryon mode chakra is because the 2 chakras are combined, so there's only 1 chakra, and you need 2 chakras to serve to make Baryon mode?
But then it's not Baryon mode. Like, so which is it? Is it Baryon mode or not?
Yeah, the point is that like Naruto and Kurama's chakra were separated, which is how they could combine their chakra to make Baryon mode. But if Himawari and Kurama's chakra are combined, then they can't combine it to make Baryon mode.
So then is it already Baryon mode or not? Like,
We're moving on. Okay, so I've thought about this. You're gonna love this. So, are tailed beast bombs Baryon mode?
I know exactly why you're saying that. And to some extent, maybe they should be, but I think the difference though is mixing versus so combining sounds like the same thing. So the way I want to rephrase it is merging. I feel like merging the chakras
I feel like that's what
comes
tailed beast
across
bomb
different
does.
from mixing the chakras.
It's the
but-
80-20 split ratio.
At
It's
the
literally
same
heavy.
time, though,
The-
it's
the-
weird because
The red and blue
Adrian
chakra go
Oster's
into it and make a
chakra
black chakra.
mixed
It's a third
to make
thing.
Madara's Renegon manifest. So like,
I mean, just with this
what's the
explanation,
difference?
again, it's the red and blue chakra. So he's saying my chakra, the red chakra, and your chakra, the blue chakra, are serving as the kernels. I would consider the Telbeast ball a kernel to produce a whole other new type of energy. I would consider the Telbeast ball a other type of energy and new type of energy. It's a black ball.
But why doesn't it like shave off life force? when
So
it
here's the
hits?
thing, you're gonna love this because again, I already thought about this. It does, because like it's destructive. Like if it's just a blob of chakra, it shouldn't be nearly as destructive as it is. So the fact that it's that explosive, again, like nuclear fusion, it's exploding like nuclear fusion. And whenever someone dies to a tailed beast ball, what if it's because their life force was shaved off?
Who has died from a tail beast ball?
Well, I mean, Nagato or Pain was hit by one and died pretty soon after. Think about it.
Orochimaru?
Like, Shikaku
Well, he's immortal,
died
so
of
he
it
doesn't-
pretty quickly. Inoichi died of it pretty soon after
What
being
about
hit.
Ao then?
Like, I'm telling you, like, what if it's just because it's Baryon mode? They're being hit with pure
does Ao
Baryon
just
mode
have
chakra.
Did Ao have a really long lifespan? Like, that's actually why he lived. His lifespan was just so long that we never got to see his Baryon mode death.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, it's an explosion that kills you because it's Baryon mode. Just is.
Let's bring that up to Immortal and Mellow and
All
see
right,
what
I'm
they
gonna leave
say.
that. Oh crap! I already deleted it. Can I undelete it? I don't think I can. Well, I can restate it. Okay. Is Tailed Beast Bombs Baryon mode? Okay. So I was thinking about this the other day. I think I was like underestimating the durability of tailed beast balls. So like, for example, so I wrote, it's easier to kill a person than it is to detonate a Biju bomb. So I think if you went up and just poked a Biju bomb, it's not exploding. So my evidence for this is air friction in general. The fact that it's being launched as fast as it is, I feel like it would just detonate in midair if that was the case. Or, based on all the energy it makes shaking the ground, launching rubble up into the air, it's gotta be constantly hitting pebbles and stuff on the way, and those are rocks, and it's being launched fast. So it's being launched, let's say at like 100 miles an hour, into stone. Like, I'm just saying, like, if Kamui had a kunai and you just tried to stab the Biju bomb, I don't know if it's detonating. Because, like, especially in the Warwick with the Tin Tails Biju bomb, Shikamaru and the rest, Shikadir and the rest of the idiots that made small rock walls to try and somehow stop the Biju bomb. First of all, if it explodes right there, it's next to you. You're having it explode early next to you instead of letting it travel in the distance to explode possibly far away from you.
Yeah,
You're just
that's just funny. Yeah, because what if it really did just like detonate off of any touch?
Like, that Biju bomb hit not just one, but like 100 different rock walls and just didn't detonate.
Yeah, they really took a gamble with that actually, because like
it could have gone bad. It's so stupid. I don't get what they were trying to do. Like, if anything, the 4 Crimson Ray formation trying to catch it in that at like precise timing it, that could have been cool. What they did was just nonsense.
Well, the point,
I know, it's like change the angle, I think, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, how'd that turn out for? Why are they assuming it's gonna change the angle instead of just detonate though? That's the problem.
Yeah, what if this would have been crazy, but what if like that just caused Shikaku's death? Like it changed the angle so that it hit headquarters. That'd be crazy.
Oh
The weight of Shikamaru's like that was Shikamaru's plan and it killed Stead. Wait.
I mean, technically Shikamaru succeeded in a way. He diverted it away from the battlefield. That's what he was trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah, so he successfully killed his dad. It wasn't a failure, it was a success.
Yes.
But he did kill his dad.
Okay. Next. We'll come back to that. I'll come back to that too. Oh, we gotta do that one title. Okay, not do that.
Okay. I forgot what that title even was.
Okay, is there any more 2-in-1 or Baryon Mode shenanigans I've written down so we can get that out of the way first? Get that. I don't even remember why I wrote this down. I gotta show this on screen. This is too funny. I just randomly insulted you with the stupidest insult. Okay. Kamui is the type of guy to see a pregnant woman having a food craving and think it's because the baby wants to eat that. You're that type of guy, Kamui. That's how you think.
And what led you to that?
In regards to this conversation, I think it was in regards to one of the conversations we had. Just how you think. Just comparing it to whatever else I was thinking of at the time. It's gotta be referencing.
That's true.
That inside, right? Bro, that's so funny. The baby inside just like, no, I want a donut. Don't eat that. You're that type of guy. What
Wait,
can I
no,
say?
that wasn't a thing. You didn't know that's a thing.
Okay. Moving on. Because I assume you want to move on from that, right?
Yeah, unless you want to plan a troll with it.
If you want to, we can.
If you want to gaslight Freak Game into that being a real thing. This freaking has a kid.
You know what? I'll write it down. Free game troll. Pregnant women's have cravings because the baby wants that food. There we go. Okay. So, moving on. See if there's any more Himawari nonsense. I'm sure I had more. So much nonsense we've written down. Okay.
You think
there's a lot more
Kurama has
chapters
to lose
now.
baby teeth?
Does Kurama even have teeth? Or does he just have chakra?
I mean, true. They're chakra teeth. No, why does Sweet Getsu have shark teeth anyway? Same with like Zabuza.
So what if he just used the kunai and just sharpened his teeth? Just ruined the nerves in his
Is that
mouth,
what-
and it just hurts constantly?
Is that what the seven ninja swordsmen do? They just like take their swords and sharpen their teeth just because.
I mean, the real answer is because of his forbidden jutsu, but, you know.
What is Zabuza's forbidden jutsu?
To be fair with Zabuza, we see a kunai in his mouth, so it applies more so to him than anyone.
Okay.
So there you go.
Then what is the forbidden jutsu of the helmet splitter guy? Jinin Akabino.
Well, what if an explosion one time just knocked out his teeth, but only half of each tooth?
I thought you were gonna say maybe like those are just dentures. Like
Why would I say
because all his
that?
teeth were knocked out.
Why would you think I was gonna say that?
Because all of his teeth were knocked out from the explosion.
No, but like I'm thinking about like if the explosion happened to the left side of his body, then all his teeth would be hurt from the left side, and so you just remove the left side of each tooth. That's how that would work. Duh. It would only work in that way, and no other way could it work.
It also comes at an angle because otherwise he would just have skinny teeth, not sharp teeth. But
It was the bottom left angle and then the bottom right angle. It was a third of his tooth on each time. Okay, so I don't have any more 2-in-1 or Baryon Mode nonsense, but I got a lot more other nonsense. Okay, so first of all, going back to affinity. Let me find the affinity stuff in this chapter. I don't know where it is. You know I don't know where anything ever is, so. I'm assuming you don't know exactly where it is. Well, you probably do.
I have no idea.
Okay. There's the venue. Most important is accepting. Probably. Oh, you know, it's probably later on. Well, maybe not this late. Here they have a high
Actually, real
affinity.
quick, I know this is kind of a distraction,
Yeah.
but Gene's animal. Can we look at that again
Where is it?
at the end before he like near the one that gets destroyed?
Okay.
But that's ugly. What is that?
It doesn't have back legs. What if he's trying to
supposed to be like
draw
a
Kurama
tiebreaker?
there? Or no, this is symbolic because
Just
Himawari
looks
has bad
wrong.
art, so he's trying to use bad art to save Himawari. Maybe this is why Himawari rages. It wasn't because of Inojin. It was because of bad art being stabbed. Inojin
maybe-
put a lot of love into that drawing.
He tried so hard to make it ugly.
I mean, as we learned through like Naruto and the art competition, the bad art is the prettiest because it's the feelings that go into the art, and his feelings are trying to protect Himawari here. I think that narratively works
Yeah, Naruto
considering
would
the
be so
size
proud.
of the tree that stops both. You get one little tiny stab that stops Inojin, whereas this one, it makes like it forces Jura's hand to create like 5 different spikes.
Yeah, no, he was like, "Oh man, I wasn't expecting to have to work this hard."
Jura's giving these credits to these inferior creatures. He didn't expect to get this close.
Yeah, he's like, "Damn, you really are powerful." It's not just your teamwork; it's your artwork too.
If all chakras connected, he can really feel that. Feel the love he put in.
Yeah, Jura. That's what Jura was talking about with the aesthetics. He was like, "No, I mean that Inojin puts so much love into these. It's just so aesthetically pleasing how much love is there."
Maybe this is why he killed Inojin, because the moment he stabbed the ink beast, he did like a Ninshu realm mind communication, and he just got all his answers he could have ever got from Inojin. It's like, I don't need you anymore. I already got my answers. And killed him.
Yeah.
But back to actual
Maybe he didn't like
topics.
Inojin's answer. He didn't like the Inojin answer. He's like, "Ugh, no, I don't want that. You die."
Crazy. Okay. So Kushina is rare among the Uzumaki. She is the 1% of the 1%, and Himawari has more affinity. I think that's nonsense.
Well, again, so we don't know like the reasoning behind the affinity, of
Yes.
course, but it's what. First of all, what about the Uzumaki would just give them affinity to Kurama's chakra? Well, we have no idea. Now, by the same question, what about the Hyuga would do the same? The difference with this, though, is at least one of this. Kurama didn't say this in regards to the affinity, but he said in regards to him being in Himawari in general. But if you want to apply it to the affinity, the combination of Hyuga and Uzumaki is something Kushina obviously doesn't have. So that could just play into that part.
There was a comment I made about this in particular, but I don't see it. It would not be this high up. I guess I didn't screenshot it. See if I can find it really quick, I guess. I made it today. I don't know where I would have made it though. Freaking so many comments. I don't want to look for long. Oh, is this it? Nope. Would it be on... I feel like it would be on this Baryon Mode video though. No, I don't know where it was. Well, I don't think there's a way to search either. Actually, maybe I can search. Let me try. Can't I go to like... yeah, this. That's so good.
What do you want to do?
Are you looking at my screen, by the way?
I wasn't, but I can.
Is there a way to search? Search.
Okay.
Kushina. So is this going to show my comments? Yeah.
It is now.
Oh, this
So,
must be it because it's a long
I
one.
would assume so.
Okay. I think this is it. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So, in response to... Okay, this is a comment freaking thread right here. Well, I guess we'll read the whole thread. She has affinity because he's Naruto's... because he's, Himawari, the guy. He's Naruto's daughter. Naruto has a monstrous... Naruto has a monstrous chakra genes. A monstrous chakra genes.
Yeah.
She's Naruto and
has a
Kurama's
monster chakra
daughter.
gene.
You knew the moment I saw this, I was triggered.
Yeah, Himawari, the guy,
Yeah.
Kurama's daughter.
Next comment. Maybe a result of having a parent being a perfect Jinchuriki during conception. Have we ever before seen a child of a perfect Jinchuriki at the same tail beast before? By the way, this is an explanation that I'd be fine with. Not really fine, but like more than other explanations. Is that we've never seen a male Jinchuriki go through conception. We've only seen female Jinchurikis, but I don't like that still. Because Kagura. So. Or...
Well, you mean Kagura's dad?
Whatever. Maybe just being the child of any Jinchuriki means better affinity, blah blah. I hate that. Reveal Naruto from the jump had better affinity than Kushina. Yeah,
No,
I don't
actually,
think that's the
speaking of
case.
Kagura, this
Yeah,
is goofy. It's not
totally
at
not.
all what's implied. But what if the actually Kagura's like Blood Mist Village feelings that he gets, those aren't actually what he thinks it is. That's actually just Isobu's feelings. So he actually just it's actually
I
just
love that.
Isobu's past of hating humans. That's what Kagura is feeling.
That's great. Oh my god.
So it is.
Kind of works.
If we force it to be.
Yeah. So first of all, so this guy makes a claim, or well, not a claim, but like, so he basically says, Naruto from the jump had better affinity than Kushina. Do you think this is true? It's pure speculation, but what do you think? Who had better affinity with Ninetales? Do you think it was Naruto or Kushina?
I mean, it depends on what affinity actually means in this case. Because, like, Kushina has a better ability to control Kurama with her powers and chakra. But Naruto might have a better affinity to cooperate with Kurama. And I think I would probably say both of those. I think Kushina is better adapted to controlling Kurama, whereas Naruto's affinity is better adapted to cooperating with Kurama.
But it's not about the individual, it's about their chakra.
Even still, I think their chakras are better for those purposes. I think Naruto's chakra probably just cooperates, amplifies with Kurama better, whereas Kushina's probably restricts and controls Kurama's better.
And Naruto looked like he was struggling to make a tail beast bomb, I'm just saying. Didn't look like his chakra was cooperating at all.
Well, maybe it's because Naruto's chakra was cooperating too well, so he kept getting a 50-50 split instead of the 80-20.
You know what? I'll take that. I will concede if that's actually true. That is hilarious. Naruto didn't have better affinity than Kushina, though.
Cooperating too well.
Okay. But if that's the case, how would Himawari have even better affinity than 50-50 split?
She has 100-100 split.
You know what? At this point, I'll take that as an explanation. I don't care if it makes sense. It doesn't need to make sense. Nothing else makes sense. Just give me the least sensical explanation that I like the most.
Explanation. Just something needs to be explained.
So this is something he says that I don't think has anything to do with affinity. So I say that Naruto wouldn't have better affinity, and he says, or this guy says, why didn't he? Kushina, I don't think that's anything new there, but Kushina wasn't using no KCM, Tell Beast Bombs, Baryon Mode, etc. The moment Naruto befriended Kurama and learned his name, his affinity raised above Kushina. I don't think that can happen because it's related to like the chakra. Like I don't think affinity has to do with
Kurama
KCM or
is
Tell Beast Bomb or
saying
Baryon Mode,
that the
etc.
chakra had the supposed affinity.
Yeah, so he's saying that because
Not
Naruto
that-
went further with doing things with Kurama, that means he has better affinity because he has more abilities. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, I think it's about like their potential to. So like obviously Naruto has gone further than anything Himawari has done with Kurama, but the point is, what is Himawari's potential?
Exactly. Well, I don't like the
based
word
on their
potential based
affinities,
on
like-
another argument I have with someone else, but
Well, the point is
They
like
were
the
using it wrong.
potential for what they can do because of their chakra affinity. Like
I see it as a
so, like,
passive thing because it's based with the chakra,
Well,
so
the
it's
way
from
I-
the beginning.
the way I was thinking of it is kind of like the whole 1+1 doesn't equal 2 with Naruto and Sasuke. Their teamwork's like exponential. So the reason I'm bringing that up is like if Kushina plus Kurama is 1+1 equals 2, but Naruto plus Kurama is 1+1 equals 3, but Himawari is 1+1 equals 4 because of the affinities aspect, if that makes sense.
Well, let's put it this way. Let's just say Boruto era Naruto and Sasuke are just as strong as they were, but they just had slightly worse teamwork. Their affinity together is still like good, and it still gets them as far as
But
they
it's not
do.
as good.
But like someone compared to like Ino Shika Cho, let's just say their affinity is perfect. But they're not going as far or doing as much as Naruto and Sasuke despite having better affinity, because Naruto and Sasuke just surpassed that in terms of strength in general.
Exactly, because their unaffinity aspects are so far beyond that doesn't matter. The point is just what does their cooperation amount to, proportionately speaking? That's why I use the 1+1 equals 2 thing.
Proportionately speaking. Yeah, that changes it entirely. I like that.
Yeah, it's just like for every unit of Himawari, or if Himawari has 100 units of chakra, her plus Kurama might equal 1,000. In Naruto's case, he might have 900 units of chakra, and him plus Kurama equals, for making this extreme, only 1,100. Their affinity is clearly not as good, but at the end of the day, the total was still greater than Himawari's, at least at the time.
Yeah. So he continues by saying Naruto spread half of Kurama's chakra between hundreds of his homies during the war. Was Mama pulling feats like that? And that's just the most blatantly ridiculous statement I've ever seen, because that's like, we've never seen Goku blow up a planet, therefore he can't. And you don't really know what
For
that
one
means
thing,
exactly.
Kushina wasn't in a position to do that. She didn't have Kurama's
Exactly.
cooperation. They weren't in a war where that was even like an idea.
Well, this is what people have been using for...
and-
I don't know if you've seen in the Naruto community, there's been a drama recently of whether or not Naruto is actually planetary. Because people say, well, we've never seen him blow up a planet. He's never threatened the planet. How is he planetary?
Yeah, the point is just based off what you know, should he be able to if he wants to?
Exactly.
Like, you can estimate, like, yeah, sure, you don't. Well, you can know, like, hypothetically, if Naruto says, oh, I put 1% effort in, and when he blows up a moon, you can say, all right, well, the average planet might not be 100 times bigger than the moon. I don't know if that's true, but let's just assume it is. Then you would be like, all right, he can do it because he's 100 times stronger than that. But anyway, you can estimate, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you can't.
And again, like you said, like Kushina just wasn't in the position to do this anyways. Like if she was, maybe she could have, and even better. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Assuming
we
this
don't
even
know.
has to
Like,
do with
but Kurama
affinity.
does point out, like, Kurama compliments Naruto's affinity and like understanding Kurama's chakra, blah blah blah. But like that doesn't inherently mean Kushina's couldn't have been even better.
Like some of these feats, I don't even think have to do with affinity in the first place. Like spreading Kurama's chakra to other people, I don't think has anything to do with affinity. I don't think that even has to do with Naruto. That's just more like a Kurama feat than anything.
Yeah.
Same with Baryon
This
Mode.
goes to show how much chakra Kurama has.
Baryon Mode, I guess we technically don't know, but like to activate it, it seems like it's just a knowledge-based thing on Kurama's part, and because Naruto not only didn't know how, he didn't know of it, and he doesn't know how to do it. Like he can't just do it himself. So.
Yeah, he can't replicate it as far as we know. We don't know if Naruto physically could do it, or if it's like a too much of a tail beast thing and whatnot. But as far as what we're privy to, Kurama's the only one who knows how to do it and can do it.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I was thinking about, considering Naruto and Kurama's chakra reserve, how long do you think someone just random, like Kiba, could do Baryon Mode for? Would it just be like a second and he just drops dead? Hypothetically.
It depends on what. I guess it really just depends on whether it was actually using, like, I don't know. It's weird because it's like the story makes it like beyond apparent, like to a ridiculous extent, that it's Naruto losing Kurama. Like Kurama has way more chakra than Naruto. Like it's just made so clear after Naruto loses Kurama. Like it's not a debate. And if that's the case, it doesn't feel like Kurama's explanation makes any sense. Because by all rights, Naruto should have run out long before Kurama ever did.
Yeah, I
So,
think
like, what
Naruto could
happened
have more
there?
than Kurama.
But like if Naruto does, then the way they portray the code art just feels like weird.
Well, sure. But it's weird either way. So.
I guess, yeah, weird for different reasons. But they also didn't explain it. It's like Kurama said, yeah, the price is my life, Naruto, not yours, because you have more, like, you didn't realize it, but you have more chakra than me, or something. Like, that would be such an easy explanation for them to do.
I don't know. Hypothetically, if Naruto was taught how to activate the Baryon mode, do you think it's the user who activates it? Like, if Naruto activated instead of Kurama, would just Naruto die and not Kurama? And in that case, I guess Kurama would die anyways because he's inside Naruto, but you get the point.
I do think it is the user, whoever activates it. Based off what we're getting, at least, the user dies.
Okay. Interesting. Going back to like the how long could Kiba maintain Baryon mode, I think it also depends on if you think, or if you do think it, how much of a factor it plays into the ignition cost. So how much the startup cost takes compared to just having it on. So it goes back to like the whole thing of like, should you turn your car off at a red light? Or how long should the light be red to justify turning your car off? Because it takes more gas to turn your car on than it would for the seconds it takes to turn your car on in terms of the gas usage. You get what I'm saying? Like, and I think that is a case you can make, because when you activate Baryon mode in both the anime and the manga, it just makes a one-time explosion of power, energy, whatever, and then that explosion's not a constant thing. It's not constantly exploding Baryon mode. And so
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say there's a big burst of power that happens immediately. So it depends on, first of all, like that burst of power, Kiba might not able to even do the burst of power in the first place. So I don't even know if Kiba even has the ability to activate it in the first place.
Yeah, would he just die?
Yeah, but then it's like, how much is that ignition cost? Even in terms of like Naruto, like is it 30%? Is it 10%, 5%, 1%? I don't know. Maybe more. It's crazy, but there you go. Hypothetically, if it's like 99%, if Naruto just had a little bit more chakra, maybe he could maintain the form for like hours.
Yeah.
Like he did the hard part, just activating it. He's just running on 1% chakra at that point.
That's hilarious. That just is the hard part. Like Baryon Mode Naruto is actually like just infinitely stronger like for those first 5 seconds when it's activated. I mean, he does look it, especially in the anime. Like,
I wonder, this is stupid. This isn't the case. This isn't the case, but I'm gonna wonder anyways. I wonder if the conviction to sacrifice your life is a requirement for life-draining jutsu such as Baryon Mode or the Reaper Death Seal. Like, what if, like, you're like, alright, I'm gonna use it, but I refuse to offer my life, and the Reaper comes, I'm like, sorry, Reaper, I don't want to die. What's the Reaper do? So just take your life anyways?
he just kills you. Yeah. I don't think that's well, like you said, I don't think that is an option because like the point is the 8th gate of death, whether you want to die or not, it just is going to kill you.
But like
and then
when you go into it, you're
the Reaper it
convicted
just
to
is
die.
going to kill you.
But because you think you're gonna die, you're activating it thinking you're gonna die. So what if Naruto
Yeah,
just
but the Reaper
told
is just gonna
Kurama,
kill you
nah,
anyway.
don't do it, I don't want to die. And then Kurama's like, oh, well, we're left with no other option, so I'm just gonna do it anyways. In that case.
But he just died. He's like, sorry, you're dying.
What's even worse if Naruto actually just didn't have enough chakra to face down Ishiki, so like he dies on the way over to Ishiki.
It's so little chakra that it he just dies. Like, oh, never mind, Kurama. Kurama's like, shit, I thought we were gonna last at least like 2 minutes.
Damn, Naruto, I didn't realize you were spamming that many Rasengan.
Yeah.
But getting back to the comment, KCM is murky water if it has to do with affinity. Like, I could see it either way. But it's like, at least KCM won. Naruto's just tug of war siphoning, stealing the chakra from Kurama, so I don't feel like it has anything to do
there's
with
no
affinity.
affinity there. He's just using, he's not mixing, he's literally just using Kurama's chakra.
Yeah. Then tell Beast Bomb we already talked about. It could just be Baryon Mode. So, I don't know, it might have to do with affinity. It's what you could unironically make the strongest case for. But then I do this long reply. Again, we don't know what affinity means, but I'm making this long reply anyways. I don't know if I'll read it all, but we'll see. Naruto only locked all of that in the first place because of Kushina, lol. Especially in reference to like KCM, which gave him also access to the Biju Bomb, which allowed the point where he could activate Baryon Mode later on because the world was still alive. Like, if Kushina didn't steal her chakra inside Naruto, Naruto's not getting KCM, because he's just losing the tug of war.
Oh yeah, literally. Like, Naruto just loses without Kushina.
Yeah. So I'm not going to give that Naruto's better affinity than Kushina, based on the fact that he has KCM, which he unlocked via Kushina.
Yeah, literally. And B, too. But it's mostly Kushina.
This is my explanation of the 1% of the 1%. So Uzumaki were chosen as good containers for the Ninetales. Naruto is half Uzumaki at best. I say at best because that's assuming Kushina is full-blooded Uzumaki in the first place, which we don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, but she presumably is. But yeah, and so then it gets into the question of, okay, so why are the Uzumaki chosen? Is it because of affinity, or is it because of control, or is that basically the same thing?
Or the tenacious life force, or because they have a lot of chakra.
Yeah, I mean, it's implied, like, it's Kushina implies it's because she just has a powerful chakra capable of, handling the Ninetales. Nothing more, but they can easily change it after the fact to say, oh, it's actually their affinity. But then why do they have this affinity?
But
I mean,
again, if
which
they
is
do
interesting
that,
given
this isn't going to make sense.
that tweet I found. Remember that tweet I found where Kishimoto allegedly is just going to talk more about the Uzumaki clan, apparently.
Yeah.
Do you want me to talk about?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
The one.
Where I said it's
Yeah.
gonna be about Ashina,
So maybe we will get something.
the one that might be fake, but we'll find out. But again,
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense because okay, so explaining the 1% of the 1%. So the Uzumaki clan is the 1% because they were chosen as good containers for the Nine Tails. So freaking the Uzumaki of all clans is the Uzumaki. They're the 1%. And then Kushina had a special and rare chakra amongst her clan. So she's the 1% of the 1%. So Kushina's already, like, if this is in regards to affinity, she should be, like, by far the strongest affinitized. I don't think Himawari would be the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. So beyond that, Baby Naruto could only house half the Nine Tails. It couldn't store the full thing. I'm sure you agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's an
maybe it
affinity thing
could,
as well.
but it'd be at a greater risk of breaking out.
I don't think it could have. I don't think he even could have, but anyway. Further beyond that, Naruto couldn't use Kurama's power for the first 12 years. And Kurama was actively holding him back in many regards, such as accessible base chakra and chakra control. I'm sure you agree with all that. Again, I'm not saying this has to do with affinity, but it could. I mean, I'm assuming it has a high probability of it. Then
Kurama's
Naruto
affinity
began.
was so good he can mess with Naruto's chakra.
Its affinity is so bad he couldn't control his chakra.
Well, no wonder Himawari's affinity is better than Naruto's then.
Then Naruto began losing his mind at the sprouting of the third tail. That tells me that's not a lot of affinity, especially like perfect Jinchuriki, like B when he goes into the 8 tails, he's still perfectly in control. You could also argue perfect Jinchuriki just have a higher affinity in general, but I don't think that's necessarily the case.
You could also just argue that it's just like because the 8 tails wasn't trying to like do anything, or B just had the control. I think it's a control thing, really. Like B just had that under control.
I don't know, because with Naruto it's
Versus-
weird. So I was thinking about this earlier today. I think the Kurama chakra is sealed in the seal. The seal leaks out whenever Naruto rages. I'm thinking of why does this happen in universe? My explanation is because Naruto's, I could be mixing these two up. I think Naruto's yin chakra is disrupted. I think that's the in-universe explanation.
Well, so just be pedantic. There's no such thing as yin chakra,
Well, you know what I
because yin is just the
But yeah.
yeah, you're saying the spiritual energy. But I mean that would make sense because that's his mind being weak. But does that inherently have to do with it? Not necessarily, but there's at least some logic behind it, because it's like he's mentally weak when he's enraged.
Also kind of makes sense. You could also argue that when the yang chakra is disrupted, you know what I mean, with like the giving the birth.
Yeah, like when he gets physically exhausted as well,
That
the
too, yeah.
chakra. So either one, I mean, so basically the point in that case is essentially Naruto is just overall too weak to contain Kurama, basically. Because if his mental state is too weak or his physical state is too weak, Kurama's chakra has an easier time leaking out. And that would make sense for why, you need a strong vessel, because if the vessel is weak, the tail beast can just break the seal. The seal, to some extent, does rely on the power of the Jinchuriki themselves. We also see this with Kushina's pregnancy. She explains that the energy that normally goes to restraining the tail beast instead is diverted to the growing baby. That's why the seal weakens. So it is reliant on the actual Jinchuriki's chakra too.
Yeah.
So you need more powerful
And
chakra, more
again,
powerful seal, essentially.
I think this makes sense because the seal doesn't just passively work. Kakashi seems to imply that the Jinchuriki just subconsciously actively keeps the seal in check, just maintaining it with their own chakra. Because Kakashi's explanation of, oh, you'd have 100 times more chakra than me if you weren't actively suppressing the Nine Tails, implying Naruto's chakra, his undisrupted chakra, is what's fueling the seal.
Yeah.
It's like if his chakra gets disrupted, it's no longer fueling the seal loosens. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting because I'd never thought about it before, but yeah, I'm glad that we came to this conclusion. The yin chakra is disrupted. I'm just gonna continue saying yin chakra, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it needs, like I said, I don't think it needs to be exclusively the spiritual side. I think the physical side's just
No,
as
the physical side works as well, but I
important in
think
that.
the spiritual side early on works better because it. I don't want to
The
say
spiritual
this,
is just
'cause
the
this
anger
goes.
part.
I know. This goes a
That's
little
like,
bit farther with it. It's almost like Kurama's yin chakra leaks out proportionally wise, because like it's almost like Naruto's not getting the chakra of the fox. He is, but it's more like he's getting the anger of the fox itself rather than his own anger. Especially like at the Three Tails and beyond, where he starts losing his mind. It just feels like it's Kurama's anger more than anything. Again, he's getting more of the chakra, but I don't think the chakra would make him lose his mind. It's not like it's the power of it that's losing his mind. It's because of the anger, in my opinion. It's a little bit weird with like the way Jiraiya explains the 3 to 4 Tails. Because like, why would Naruto be angry? How did Naruto get in there? I think he just loosened the seal, so it doesn't make sense for him to be angry there. So it has to be Kurama's anger.
no. Jiraiya just loosened the seal, and then Kurama's chakra just leaked out a bunch.
That's also weird though, because like, so that means 2 Tails Naruto wasn't angry. I would just love to see that form of Naruto. Just a chillin' 2 Tails form. But like, I would actually see it.
Tails.
I would actually see it though.
Okay. Yeah, like I say, we saw it very briefly against Data.
Cause like, when Naruto gets angry, he's like not even talking anymore when he's at 0 Tails. So I want to see like a happy 2 Tails Naruto just like fighting or training or whatever.
You don't see. There's no such thing as a happy 2 Tails. Bro is almost attacking Kakashi. Like,
that's what I'm saying though. I want to see like a 2 Tails Naruto that's just still in control of his mind and like thinking irrationally and just
the only way we would have seen that is if Naruto just didn't use KCM and he just did what B does.
I know.
Which is weird that he just doesn't do that. Like, why does KCM even exist?
Especially with how strong the 1 Tails was. Like, in that freaking fight against Sasuke, he was making, like, huge hands, almost the size of the statues themselves. It's crazy.
Literally, like, and then you see 4 Tails against Orochimaru and 6 Tails against Pain. It's just like, bro, like, that shit's almost stronger than KCM.
By the way, I'm pretty sure we've talked about this in the past, but I feel like it's more relevant now than ever. Where did the 6 Tails' bones come from? It doesn't sprout out of the body. It falls out of the sky. And it's just like it's levitating around Naruto. It's not connected to him. Those bones are just floating there. Like, I get it's Kurama's bones as he's reforming more into the 9 Tails version. Especially when he turns into the actual 9 Tails at the very end. But, like, it doesn't make sense where the bones just spawn out of. They're just fall.
What's also interesting is how, like, the 8 Tails is like a skinless Kurama, like, or sorry, a hairless Kurama.
I know. So, I guess it makes sense for the bones if you're gonna take the chakra in the anime. What it does, it feels like the 9 Tails chakra falls onto Naruto, is what it looks like in the anime. I don't want to show the clip because like freaking stream's gonna get shut down. Like show 2 seconds of it, but
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
We
it's like as he's transforming, it's almost like purpley chakra, almost. It's like the sky turns dark too. The chakra, it's like a chakra ball just falls down onto him, almost like it's rained on him. Where did it come from? Sure, it's anime only, but like still, it's cool. It looks cool. Still, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why they did it.
I mean, I guess the in-universe explanation, if you had to give one, it could be the Ninetales doing the fear amp onto Pain. And he's just seeing it like that, and it's not actually like that.
Yeah, he's doing the Orochimaru eye thing.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. But so this was me explaining the thing of like the Baryon mode, KCM, blah blah, doesn't really make sense in terms of ability because Kushina had Uzumaki sealing techniques, a big spiral seal in the village, and adamantium chains to hold or to contain Kurama. I don't know why I said held contained, but whatever. Her chakra grew even more powerful over time. We know that because of what the Ambuse and the Minato one-shot. Naruto doesn't. The one seal he does have, he was given, and that seal leaks and loosens over time. At least it wasn't explained that Kushina's seal loosens over time. I don't think it does, and same with Mito. I think their seal just stays the same strength over time.
Yeah, it's tricky because part of the problem is like to some extent Minato wanted Naruto to like get used to Kurama's power, so like it is like designed a particular way.
Plus he has the key. Literally gave it to that one frog. It's weird. You're gonna find this part funny. Naruto is canonically a dunce, whereas Kushina is on a closer wavelength to Kurama. I think that's true.
Yeah, due to the dunce factor or lack thereof.
Yeah. So then affinity, this is me just claiming this, but affinity isn't about who would win in a fight, or who is stronger, or who has access to more abilities. It's about who has chakra that passively works better with Kurama in general. But I think it is
it's like a match type of thing.
Yeah. Put Kushina in Naruto's situation, she does better. Same with Himawari, who doesn't have KCM or Biju bombs, yet stated better affinity than Naruto. So it literally can't be that. It doesn't have those yet. It's like, it literally can't be. It's stated better affinity. So. She's not stronger than Naruto, so clearly something else.
Well,
probably this.
We don't know. Yeah. We're gonna find out she's the strongest in the verse next chapter, probably. But
okay. Back to podcast topics, unless you had one you wanted to bring up. I've done like 5 in a row, I feel like.
No, we can keep going through those.
Okay. You're gonna love this. We've technically already talked about this. And this is more so of it not making sense than me actually asking the question, but what quote-unquote preconceived notions is Asa even talking about?
I love that you used Asa Kawarashi's name in all his glory.
I did write it that way, yes.
It's weird. Does he say that in Viz? The preconceived notions thing?
Let's find out. Is Jura talking? Please stop. It's gonna be before that. Before that. Oh my god, how long ago is it? Okay, should be here. Sensei, your truck has a higher affinity than mine. So get rid of any foolish preconceived biases.
Yeah, so Himawari is biased.
Preconceived bias. It's not preconceived bias, it's preconceived biases. So what multiple bias do you think Himawari preconceived?
She has a lot of them.
So first off, you need to believe in yourself. So this could be one of the biases, is not believing in herself. What other biases could Himawari have that Kurama is referencing? What if the reason her future doesn't look bright either way is because if she believes in herself, that's only doing one of the preconceived biases, not both or more? But based on Himawari's characterization up to this point, what preconceived biases would you say she has?
None. But
I think she's biased towards liking Boruto and Kawaki. That's a bias. She's biased towards wanting to be a ninja now. She's biased towards loving her parents. She's biased towards thinking that she is Himawari.
Alright, well, according to Kurama, Himawari needs to get rid of these biases.
Well, specifically the foolish ones. But foolish is subjective. So which biases does Kurama think is foolish? Not us, but Kurama. Or us, I should say.
Himawari needs to have it, too.
Yes.
Problem is, I don't know what foolish... She's biased towards Inojin. Yeah, actually, get rid of your Inojin bias.
So that's the reason she exploded in the first place.
It wasn't out of rage because Inojin died. It was because she finally let go of Inojin.
That's so funny when you consider Avatar: The Last Airbender shenanigans. Same with Korra. Oh my god. Okay. Did we have more to say on that podcast topic, or did you want to just move on since it doesn't make sense?
Yeah, it's just bad writing. Like, she never had a preconceived bias ever.
I know.
Like,
okay, let me. Phone is so slow with finding topics. I hate it. Okay. So, moving on to more Himawari nonsense. Okay. Here's a kind of long one. Kurama is Otsutsuki. I put in parentheses related. In fact, I'll just show this on screen. Yeah, it's right here. Kurama is Otsutsuki related. So if Boruto hypothetically wasn't born as Otsutsuki, which is unlikely, he should be as much, if not more. So if Boruto's genetics got rewritten, he would just have more Kurama, not less. LOL. Or, depending on your idea of affinity, if it's closer to Kaguya or Otsutsuki than Boruto is. So Kurama's soul would be reborn in Boruto, not Himawari, or even Kawaki, depending if it needs to be from birth or not.
well, yeah, but that just depends on like why Kurama's appearing inside. So if the reasoning was because the Uzumaki and Hyuga blood is just the closest thing to the Itsuki we've gotten, then that wouldn't make sense because obviously Boruto would be just more of that.
Exactly.
But if it's for a different reason though, like this is why I think affinity could be related, but like if hypothetically I'm just making up shit here, well, hold on. I was gonna say maybe like there's like the secret bond between Ashura and Kurama, but then if that's the case, Naruto would just have more affinity, so can't be that.
Bro, when I told Mello freaking 2 months ago there's no explanation that will ever satisfy me, I meant it. I thought ahead, okay.
Well, see, my problem is, well, first of all, we're talking about affinity now. This is different from just why Kurama's in Himawari. But my problem is, well, they presented what I think is probably just the most, at least for me, the most satisfying answer they could have given that he was going to be in Himawari. But then they proposed other things too. And then Kurama was just like, it doesn't really matter why. And it's just like, well, you had a fine reason, in my opinion, but like, just go with it. And like,
so,
you know,
when you say the most satisfying reason, it can be the most satisfying to you. Is that reason satisfying to you?
I just wouldn't have had Kurama himself be in Himawari, period. So, like, to some extent, no, because I just wouldn't have done this, period. If I had Kurama, if I'm gonna have Kurama come back, I mean, to some extent, yeah, I know, passing on the next generation, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I would have had the Kurama soul be in Himawari. Would have either had the Kurama soul, or if he was gonna do it, it would be like Naruto's dying and he says, Kurama, take care of my children. And then Kurama's like, I got you. And then he's like, Himawari, I'm gonna be your tailpiece. You know, like, that sounds goofy, but like, I wouldn't have had it forced upon Kurama at all anyway, I don't think.
Yeah.
I would have preferred Kurama to just choose to do it.
The thing that makes me the most angry with this entire thing from the community is them just acting like it just, like they've just known all along, or that it just was the case the entire time. And that's obvious. She had her whisker marks. I knew from the second I saw her in chapter 700 or the Boruto movie or whatever. Shut up. No, you didn't. People have jokingly brought up the possibility in the past, but not like actually think it. Like no one actually thought Himawari just had Kurama. Like people weren't proposing the theory expecting it to be the case. No one is celebrating being like, I told you all along, I was right this whole time. Because nobody thought it. If anything, people had this theory about Boruto more so than Himawari.
I mean, for me at least,
that cover
and we
art
have the podcast to prove it before Kurama was actually even revealed, I was just focused on Kurama's chakra, not Kurama's soul. So, like, Himawari having a small portion or an effect from Kurama's chakra means that the pocket's proof. I bet saying that because, you know, the whisker marks were evidence. But no, I mean, you could say this is my preconceived bias. I didn't want Kurama's soul to just be in Himawari, so that wasn't my thing. But
well, I mean, from before we had any inkling of Kurama being
no,
inside
even then
Himawari.
we discussed it because I remember when the chapter first came out. I told you you're not gonna like this chapter because Kurama returned, and we had just been talking about the Himawari chakra thing before that even happened. Because Himawari had Kurama's chakra, probably how that got sparked. Because Jura was sensing it, and we were discussing, well, why does she have it? We weren't talking about Kurama's soul being there, but Kurama's chakra in general, yeah.
So the daemon sensing the intensity thing is what sparked people bringing up the possibility. But it's like, that was the order rather than the other way around. It's not like, well, of course she has soul intensity because she has Kurama. No one was thinking that. It's like, okay, well, what are all the possibilities? Well, let's just randomly throw Kurama in there because why not? But no one actually thought.
Nobody was saying that Himawari had Kurama's soul.
I don't think anyone believed Kurama at all was because of the intensity. Or the intensity was because of Kurama, if you want to say it that way.
Oh no, even then, I still think that's bullshit if that is the case.
No, I agree. But, like, I'm saying when that happened and when people were first bringing that up and bringing Kurama into the conversation, no one was bringing it up as the most likely possibility or what they personally believe. Just bring it up as a possibility, as unlikely as it was. Just as everything else everyone brought up. Why people brought up multiple possibilities. They were bringing up everything they could think of.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't think Kurama makes sense for the intensity thing anyway.
Because, like, even, like, regardless of the intensity thing, before that, we've had Himawari be around for years. Maybe I'm forgetting, but, like, before the Daemon and Sensei line, we had no reason to think there was anything special with Himawari. And I don't remember us talking about it. I don't remember Trippy talking about it. I don't remember any guest ever bringing up Himawari because she's not relevant or important. Or, like...
Yeah, exactly, because nobody cared.
Exactly.
To me, at least, Himawari, for a long time, was a gag character in terms of her strength. Like, her strength was almost like a gag. It was funny how this girl just was casually, like, the strongest kid ever. But she wasn't actually relevant. She just was strong. Just because.
And maybe people, like, when Chapter 700 came out, or the last movie, or whatever you want to say, maybe people, when they first saw the whisker marks, were questioning it. But, like, pretty much immediately after, people just dropped it. Because it just clearly wasn't the case.
It's
like, the
people
moment
just
we
didn't
received,
care.
like, any information. No, I think people would have immediately cared. Those are freaking Naruto's children. We've been following Naruto for 15 years at this point.
Yeah, but Naruto had whisker marks too. So, and at the time, like, you could just say, oh, they just got it from Naruto, nothing more. Like,
that's, yeah, that too. That they just got whisker marks, but they didn't inherit anything from Kurama at all.
yeah, they didn't inherently have to think it meant something. Like, I don't even remember when I first, like, to some extent, I feel like I may have been thinking about this a little while before the Jura thing, because I feel like I was already writing it into a video topic at some point, but I don't really remember. So I don't know if that's just, like, not true. But at the very least, by the time Jura sensed it in Himawari, yeah, that's when I hung my hat on the whisker marks, for me at least. But
with how final Naruto felt in its resolution, and then even Naruto Gaiden felt like he was trying to end it with that last story, and then Naruto the Last is called The Last, and then Boruto the movie was written because of the kids with Kishimoto, and then Kishimoto just stopped writing and he didn't want to be involved. It felt like Kishimoto tried like 5 different times to just end it. So looking at that original ending he had with Chapter 700, it felt like he was trying to not revisit this. And so those character designs, it felt like he was just doing that almost as a nod to Naruto. So we know it's Naruto's kid. Like, that's why he had in Chapter 700 specifically.
yeah, and that's
Boruto
probably why he
drawing on the
said, like,
stone
oh, I
monuments.
just
Or we
forgot to
see-
draw the Byakugan.
Exactly,
Because
yeah.
the point, because yeah, you say, how could you ever forget to draw something so integral? Because at the time, he didn't want to do too much with it. Like, he wasn't planning on it being what it became, you know, potentially anyway.
Like, from the community's perspective, we didn't realize it was ending until Chapter 695. That's when they announced, oh, by the way, Naruto's ending in 5 chapters. I think 695 is when the Naruto and Sasuke fight begins.
Yeah.
So, like...
They start talking before then, but...
Well, there was, like, rumors maybe, but, like, it was officially announced, and that's when...
No, I mean, like, Naruto and Sasuke start to, like, have their conversation about the fight, but they didn't fight until, like...
Yeah, that's fine.
695.
By the way, slight derailment, and I don't want to have a conversation about this, but, like, I just find it kind of funny how the battlefield is a couple miles away from the Valley of the End, considering you can see the Divine Tree in the background, which is also a couple miles away, in my opinion, from the headquarters, considering The Ten Tails that was able to like
Yeah.
blow it up. And sure, you can argue it was like several continents over, but like first of all, we know where it was located, like literally on the map. And like we just see in the distance where it's exploded. Like not that far. Doesn't feel that far. Like the sound wave in the anime is only a couple seconds away, so it's like a mile in the anime. We go with sound waves to real life, but anyways, I just thought it was funny how like all three of those locations are kind of close to one another.
Yeah, I know, like literally, like how convenient. Like, was Obito planning that? Like, maybe Madara was like, "Oh, I want to fight Hashirama at the Valley of the End again."
What if that's where
Since
Naruto
he
was
didn't know
going
Hashirama was
all
coming.
along? He wasn't planning on headbutting Obito in that forest. He was just going to the Valley of the End, hoping Sasuke shows up, or just gonna sit there to wait
Yeah.
for him.
Maybe he thought Madara would be there because that's where Madara's statue was.
That could be interesting. Yeah, maybe that is how Naruto just knew where to go. Outside of probably he could just sense, but you know, it's just that's the point.
Yeah, Obito's negative feelings.
Oh crap, I forgot. So what
I
did I
like that
say we
idea
didn't
though.
want to
He
derail
just
to?
went there because of the statue.
I mean, it's where Sasuke and Obito were hanging out after Itachi's eye transplant in that one cutscene. When it starts raining.
Yeah,
I love that cutscene, by the way.
Obito was shown hanging out there at one point too. I'm pretty sure when
Yeah.
Itachi starts talking about Madara, they show Obito sitting on like the Madara stone monument.
Yeah.
Which is funny. Like, why was Obito just in character Obito? Like, why was Obito just chilling there? Nothing was.
Well,
there.
when he says he's no one, he's not saying that for everyone else. He's saying it for himself. Just applies to
no,
everyone
no,
else.
no.
as
I'm
well.
saying when Obito though was sitting on Madara's stone statue during the Itachi and Sasuke fight, or whenever it was that someone starts talking about Madara and Obito's on the Madara statue. Like, why was he just sitting there by himself?
Because he is being Madara in that moment.
I know
Embracing
that.
Madara.
But I'm trying to remove that aspect. I'm trying to remove the character aspect.
You're trying to
and
remove the
look at-
reason?
I'm trying to look at it from the goof. Okay, I'm doing what you were doing earlier when we were like
Okay.
taking out like the obvious. So
Fair
I'm trying to look at the
enough.
goofy reason. Okay, was it just really comfortable?
I mean, where's the hideout? Maybe he was trying to just get a higher viewpoint of it. Maybe it's close by too. They're all
He was
combined.
trying to look over the edge, like, "Hello, Zetsu, you over there?"
Naruto world smaller than we thought. I mean, we know where the hideout is based on at least the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 map compared to Valley of the End. I don't remember exactly, but like I remember them both being like the bottom middle sector if I remember correctly. So like there you go. I remember
was
they're
actually
both
thinking
west
it was
of
the Attack
Konoha.
on Titan thing.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the an Attack on Titan, like the
map we made.
the whole you can look over the wall thing we were talking about?
Look over the wall.
Like how you were arguing like something about like how you should be able to just see across, or I can't remember the exact specifics, but I remember like the whole you stand on one wall, you should be able to just see the other wall thing.
Sure.
I don't know if that's ringing any bells for you, but
Okay.
I guess we don't remember it well enough for that to be relevant. But
I'm glad it
vaguely
reminded you of
remember
that.
yeah.
Do you remember what we were talking about before this?
No.
I'm just gonna listen to the stream. This is ridiculous. Let's see. 4 minutes ago, what were we talking about?
Fight until like
Yeah, that's fine.
6:95.
By the way, slight derailment, and I don't want to have a Perfect. conversation about Guys, go back another minute. It felt like he was just doing that almost as a nod to Naruto. So we know
Oh,
okay. It's chapter 700. Okay. It's also the reason we saw everything we did in chapter 700. Like, we saw everyone's kids in the academy, and specifically, what I thought they were going to lean more towards in the Boruto era, assuming they did it, was the dynamic between Boruto and Sarada. Naruto and Sasuke's kid. Regardless of the Boruto series being a thing, I can understand Kishimoto wanting to end, like, I feel like that's almost the point of chapter 700, more so than to show the time skip in the first place. I feel like the point is to show off the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke's children. As well as
You're going in
obviously
chapter
the
700
version.
or afterwards?
I'm talking about chapter 700, and I'm removing the epilogue because you could just have that regardless of the time skip. Like, what do you think the point of showing Boruto, just chapters, what was the point of chapter 700 including the Boruto era? You could say there's several reasons, but like, what do you think the main
Yeah.
reason is?
Well, I mean, I think there is several reasons. It's for okay, so one reason, Naruto, he did it. He's Hokage. Second reason, the world seems to be generally in a good spot. They're they seem to be on, everyone's on good terms. The five Kage are in alliance. Choji literally has a kid with someone from the Cloud Village. Tamari and Shikamaru enter village.
It wraps up all those
relationships.
character arcs as well because Shino becomes a teacher, and that was sort of a thing.
Yeah, so like it finishes out of quite a few character arcs,
Then you
it
get
solidifies
like
some of the
father, like
relationships.
son, so like it's just gonna continue on the next cycle, whatever, with Boruto drawing on the Hokage Stone Monument, then Boruto fighting Naruto.
Yeah.
It's like cute, wholesome
And then
moment.
like Boruto and Sarada having like a rivalry, like father like daughter, like father like son. It gives a sense of closure that like Naruto like is gonna be like you like to say, the point is that no matter what comes across them, the character is going to be okay. And we can tell because we flash forward, 15 years, and from what we can tell, Naruto, Kurama, Sasuke, Sakura, all of our characters, they're doing good. They're doing just fine. They're living their happiest lives. Everything worked out. They overcame their flaws, blah, blah, blah. It just gives a sense of closure.
I want to do a tier list on this at some point. Ranking reasons for Naruto chapter 700. I wrote it down.
Well, I think you'll like my last reason.
Okay.
Kishimoto wanted an excuse to have Kurama be the last panel.
But he could have done that either way. Like I said, you don't need a time skip for that. Just have that epilogue the exact same way.
I guess, yeah. But at the same time, the way the very ending of chapter 699 was really good. But I guess you can just have the epilogue anyway. But
With chapter 700, you can just show other Naruto things instead of going to Boruto and then have that same epilogue. You can even show Naruto becoming Hokage. You just rewrite it in this case, so it's not the day he became 7 Hokage with Himawari and Boruto, and that you just show like a completely rewritten version to where Boruto doesn't exist in this case.
Yeah. But I think like to some extent from Naruto's end and Sasuke's end, this also plays into the look like how far they've come thing. It's just like they've moved on, they've built their own families. So, like Sasuke lost his family, Naruto never had one, but they're past it. They have their own families now. I forgot why I came upstairs a minute ago.
Got over that trauma.
Oh, it was the headphones. Anyway, I got distracted by doing dishes. But anyway, it's kind of just like it just gives like some closure, and it's just like a good like they did it moment. Whereas if you just obviously the Hokage for Naruto, yeah. But like let's take it from Sasuke's perspective. Sasuke just being a Shadow Hokage versus Sasuke having a kid and being a Shadow Hokage. I just feel like there's a greater sense of accomplishment for Sasuke having the child. I'm gonna switch headphones real quick.
Okay. Well, like Kamui saying, there's a lot of reasons for that, so I definitely don't think Himawari having 9 tails was a high priority back then. I don't think he even thought about it, first of all, let alone had the care to show it off in any kind of intended way. Especially, Kamui, let me know when you're good. Oh, well. By the way, shout out 6. He is or was, but it definitely was streaming. That might have been a day ago, but
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Alright.
Yeah,
What were you
so
saying?
okay, the reason I bring this up is because regardless of forgetting the character designs, I feel like they were just doing things that were nods anyway. So for example, I'm sure you remember hearing this. Boruto draws One Piece graffiti on Naruto's head.
I've actually paid attention what he drew.
It doesn't matter. It's like
But
a
that's cool.
Luffy pirate or whatever. The point is, to my knowledge, One Piece isn't canon in Naruto. There's no in-universe One Piece show. Kishimoto's doing clearly a nod out of universe to One Piece. Boruto's not just coincidentally drawing that. The point is that it's referencing One Piece. So I think in the same way, that chapter 700 is more for the fans than it is for the story or narrative or in-universe lore. Which is why he's doing things like that. And so I think the whiskers were just for the fans. Like, those are Naruto's kids. They got his whiskers. It was never supposed to be about Nine-Tails chakra or genetics or anything. Kamui. 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 Well, how you folks doing tonight? Let's read chat. I'm back. Welcome back. Glad to see you again, Derek. All your emotes are still up there. Happy emote day to Derek. Let me zoom back in. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. There we go.
All right.
Yeah,
Am I back?
Welcome back again. Did you hear anything I said?
Part of it, I went outside to grab something from my car,
Naruto.
and I thought it would instantly reconnect my mic, but I guess I had to press
Oh.
something.
Well, all right.
So you can't hear me. What were you saying?
The point is that it's for the audience, not for in-universe narrative lore. So, like, the point was to show those are Naruto's kids. It wasn't supposed to be about genetics or Nine-Tails chakra or anything at that point.
Correct.
Yeah, just nod to the audience. Make the audience feel good. It's literally the point.
Yeah, it was a feel-good chapter.
Yeah. But that's that.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to next thing. Delete this. Let me also get visuals for stream so that everyone doesn't hate me. It's the same visual, but so good enough. That might be all that I had, actually. In terms of this. Yeah. That's all I had. We did it. So
Well,
unless
that's not everything.
It's everything that I have had that we're not going to bring up again later. That's every new thing I had that I've written down. Oh, there was one thing I was thinking about earlier. A couple things I was thinking about earlier, but I didn't write down. I forgot to say the thing I was thinking of earlier, so I'm probably just never going to say because I'm going to forget. One of the things is the fact that Jura doesn't seem interested in the 1 through 7 tails who are just out and about in nature, or the 8 tails who's in Killer Bee. I find very interested.
Yeah.
Very interesting indeed. I don't think they're going to bring Killer Bee back in the story through this. And
Nah.
because like Naruto explained, made a video of like, oh, Killer Bee is gonna be Himawari's mentor, or something crazy, or like.
But was he saying
Jura's
that,
gonna
or was
go
he
out
covering a fan theory?
Yeah, he's
about it?
covering a theory, but that's besides the point. But I've seen a lot of Killer Bee talk recently, which is interesting. Which is actually why I brought up that Killer Bee thing earlier, because it made me think about Killer Bee. That could be disconnected from Madara's seal.
To some extent, I get it because like Jura's always talking about the Nine Tails. Nine Tails this, Nine Tails that. The Nine Tails is like we talked about potentially gonna parallel Jura, like in the sense that like he helps Himawari find her identity. Well, Jura doesn't have that, blah blah blah. But like, as far as we're aware, Ninetales was just the magnet, like the thing, the metal detector. But like, it's not the point.
Yeah. Because I think what Naruto explained was saying was the Ten Tails is trying to gather back the Nine Tails chakra, which is the Ten Tails, which could be interesting. Especially like
If it's the wrong
because Kaguya either was the Ten Tails or ate the Ten Tails, maybe Kaguya had the Ten Tails' will to get back the chakra. I mean, the Ten Tails was trying to instinctually protect Kaguya from Hamura and Hagoromo, apparently.
That could work, but at the same time, it's implied that Kaguya already had that ideology before she became the Ten Tails. So that would have to be like
Only
ingrained in her from the
kind
chakra
of.
fruit.
Like in the anime, it seems like she was completely fine with Hagoromo and Hamura having their own chakra from her. It's only when Hagoromo and Hamura went against her at the very end.
I want my chakra back.
Yeah, at the very, very end. And that's more like of a discipline thing than it was she wanted her chakra back.
Yeah, that's in the anime. In the manga / data books, I think it just says she wanted her chakra back.
Sure, but either way, that's after eating or becoming the Ten Tails, whatever you want to see it as.
Well, it's not after becoming the Ten Tails. It was
Well, she
before
was always the
becoming
Ten Tails. I don't know, it's weird.
No, she wasn't. She may have always had the ability to become the Ten Tails, but she wasn't always actively the Ten Tails.
Whatever, you know what I freaking mean. Shut up. Nitpicking. No wonder the comments say we nitpick so much. You nitpick me and I nitpick you all the time. It's crazy. Moving on. So, okay, I thought about this in more depth though. So just speculate, so just going with this for a second. If this is true, I think they could narratively play off this in a really, really interesting way. Because this means not only are the Otsutsuki, so by the way, the Otsutsuki are the Ten Tails. I'm also going with this. The Otsutsuki are carnivorous, not carnivorous. What is it when you eat your own species?
Cannibals?
Yeah, they're cannibalistic species, be considering like Momoshiki ate Kinshiki. When Kinshiki turned into a fruit, he just ate Kinshiki. I think the Ten Tails instinctually might want to eat other Ten Tails. Which goes back to what Kisame was saying, which I think is a fascinating angle if they ever go that route. Make that
Kisame was saying
that way.
Regard.
When Kisame first meets Itachi, he's like, sharks in the womb will eat each other because they're cannibalistic species. That's just their instinct.
Okay, that.
Yeah. Like, if they play off that, that could be awesome. Especially considering, like, Itachi was, like, denying that, and then, like, the entire point of Naruto is Itachi's ideology. Whether it's right or wrong.
I mean, it would be really cool. I don't expect them to by any means, but
I know.
Like, but at the very least, to like I would never expect them to like reference Kisame because none of these characters even know Kisame anymore. But to at least say something similar, it would be cool.
Because even if it's not the reason Jura is going after Himawari, he's going after Ninetales, blah, 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 it's because of Naruto. Either way, Jura is trying to either cannibalize or devour or something the Ninetales.
Yeah.
Steal it back, at least, steal his chakra. That would happen, regardless, whether it's his intent or not. And if Jura is a Shinjuu Ten Tails something, that is what's happening. Ten Tail cannibalism right there.
Yeah.
To some degree. There you go. It's canon. Whether you want it to be linked or not.
It is linked regardless.
Even if unintentionally. There's more things I wanted to bring up. But I forget. So you bring something up.
Well, are we still doing side things or are we getting back to the chapter?
I
honestly forgot a lot of my side things, but
okay, I had, if you want to do that, that's fine. I have a parallel that you might like.
okay.
Okay. In fact, I'll show this on screen too. It's the Kara arc parallel, so you're really gonna like this. Okay. So, a parallel to both the plot and the story. Yeah, this is interesting. This is a reach as well. But again, you might like it considering what they're already doing with the parallels to the Ishiki arc. So, in the plot, the parallel is both Jura and Ishiki invade the village, do some destruction, fighting the legacy characters with overwhelming strength. Then the next generation has them leave and stay gone at a different battlefield. That applies to both Jura and Ishiki.
Mm-hmm.
In the story, Boruto and Sasuke discuss the conviction to die as a shinobi, which is interwoven into the plot because it's why Sasuke allows Boruto to go fight Ishiki. And it's arguably why Boruto has the resolve to make Ishiki teleport away in the first place. But anyways, this all leads into Baryon Mode Naruto. And as we know, what's currently happening is technically leading into Baryon Mode Himawari if they're going that angle. But what is leading into it in the Shinju invasion arc? Well, in the Shinju invasion arc, which is what I'm calling this, by the way, Hidari discusses the stupidity of shinobi dying, to which Jura disagrees, saying there's more to it. That's going like the conversation between Boruto and Sasuke. That's the end of the parallel, but that's
Also
something to draw
cool.
out of. I think that's really interesting if that's intentional.
Another thing I guess you could say is Kawaki's opinion on Shinobi.
We haven't really got that in this arc.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not really in this arc, but
like this works with the
previous
timing,
arcs.
kind of. So like, if this is the case, in a way, you could this is silly. You could argue Jura is the protagonist. Because that's almost the question being
Hidari is the
raised.
antagonist.
Like, if the theme...
Yeah, so actually, the final battle would just be Hidari versus Jura. Sarada's just going to make Hidari grow, and then Hidari will face Jura and lose, because Jura's the protagonist.
No. Not in terms of the plot, only in terms of narrative. Because, like, the narrative, like, it was technically Naruto versus Sasuke in the Momoshiki arc, because of the bet. In the Kara arc, you'd argue it's Boruto versus Sasuke in terms of conviction, even though they were kind of on the same page, but you get the point. It's asking a question.
No, I know
and
what
later
you're
getting
saying.
the answer. No, I know it's being
I'm
goofy,
just
but
making it
still.
goofy, yeah.
But like, still, if the point here is they're trying to make the theme instead of about conviction, because that's what like Boruto and Sasuke were making the question of technically in a way back then, and then like that lead in the conviction Naruto had for Baryon Mode, and the conviction Boruto had to like end his life to stop Ishiki, blah blah, etc. Conviction Sasuke had to go fight Ishiki. They could be doing a thing here of Jura or like Hidari thinking shinobi are stupid, and then Jura trying to find more in it, and that could lead to something with Jura in a minute here. I feel like they also could have already done that, should have already done that even, before Himawari exploded with rage. I feel like Jura should have got more out of Inojin. Regardless of Inojin's death, there should have been more Jura there as well.
There should have been more everything, bro. More Inojin, more Jura, and more Himawari.
Bro, you know what there should have been more of? I'll show you what there should have been freaking more of.
What? Like emotion?
Looking at my screen.
Good writing.
Looking at my screen, there should have been more of this. Just all of this.
Yeah.
Just all of this.
That
Yeah, just
whole
all of it.
chapter.
There should have just been more of this. Let's copy paste this whole chapter. Just all of this.
Yeah, can we just get like a revamped version of this chapter? Just update it. That's it.
Like, why isn't Jura hugging anybody?
We should be hugging Himawari.
Yeah.
You know, parent and
love you,
child.
Red
Like,
Jones. Like, where's Jura laughing after winning, quote unquote? I want Jura laughing for two pages in a row.
this is gonna sound really goofy. Does Jura know how to laugh?
He knows how to talk. I don't see why not.
But does he know how to laugh?
I'm gonna say yes. At the very least, it was probably in a book he read.
I like that answer.
Should have got more with
Look,
that.
Chidori, I read in a book this thing called laughing. What do you think?
Bro. We can have so much fun with this in the abridged. It's stupid.
Literally.
In terms of this parallel, do you think there's anything to it, intentional or not? Do you think it's a reach?
Oh,
I deleted it on
you
my
just
phone, I
deleted it.
Yeah, my bad. I can't undo it, can I? Nope. Well, I deleted it on my phone, not thinking it would delete it for the stream on visual on my computer. Just try to get it out of the way. Oh, you know what? There is a way to get it back.
Yeah, I'd say go on stream and pause it.
Naruto's kid. Like, that's why he. Oh my god, freaking. Well, you get it in 720p. There you go.
Like strength. I mean, the only difference is, I guess, legacy characters. Jura hasn't fought any legacy characters, but
Well, kind of showed up.
No, he didn't. Those were not legacy characters. Those were legacy bodies. Legacy, not even legacy designs, bro. They weren't even legacies.
Kind of
There's
showed up. What I was really referencing there in terms of
Jura
legacy
didn't fight
characters,
him.
this sounds
Jura ran
so
away.
stupid.
Jura fled the fight.
Okay.
with
I wasn't
Konohama.
actually referencing that. What I was referencing when I wrote legacy characters, you're not gonna like this, but you can see where I'm coming from. Hopefully, I was referencing Kawaki.
Okay. I thought you meant like the random bozos that he stabs when he first invaded.
No. Like, Kawaki came from the previous series. He's a previous main character, in a way. He's the older generation from Himawari's generation. He's the one that actually, like, put up a fight, and caused destruction in the village. He's the one who was defeated immediately after based on the overwhelming power. He's the one that shows up when Jura is going after someone else because Ishiki was going after someone else. Naruto showed up. Kawaki's the one that, like, interrupted that, the same way Naruto did.
Yeah.
Technically, random fodder bozo shinobi showed up first for both Ishiki and Jura, so it still works. And Kawaki's been, like, the only
it's a similar
closest to a real fight Jura's
except
had.
Jura wasn't asking where Naruto was. He was asking where the bookstore was in his heart.
Still. But do you think there's anything there? Or nah?
I mean, yeah, like there is those elements are there. Like these are similarities. I'm skeptical of whether they're trying to do the parallel versus a coincidence. Because I've lost trust in them. But like these parallels are there. Like they're not the same,
Like, but there are a lot there, and especially if we get something to at least symbolically show Himawari's situation with Kurama, exemplifying there's something more to the shinobi than stupidity. Similar to how like Boruto and Sasuke discuss, like the shinobi's like resolve to die, and Naruto exemplifies that when he uses obviously Boruto did too, but Naruto exemplifies it when he does Baryon Mode. In this case, it is probably more in relation to their resolve to protect their comrades at the risk of death, which is similar but not quite the same in terms of how it's presented. Inogen fights knowing he can die, not fighting with the intent to die. Does it make that makes sense?
Yeah.
And then Jura's like, well, there's more to it. And then if we get something at least narratively cashing in on that with Himawari, then it works perfect as parallel. If they don't do that, then it's just a, I guess, missed opportunity.
Even then, you can almost argue Jura and Himawari are having the conversation about why Team 10 is still stepping in, which is that same conversation of why they're trying to get involved when it risks their life. It's the same Hidari conversation of are they stupid?
Yeah.
So, and then
We
like
just haven't seen the end of it.
well, I'm fine with Himawari exploding in anger as the end result to this conversation. It kind of was, because it's almost like Inogen entered into the conversation by just continuing to do it, and then Jura just responded to Inogen instead, and Himawari saw it. But like, it's kind of there. Like, the reason Himawari exploded is because Team 10 is continuing to involve themselves in someone else's business.
Yeah.
It could be interesting. We'll see what they do. Okay. I think that's like everything from the chapter now that I had.
I mean, you mean like those? I was gonna say because technically we haven't actually gone through the chapter officially on the podcast, but
I don't think I want to anymore. The only other thing I could have would be just this. I forgot exactly why I posted it, but Hidari and Sarada's first meeting compared to Sarada and Sasuke's.
Yeah.
Not first meeting, but you know what I mean. I thought that was interesting. Also, the fact that Sasuke didn't recognize Sarada, and now they're flipping the dynamic to where Sarada doesn't recognize Hidari.
The slight difference though is that Sasuke didn't recognize her at first, but he figured it out. Whereas for Sarada, he figured it out in the same scene. Whereas Sarada just never figured it out.
Regardless of scene, it's not even the same chapter anymore.
Yeah, literally. Like, if she figures it out, it's not like I still think it should have been like who are you? Wait, dad? Or dad, what happened to you? Kind of thing. Like, not just like who are you?
Imagine
she should have been on the.
Imagine like the scene plays out the same way, and Sarada just never says "Papa" here, and Sasuke just doesn't realize Sarada's his daughter until the end of the arc.
Yeah. Oh, that reminded me. This is one of the things. Okay. I know what you were saying. Maybe like the Shinju canonically don't look like the people. That's not true. Because the first thing Code says when he sees the bug Shinju is bug? Question mark. He thought it was bug.
Code doesn't, as far as we're aware, Code doesn't have any other knowledge.
He doesn't. Clearly.
Listen, you can call it bad writing. It's consistent that Hidari doesn't look like Sasuke. So much so to the point that characters, when told that it is Sasuke, characters that know exactly what Sasuke looks like, they still don't think it's Sasuke. Freaking only people in the world that know the Chidori, and it's him and Sasuke. It's freaking not Sasuke. Like, who are you? Freaking Sarada. I don't care if you call it bad writing. Hidari doesn't look like Sasuke.
I mean, the problem is, I know you can say Boruto seemingly has more information. Boruto did recognize him. And because of that, we do need to currently lean towards the fact that he did look like Sasuke at first, at least. Because as far as what we know, Boruto simply recognized Sasuke. Because otherwise, he could have been any of the other Shinju. Jura could have been the Sasuke one. Bug could have been the Sasuke one. Masuri could have been the Sasuke one. But he knew exactly which one it was on his first meeting.
You know
Because
I'm pulling
that
this up,
image
right?
there is Sasuke Uchiha.
So, Kamui, remember when you called our fans glorious earlier?
Yeah.
Well, who is this? 11 comments. Let's see if you go in with that same mindset. So, I'll even zoom in for you here. So, Fax says it's either Pain or Hidari or Jura. Go figure, he lists everyone with the Rinnegan. So, Blessed says maybe Jura. The only person to get it right here, Ryan, says Hidari. I feel like Ryan was probably watching the stream. Crimson says Jura. Fictional says you will know Pain, so he thinks it's Pain. Zells says, what if this is a mix? Anyways, I'm gonna say Jura. Allfather.
Like Jura at
Allfather, I know who that is. It's Goku, isn't it?
Goku is the Rinnegan.
Looks like Sakura. Jura or Pain. It's either one or the other. It has to be Jura or Pain. Sob emoji.
I can see Pain. It does not look like Jura.
Bro,
I don't
this
know
is
if
the
they're
best.
talking about Jura. It's so obvious. What do you mean?
Jura, it's so obvious. Who else?
It doesn't look like Jura, bro, at all.
This person says me. So we had
No, I understand.
one correct guess.
The image
Another who
is like
included
fake. It's
the
so
correct guess.
it doesn't really look like anyone. And also, if you scroll up for a second, that little shadow underneath his lip does kind of resemble Pain's piercings. So I really do understand the Pain pick. But like that does not look like Jura.
So you have at best 2 out of 11, but really 1 out of 11 that got it right. So
yeah,
I'm just
when
saying.
I say glorious fans, I'm thinking of Ryan McDonga there, who got it right. He's the glorious fan.
Listen, when I say a lot of reactors don't recognize Hidari at first, I don't think they're being blatantly stupid. I think that's just most reactors.
No, they are. Because, Oodie, just like we said earlier, they don't understand stories. So why would I trust them to understand art?
Okay, so what
Or
you're
art.
telling me, we'll go through this
the
one at a
story.
time. You're telling me, Kamui, our glorious fan, Blessed Soul 3127, is stupid. Let's just get this on the record.
No, because this isn't the actual image of Hidari. It's a part of Hidari's face, mirror flipped Hidari's face, crisscross thing that doesn't even. No, that's not. It's taken from Hidari.
No. This
That
is
is not
Hidari's
Hidari.
image in addition to a secondary Hidari image. Okay, if we crop this, and we do this, this is the original image.
Yes.
Okay. And
Now
also,
that-
if we
go back
crop
to
it
the-
this way, this is also the original image flipped.
Yeah, but go to the other one real
And
quick.
this is Hidari.
The other way.
No, the other, like the one that was the actual side that it was. So our right is all that's left. Yeah, see, that looks like Hidari to me.
Yeah. Well, even then, if you look at this half of the face with this half of the face here, you can still see Hidari. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
but when you put them, yeah, when you start to like look at both together, that's what it looks like. Some cross-eyed big nose guy.
Let me clarify. This big nose isn't just this one image. Since you're like, oh, it could be anyone. It's the bad image of Hidari. If you chose any other image, it'd be so obvious. Okay. So once I find it. Do I have it here? Where is it? Oh god, do I not? Hang on. So what's this? Who is that?
Two things.
Yeah,
Two things.
that's Boruto, right?
One,
What's up with his
this
nose?
one is done a little bit better for a couple of reasons. One, there's actual detail on the rest of the face. There's an outline. We have what's actually really funny about this is my first pick would have been Naruto until I looked at the Kashinkoji Toad and I can see it's clearly Boruto now. But this one, for example, that gives it away. The moment you see the Toad, you already know what it is. There's the headband, there's the whisker marks, there's ears, there's the cloak. Like there's more detail there to help you figure it out.
And yet
Whereas
you
the
would have said it
Hidari
was
one is a
Naruto.
complete blank face. Like it's not even like you don't even have the outline of his face. You just have the eyes, the nose, and the mouth.
But the point is who the face looks like. With Hidari, he doesn't have a toad on him to resemble Sasuke.
No, but
his
again,
cloak doesn't look like Sasuke's.
remove all those details off this one, and we'll
Hidari
see what
doesn't
it looks
have
like.
a headband.
Yeah, so let's remove all that stuff from this one and see what it looks like.
I don't think I can do that.
Just use the eraser tool.
I mean, I can try.
Erase the outline of his face. Erase the whisker marks.
The outline of his face is there on the
headband,
Jura one.
Go back to the Jura.
See? Outline of his face.
Barely. All right, make it a light sketch.
Listen, it's still
fact,
there. I don't
like
want to freaking hear it.
It looks like you sketched it, not Ikimoto.
No, I didn't. The reason is because it like you said, it's light because it only slightly got cropped out, but not fully. It's kind of weird, but it's still there. That's the original line. It's because the outline was like the shade from the hood or whatever, and so it was like taking off the shade from the hood line and just left this line here.
Okay. Also, Hidari was looking at an angle, whereas Boruto was straight on in this image.
Listen.
Which will make it more symmetrical.
I'm surprised you finally brought that up. I was waiting for you to say that.
Well, yeah, I was going one thing at a time.
You didn't even say that at all last time. I just thought you weren't going to bring it up at all.
Well, no,
that is the art thing that makes a difference.
Well, it's one of them.
No, that's like the big one.
I think other things matter too.
That's not what I'm saying.
It was so cool when it was all like green outline for a second. That toad.
Let me. It's blue outline, but whatever. That's close enough.
No. Get rid of the whisker marks. That's part of the thing.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about? I can just undo it then.
Yeah, yes, I want you to do it because the whisker marks give away one of 3 characters in the verse by default.
You know what? Fine. Okay, is that what you wanted? Just like that?
No, get rid of all of them, not just one of them.
God. I didn't even mean to get rid of that one. Put it here. So stupid. While I'm here, let me just fix this up.
I like the little wrinkles there though. That looks kind of cool. Oh, his chin. It just looks cool. And the little like goatee he had there.
Can I get rid of these wrinkles since they aren't supposed to be there?
Well, hold on. Wait, zoom out first. Let's just see what it looks like. All right, now this looks like Ichigo or some shit.
You know what? Let's save this and ask who this is.
Out of curiosity, can you pull up Ichigo?
Bro, it doesn't look like Ichigo at all. You're freaking crazy. What?
Well, it looks like a Bleach character. I don't know who.
Losing your mind.
Feels like a Bleach character with that long face.
Okay, but who is this? Stupid.
Should this be a podcast topic from now on? He's in the center.
Post. There you go.
It would have been helpful if he didn't have the blue eyes, but
Do it. You're kind of
just
right.
for the fun of it, we'll leave it. But I think
Okay.
without the blue eyes makes it even more ambiguous.
Yeah.
Because now they might guess Boruto, Naruto, or Himawari.
But the
Or
point
not
is,
Himawari.
the point is to mention the fact that like the big nose thing is just in it, and yeah, I could just have the face over more, but then that ruins the anatomy of the face. Obviously, like the big nose thing is just a thing, whether it's at an angle, which you could have argued in the first place, or
Well, no, there's other things. Go back to Hidari.
yeah. Second here, freaking bug. My God, my God. Here, I'll even here, it's Oodie's Adventures. Okay. Oh my God, where'd it go? Okay, what's over there now? Okay. I turned on airplane mode. So freaked out, I thought it was my light. It was over there. I think I'm good now.
Wait, what happened?
It was a bug.
Okay.
Freaked me out, man.
Bug came back
Middle
to haunt you.
night. Jeez. Ugh.
I hear you podcast in the dark.
I mean, do you want a podcast in the light? No, okay then. Don't answer that if it was yes.
Anyway, go back to Hidari.
Oh, right. Where's Hidari again? I'm completely discombobulated now. What even? Where was Hidari? Oh, right. It was here, way down here. There you go.
Yeah, so look at the chin at the bottom. Scroll down.
Oh crap! I
little
didn't gonna
bit.
say that.
Yeah, there you go. So you can see how how it's clearly crisscrossed.
To be fair, I fixed this in a later version that I just didn't post. This is just the version that I
Let's see the later
saved.
version.
Well, no, I didn't save it. Is the problem? This was the only version I saved, which is why this is the one that got posted. It was like on the stream. Like I saved and I was like, oh yeah, I'll post this. And I just kept finagling with it because I was bored.
Well, that's unfortunate.
No, it's fine because I think this came out the best in terms of anatomy, arguably. Well, the others were just as fine. But it's fine.
Well, I don't
different.
really know what the other one looks like, so I can't really judge either way.
I mean, it was on stream. But whatever.
Yeah, but if I wasn't paying attention anymore, then that doesn't really help.
So what you're saying is you don't watch the Walky Talky stream? We're just that uninteresting to you?
Well, a lot of times I am like not looking at the screen.
Bro, we've been going for 5.5 hours.
I know, we haven't even like gotten to half of the chapter.
God, how long? Hey, you gonna keep talking about this genetic thing? 50 years later,
Hopefully
when
we're
the
done.
series is over, Ood is still going to be talking about genetics. Funny you say that, considering I'm done talking genetics till next chapter. Or until they bring it up again, I should say.
Till next chapter. That's funny.
So did you have things to go over?
I mean,
Do you wanna go
I've
over
already
anything?
talked about half of it, but I feel like you haven't gotten your chance.
I feel like we've talked. Like, I have nothing more I wanted to say. Like, what in particular did you want me to say, whatever?
I feel like you haven't talked about. Did you talk about Inoji's death, or like have you talked about that
Kamui.
on the podcast?
Kamui.
Bro, I've lost track of how much we've talked about.
Kamui.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Bro, can I just say
I feel like
these
we did it,
titles
like-
are wild. This first one in
Yeah,
particular.
dude, I like the. I'm glad Inoji died. It was doing pretty good.
I know, with the thumbnail and like the capitalization of glad and the period at the end, it just works so well. The thumbnail with the second one works so well too. God.
Oh, it's good.
Even the
That's weird though, because I feel like we just jumped into it and then like we're before we reviewed the chapter, I don't even know anymore.
even the comment is like that messed up with the emojis. Like, yeah. Oh, hey, call me. It's your favorite comment. The anime is going to express more of the story when it comes out.
Oh my god. Is it though? It didn't do that with the Code arc. Or the Kawaki arc, really.
Kawaki arc was literally too fast paced. My biggest complaint.
So there isn't even a guarantee they're gonna do that much more.
That's spawned good.
Frankly, anime still has to finish that stupid Code arc.
Oh my god. Okay. There were a lot of comments that I wanted to read. I'm excited to read them, but I guess we should wait for the beginning of stream. Unless you just wanted to go over them now just because I freaking want to.
Yeah, we can just do that.
To go over them now or wait for another time?
We can go over them now.
Okay. Let me find the one in particular that I wanted to read. This one we could talk about really quick. So the poll is, will Matsuri or Bug invade this arc? This person says, I feel like neither. In the upcoming arcs, they will be invaded instead of them invading. Freaking like Chimera Ant arc invasions. Oh, that's freaking crazy, bro. If Konoha goes to the Ten Tails dimension to invade upon the 4 Shinju, I thought that was wild. Like, I didn't even freaking consider that. Like, Boruto and Kawaki team up going on the offensive against them unexpectedly. Like, that's freaking, I love it. That's crazy.
Yeah. Assuming they're hanging out there and they didn't go somewhere else, but yeah.
That's basically what, like, Naruto was saying to Delta about going after the Kara organization. Imagine if, like, a Naruto just got the ninja world to go after Ishiki. Instead of Ishiki coming to the village. It's like,
Hey, he was trying to, like, go there originally. Amato told him not to.
it's crazy. I wonder what Naruto would have done. Like, how would he have even got there? I see Himawari in Baryon Mode. So this comment, I cover this one up on purpose, not important. This comment, they're one and the same now, same mind and body. I wonder if B is going to train her. So this is again another reason I was thinking about B. LOL, people have been mentioning B a lot lately. I guess this is just a talking point to get to B. So you don't think B is going to train her? Interesting. Can't believe we coincidentally brought that up. One of these in particular I really wanted to read, but I don't remember until I read it. Will Kakashi appear in Two Blue Vortex? Considering it was stated Kakashi would take the blame if Sasuke ever went rogue again, I'm assuming he was either thrown in jail or held somewhere. That's interesting. I disagreed. I'm curious who you agree with more, assuming either one of us is right. Crazy, lol. That said, this is me saying this, I feel that burden shifted to Naruto later on. Just personal assumption. So, do you think the ninja world... First of all, if the ninja... So this is assuming the ninja world blames anyone for Sasuke going rogue in general, considering how long it's been. So assuming the ninja world's actually doing that, are they blaming Naruto, who's dead now, and it doesn't matter anymore to them? Or are they actively punishing Kakashi?
I don't
Or
think
blaming
they're
him.
punishing Kakashi.
Are they
personally.
blaming him?
I do think No, I don't think they're really even thinking of him, because I think the blame would have been shifted to Naruto, because
Yeah, I agree.
Naruto is also like Kakashi aspect was like a political play. Naruto's the one who was supposed to actually change Sasuke, though. Kakashi's just the reason that Sasuke was initially pardoned.
Yeah.
But Naruto's the one who's responsible for like making Sasuke a good guy.
Especially considering the
And
ninja world
also-
knows that.
Yeah, exactly. And then also from the Leaf Village point of view, there's no way in hell Shikamaru is persecuting Kakashi.
Beyond
Like,
even that, though,
Shikamaru's not hunting them.
the fact that Naruto could have just... This is so out of character. But, like, Naruto politically really wants to be the best Hokage ever. He could have just went against Kakashi's orders and re-locked up Sasuke, which sounds so ridiculous, but it's possible he could have done that. The fact that he never did
Yeah.
do that, though, would shift the burden onto Naruto regardless.
Yeah. Because he chose not to.
Yeah.
So I don't think they would be persecuting Kakashi.
It's somewhat similar, not really, but kind of. It's in the same conversation. Tsunade, her hand was forced in the 5 Kage Summit arc to order the execution of Sasuke, so it doesn't look like Sasuke's a part of the Leaf Village and that everyone would turn against the Leaf Village in the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Tsunade wasn't like to blame for Sasuke, really. She wasn't even the Hokage when Sasuke went rogue. Like,
That's fine. Okay. Here's more Himawari stuff, so I guess it's relevant for this chapter. Kind of long, but like, I think we can get through it. It's by Dr. Wiki, and we both know him in the comments all the time, saying a lot of interesting stuff. The Uzumaki and Shinjuu clans, descendants of Ashura, this includes the Gold and Silver brothers, should have an affinity for natural energy, in the sense that their bodies can take in and control natural energy better than anyone else. Since Ashura is the embodiment of physical energy itself, it stands to reason that his descendants make suitable Jinchuriki and perfect Sage Mode users. Himawari would fit in this category.
I mean, it is true. Well, see, the problem though is like, are we really gonna just assume that Kabuto is like of that descent? He could be. He could be. I know the people have. I've heard this theory. Kabuto's actually not a secret child,
Yeah.
but like, I think that would have been discussed that Tsunade lost her child on top of her brother and lover. That was a thing. So I don't think that's true. But yeah, because Kabuto's a perfect stage user. So
So lots to get into with this. First of all, something I forgot to say earlier, going back over like the Himawari affinity, Uzumaki closer to Kaguya nonsense. So it's really easy to say that Himawari is Uzumaki. She comes from Naruto, who's Uzumaki, which is fine. Like, Naruto comes from Uzumaki clan. So, at best, you're really saying Himawari's half Uzumaki, considering she's coming from half Uzumaki, half Hyuga. She's not actually, though, because she's coming from a full-blooded Hyuga from a half-blooded Uzumaki, because considering Naruto's parents is half Namikaze, so he's half Uzumaki, half Namikaze. So really it's 75% to 25%, and that's assuming Kushina is full Uzumaki, which sure, again, you can say is most likely or implied or whatever, but we still just don't know.
I mean, in all fairness, this would be a string of luck after string of luck. Technically, Naruto, I mean, visually, this just isn't the case anyway, but tactically, in theory, Naruto could have inherited a lot of the Kushina Uzumaki-ness and less of the Minato-ness. And then likewise, Himawari the same in Naruto, but visually, that just isn't the case. Naruto looks like Minato.
Yeah.
Himawari looks a lot like Hinata. It's because she's got Naruto in her, but like that's probably not the case. So it probably is what you're saying. She's more Hyuga than anything else.
So factoring that out, well, I think like Boruto is supposed to be the more quote unquote Uzumaki son or child, whereas Himawari is supposed to be the Hyuga descendant. Blah blah blah. Taking out that possibility, which I don't think is really a possibility in the Naruto universe, but and it doesn't seem like it works regardless. But taking it out, at best, playing the most generous possibility, Himawari is a fourth Uzumaki. 1/4. At absolute best. I personally think it's probably way lower, but still. So, that's the case. It's really not close to Kaguya or Uzumaki or whatever at all. Like, Kushina, way closer. Naruto, way closer.
Yeah, but that's like, then what is special about Himawari?
Exactly. Oh, okay. That gets into the final thing. We can end with this as well, considering we're like at 6 hours. But then again, I'm not planning on cutting any of this up, unless you think there's like things that we should cut up. There's a couple shorts that we freaking should make out of this, like that bug thing. I could have made that as short, but like I don't know. A couple silly things he said this chapter. This stream. So my response is we'll figure it out. Naruto is closer to Asura than Himawari is, not only generationally, which Kushina is even closer than Naruto, and Mito 2 generations even closer than that. Not far separated from Asura at that point. But in literally every regard, since Himawari has Hyuga in her, which comes from Hamura, not Hagoromo, and the fact Naruto literally has Ashura's chakra reincarnated into him. Also,
Naruto's Ashura's reincarnated. He's the closest you're gonna get.
Yeah. Also, what do you even mean Ashura is the embodiment of physical energy itself? Like, what does that mean? Because he inherited Hagoromo's power, which was the body, whereas Indra inherited the eyes, but I wouldn't consider Indra the embodiment of Dojutsu energy, lol.
The embodiment of spiritual energy. Yeah.
Is that where you were going with that? Because I figured that's where you were going. Which is why I continued speaking.
That's where exactly. I was gonna say.
Which is why I added it.
Use the term. Yeah.
Indra, the embodiment of eyes.
Don Kato, the embodiment of the spirit.
More
Why,
Himawari
you
stuff.
ask?
This
His
is so
spirit
funny.
transformation.
So Kamui, did you know Himawari needs 0 arc? Her dad. Actually, okay. I was gonna make fun of this. Okay, okay. This is a serious comment, by the way. Okay, this is actually good. This is actually interesting.
Comment.
Himawari needs 0 arc, so ignore that part because that's just not true. The rest of this is fine. Her dad already did the arc for her, and hold your skepticism. The only arc she needs is time skip arc while she's protecting Konoha with KCM. Y'all forget, this is the actually important part. Ignore the rest of this. Y'all forget the only reason anyone is reading / watching Boruto is because of Naruto. This isn't the comment I thought it was. Never mind. We can make fun of this comment. Please, go ahead. Take it away. I was wrong. Was it this comment?
Yeah, if Himawari is to be like a main character, yeah, she needs an arc. If she was like a very side character, no, sure, but like Himawari is a pretty main character, especially right now. Also,
I love how he doesn't mention
her dad
Kurama already
did
has the arc.
for
It's that
her.
Naruto
This is
did
not
the
how
arc for her.
Not how that works at all. By
Yeah,
that logic,
Why did Naruto
Like,
have an arc?
so
Minato
many
did it
characters
for him.
did the arc for like Naruto, like Naruto's wondering about whether Gaara's right or wrong about where true strength comes from. Well, Haku already did the arc for Naruto. Pearson already did the arc for Naruto. He already believed that it came from protecting those precious team. So Naruto doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, like
We
Hagoromo
just
already
use, like-
protected the world, so like why is Naruto doing it? It was already protected.
Yeah. Or Hagoromo already befriended Kurama, so why does he did the arc for Naruto?
Bro, I can't believe I went through this stupid comment piece by piece trying to justify it. Like, wait, no, it actually gets better. Went through the whole thing bit by bit, not realizing this was the wrong freaking comment. It's so stupid. Trying to justify the whole freaking comment. It's the worst comment ever.
Only arc she needs is time skip arc while she's protecting Konoha with KCM.
What does that even mean?
What is that
Bro,
arc? What is the arc?
we just had a time skip. Does he want another one? And also, the time skip arc, wow, she's protecting Konoha from KCM. Is he saying he wants Himawari to protect Konoha with KCM over the time skip, aka off screen?
I did, yeah. We need we need another time skip now.
I like the idea that he says the only arc she needs is blah blah blah, directly following Himawari needs 0 arc.
She needs 0 arc. Well, maybe it's called the 0 arc.
Oh,
That's what she needs.
the time skip 0 arc. That's interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah, time skip arc and 0 arc are the same. We just don't know why yet.
Yeah. And y'all forget, the only reason anyone is reading / watching Boruto is because of Naruto. So it's not because we didn't know it, it's because we forgot it. So now, Kamui, you've remembered it. Because Armistice Zero has reminded you.
Well, I mean, there are somehow True Blue Vortex only fans, so that's just not true.
I was gonna
anyway.
bring that up. Yeah.
In my case, it is true, but not everyone's case.
People literally started because of freaking Boruto itself. Crazy.
Like, I started Boruto because of Naruto. I stuck with Boruto because of Boruto / Naruto. And now I'm sticking with it because of Naruto.
Yeah. Only problem with Boruto is the fact that the characters have arcs. Like, the Naruto characters already did it for the Boruto characters, so I don't like how they just change or struggle or grow.
Exactly.
really
Like the
weird.
Boruto characters need 0 arcs. And that's what's holding Two Blue Vortex back, in fact, is too many characters are having character arcs.
Yeah.
And
Too many character arcs,
They
not
have-
enough time skips.
yeah. Like, can we just skip to the end of the arc when she's like, using KCM?
Can we just skip like to the end of the story while we're at it? Skip the next couple arcs.
Yeah, like I just want to see the end of the fight, bro. Like, just get to the part when Naruto powers up. Oh my god! Like,
Get to the part where her
why
dad
we-
already
why
did
we,
it
like,
for her.
watching Jura beat up Himawari. What's the point? Why even watch the first 2/3 of the Naruto and Sasuke fight? Just skip to when Naruto breaks out the one-tail cloak. Like, what are you doing?
I love how her dad already did it for her. Already implies there's no reason to have Boruto as a series in general. But then he goes on to say the only arc she needs is a time skip arc, implying that like a Boruto should exist as a story.
Yeah.
So he is unironically saying
Also-
the Boruto story needs to exist. It's just characters can't have arcs.
The other thing is her dad already did the arc for her. Just write a character arc for Himawari that her dad didn't do. Why is he acting like the only arc she can ever have is befriending Kurama? Like,
So I think Naruto learned to believe himself. That's fine. What preconceived assumptions did Naruto have, do you think, that Armistice Zero believes he has?
no, we don't even know what ones Himawari had. maybe Ikimoto has been listening to
Armistice
this
Zero.
guy. He's like, oh, Himawari doesn't need an arc? Oh, okay. Let me just like erase that.
I blame this guy for all of Boruto. Now that's a clip title. Yeah, let's see if I can actually find the interesting comment
You have
really quick.
title Himawari doesn't need a character. Proven by YouTube comments.
Okay. I'll take this as a compromise, Kamui. So, Anime Divergent says, I think the proper way to say it that y'all are stuck on is ... So this on the video that says, or the video title, Kamui very clearly doesn't understand gene pools update. Not the one where Ood doesn't understand genetics, but the one where Kamui very clearly doesn't understand gene pools update. It's that one, the one that's titled that, Kamui. You know that one? The one that isn't titled Ood doesn't understand genetics?
Let's see.
It's the one titled that one, yeah. The one that isn't titled Ood doesn't understand genetics. Yeah. it's
Hold
that
on.
one,
I'm
yeah.
not sure if I know what you're talking about. So let's see.
Yeah, not sure if you noticed that.
All I'm finding is Oodie proves he doesn't know how genetics work. And Oodie very clearly doesn't understand how. Oodie very clearly doesn't understand Himawari's genetics update. I know. What are you talking about?
You did not change it. I don't believe you. I'm gonna be so mad if you did. Oh my god. Did you do that just now or was that earlier and I just didn't realize it again?
That was earlier.
Okay. Stop changing it to
That's why I was
genetics.
looking,
It's supposed
if
to be
you changed
gene
it
pool.
back again before the stream.
It's gotta be gene pool, not genetics. You did change this one too. You didn't change this one originally. That's crazy. So
I don't
funny.
think I saw it originally.
Okay, fair enough.
But anyway, yeah, what he's saying in that comment is what I was telling you. It's not compromise, it's what I've been saying.
No. It's absolutely a compromise because I'm right. So what this guy is saying is what I was saying. So I think the proper way to say it that y'all are
No,
stuck
it's
on
not.
is, so this is what you
He's saying
misunderstood.
exactly what I was
They
saying, and I
have
can explain
the same
why.
genes from the same gene pool,
Yeah.
but
No, no,
not
no,
the same
no.
genetic structure. So yeah,
No,
that
no.
makes
No, I can explain.
completely
No,
different
that is
people,
exactly.
even though similar in whatever way. LOL, so you both weren't using terms that could 100% convey what you mean, like with gene pool. Y'all should watch a video on DNA together for a stream. So he's agreeing with me.
No, he's not, because I can explain step by step why he agreed with what I said.
So
They
first of
have
all,
the
so
same
you
genes.
agree they have the same
No,
genes from the same gene pool.
Oodie, stop. Let me go through one by one. They have the same genes. What does that mean? Well, you and I have the same genes. We have the genes for eye color, hair color, and so on. Now, the same gene pool, the same parents in the case of, or really, we're all humans. That's really what it would be.
We're not
but
counting the
population.
humans.
But
If we're talking about red crabs, if we're
to the
narrowing
parent,
the conversation
fine.
down to red
Now,
crabs,
the
we're
same
not
genetic
including the blue
structure is
gene in the
point.
gene pool.
That's where it's different genetics, because that's what that means.
We're not counting for
different
Chocho's
genetic
genes in
structure.
Himawari's gene pool.
Say again?
We're not accounting for Chocho's genes in Himawari's gene pool.
Yeah, I already went past that.
Then, you told me to say it again.
Yeah, but the fact that you mentioning it at all means you weren't listening to what I said.
Well, no, and you weren't listening to what I said because we were talking at the same time.
Exactly. You weren't listening to what I said.
And you weren't listening to what I said.
Exactly. It was my turn to go through one by one, as they said like 4 times.
Fine.
So anyway, yeah, no. What he says at the end, that we weren't using terms that could 100% convey what you mean. No, he's saying what I said. I don't think he realizes it, but that this is exactly what I'm saying.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because
I've
I'm
had
completely
enough of your
fine with this
trolls.
comment. They don't have the same genetic structure. They have the same genetics.
No, they don't. See, that it's the same thing.
Well, that's why they look different.
Genetics and genetic structure. Bro, you don't know what genetic structure is. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
No, but Kamui, because I took genetics class, so I know what I'm talking about, and the whole world is against you, and you're floundering, and you must be tired right now, and you just don't know what genetics are.
Against me. We literally up on stream multiple times.
And you just don't know what
I don't know why this
and the whole world agrees with me. So Kamui, the problem with you looking it up is that you're looking up with your own bias. Of course you're going to find anything on Google that agrees with you. It doesn't matter what your take is.
On stream. Try to look it up in a way that doesn't go against you.
I don't feel like
it right
it.
Now.
And you're going to say, oh,
why
that just
not?
proves you wrong. Because I don't feel like it. I don't need to explain my
do
reasoning.
Do it.
I don't need a reason.
Prove to me that you can do it. Prove to me that it was my search bias. Prove it right now.
Kamui, if I wanted to prove the world was flat, I could do it on Google.
Do it right now.
I could.
You're confident. It's all my bias. Show me.
I don't need to show you.
Concession accepted then.
That's not a concession. I said I could do it.
Yes,
I can.
Because you made a claim you can't prove.
I didn't say I would. I said I could. So no, I am proving my claim. I could do it.
The fact that you're not doing it means you're conceding.
I don't need to do it.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Then I can dismiss your claim.
You can dismiss my claim that I could do it?
It has there's no validity behind it. It has no weight behind it. It's meaningless wonder words because you're not backing up your claim.
So, Kamui, you think there's a 0% possibility that I could do it. So you're saying I could not do it.
I don't need to say.
Okay, great. I'm dismissing your claim.
I didn't make a claim.
Perfect. You're darn right you didn't.
That's the difference. So, yeah. Concession accepted. Moving on.
I don't think you understood what I was saying with the gene pool thing, though, because we're talking about Himawari. We're not talking about humans in general.
No, you were saying things wrong.
No, if we're listen to what I'm freaking talking about. If we're talking only about red crabs,
what you're saying, Oodie,
then we don't include the blue gene.
besides the troll aspect, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I'm
when you're
nitpicking your
trolling.
specific
Yeah,
word
because you're
choice.
trolling.
No, you are.
No,
Your
you are.
specific word choice, whether it's trolling or not, is wrong.
Yeah, your
And I'm
specific
nitpicking
word
that.
choice is wrong. Because you're floundering, because you're tired, because you don't understand what genetics is, because I took genetic classes.
See, you're just trying to mimic me, but doing so badly.
That's the point. Is that no, I am mimicking you because when you said it, it was bad arguments. That's why I'm including them.
That wasn't me saying I took genetics classes wasn't an argument. It was just a fact.
It's
And that's
suggestive.
why I knew what I was saying and was baffled by your ridiculousness. And I went and looked it up on stream for you to back up what I was saying, and I was right.
Yeah, and grass is green is also a fact. You know why you didn't bring it up? Because it's not relevant. But you know what? You taking genetics classes also isn't relevant to this conversation.
Yes, it is. It's just
No, it isn't.
the
Because
relevancy
it's
is to
suggesting that you're
say,
right. It's
I
not making an
have
argument.
some base knowledge in
Everyone
the subject.
has base knowledge in this subject.
Well, not you, clearly.
So call me, I didn't take genetic classes? Okay, since it's so clear, prove it.
If
Since
you
it's
did,
clear.
yeah,
Since
you
it's
sure
clear.
don't remember much
You should
of
be
it.
able to easily prove it since it's clear.
I didn't say you didn't take genetics classes. I said if you did, you clearly don't remember much of it. If you ask for the evidence is the last 10 streams we've done.
Bro, Kamui, you are so clearly biased, which is why I say, ah ha ha ha, I would need to be one that you recommend, since obviously Kamui and I would be biased when looking stuff up.
What?
Do you not know what the filter bubble effect is? Exactly.
No, I already asked you to look it up to show me.
I don't have to.
The other way around. But you conceded on that.
That's not how that works. Sorry to say it.
Well, you made a claim, didn't want to back it up.
No, my claim is that I could.
Therefore,
I can.
You're not backing it up.
No, I don't need to, because it's a possibility. I can run a mile right now. I don't need to run a mile right now to say I can run a mile right now. It's because I can.
Well, but why should I believe it's a possibility?
I don't care if you believe it. I'm presenting it. It's not to convince you.
Why should anyone believe it is possible?
Again, no one needs to believe it's possible. I can do it. That's all I care about.
Why are you saying it?
I'm saying it because it's relevant to me.
No, but why are you telling anyone else but you about it?
Because you asked me to do it. And I said I can do it. So why are you asking me to do it?
Because you made a claim about me having biased searches.
Okay, and the difference is I didn't ask you if you took genetic classes. You went out of your way to randomly present the irrelevant information.
At no point during any of the streams did you say, oh my god, Kamui, you searched bias. Search it this way instead.
That's cap.
No, it's not.
I didn't word it like that, but that's cap.
You didn't do anything. You just said, in fact, you gave a nonsense nothing response. You just said, oh, the world, you said, oh, that's on my side. Like, you just said shit like that.
I did not say that in the streams that you're referring to, so you're changing the goalpost to the stream all of a sudden mid-sentence.
No, I'm pretty sure you did that, but
I did not do that.
I actually remember word for word what you said. I did the Google search thing multiple times, to be fair. So you probably did do that.
You're also trying to poison the well by trying to redirect to the occasion that did happen that isn't related to this to say it's irrelated. When, yeah, it's not related, because that's not the instance that you should be pointing out. That's the wrong instance.
I searched the same Google search multiple times. The Google searches didn't change. They were the same thing.
Well, thankfully, whenever you Google search, that should be easy to find for anyone who wants to go find it.
Yeah, what is DNA?
So we'll let the audience
And
decide.
alright.
But Kamui, if you look up what is DNA versus if I look up what is DNA, that exact same search result, based on the history of everything we've ever looked up, we will get different results.
Just so you know, I had never searched what is DNA on this laptop ever before that.
Doesn't matter.
This laptop is not used in my college.
It doesn't
Got it
matter.
after.
It's going to give us search results tailored to us.
Oodie, behind the scenes, we aren't doing anything. We're looking at frickin' the Boruto manga chapters, the anime websites, how to editing videos. Like, we're looking up similar enough things that are so irrelevant to genetics in the first place that it is extremely unlikely that we would get some search result that is about a factual basic study of life that is gonna tell me a lie. Tell me all of the websites are going to say apparently lies about what DNA is, but on yours, it's just gonna magically tell the truth. No.
I'm glad that you
Not to
agree that
mention
my
that
side
your-
is the truth
what-
and that your
in
side's
my
a
Google
lie.
search
I'm
history,
glad you
influenced
agree.
by college professors
Concession
and high school
accepted.
teachers to tell me lies about what DNA is too.
No, I think you're just
That
misremembering.
Google search history, it really influenced what my college professor wanted to say that day, huh?
Plus, that's anecdotal. So if your college professor isn't lying but was just wrong, like if they were lied to and they're sharing on that information, then you would just assume it's true.
Well, there's apparently a lot of liars like Kurama when it comes to genetics, I guess. And you're the only person in the world who knows the truth. Lucky
Besides the 80% of people that agree with me.
80% of people do not agree with you.
80% of people did agree with me on that poll. It's something like that.
Yeah, that's not 80% of people. That was like 4 people. It's not even a fucking n equals 30. You don't even have the minimum sample size.
It was 80% of people.
Not even 80% of the stream viewers. Most of them didn't vote.
Of all the people that agreed, it was 80% with me. That is the population we have to work with.
I still
N
don't
doesn't
know
need to
how,
be
but
30.
regardless of that, it doesn't mean anything because the sample size was too low. So just random variation has too much of an influence.
I'm
to
fine
mean
with
anything.
that. I don't care if N doesn't equal 30, so it's irrelevant. Even if it's irrelevant, you said no, 80% of people didn't agree with you, and that's just wrong.
No, because that's not 80% of people.
See how
You have to be
easy
more
it is
specific.
to lie, Kamui?
Yeah, you lied. You said 80%
So the world
of
is
people
full of
agree
liars.
with you. That isn't the truth.
And I'm
What
over here being
happened
consistent,
is
telling the truth.
80% of 4 viewers
Meanwhile,
voting in a
just as
YouTube poll
usual,
agreed with
you
you.
over here misunderstanding things. No wonder you have the stake.
No, Oodie. You said a vague statement that's not true. 80% of people do not agree with you.
80% of people did agree with me in the confines of the conversation I said. Yes, they did.
No, not 80% of people. 80% of the like 5 viewers who voted on the YouTube live stream poll.
So when I said
That's not
people, when I
80%
said
of
people, who was
people
I
in general.
referencing?
By default, it's just people in general. You
That's
didn't
not true.
specify.
The specificity is in the context of the conversation.
And the context didn't exist because you didn't establish which people. You just
So
said out of
Kamui,
nowhere,
how come
80% of people
you
agree.
were the one who brought it up? I didn't bring up the 5 people, you did. How did you know? Since the context wasn't established.
Rewind the stream.
I refuse.
You're the one who brought it up. You
You
started
brought it up.
bringing up the YouTube poll, and that's why I said the 5 people, because you referenced the YouTube poll after the fact. I said that apparently the rest of the world are liars like Kurama, except for you, and then you said 80% of people agree with me. And the context is the rest of the world, because I set that context. So no, the context wasn't the YouTube polls. Sorry to say. Can we either change topics or end the stream at this point?
Based on the evidence we have to go off of, it seems like it's about 80% of people.
Yeah, the stream that proves me right again.
You mean the stream that proved me right?
You can play copycat with whatever I say, that's fine.
You can play copycat with whatever I say, that's fine.
Just proving my point.
You're
Like
just proving my
usual.
point. Here's another comment. In terms of Himawari, she needs a training arc. I say she needs an arc in general.
Wait, hold on. She needs 0 arc, though.
Exactly. That guy continued by saying, maybe after Jura retreats for now, and then in between, we'll get breaks from fighting, and maybe that's where we see a training arc for her. I say, what I want is for someone to actually be abducted. I was hoping Code would succeed and end up kidnapping Kawaki in the Code arc. That could have been cooking. But a Himawari rescue arc could be fire too. So first of all, do you wish or was thinking or was hoping that Kawaki would be abducted in the end by Code? Like he would just go back to meet Ada and Damon and have a whole bunch of stuff happen there?
It definitely would have worked for a story. In terms of the problem is saying, well, compared to what we got wasn't what we should have gotten given the context anyway. But that just depends on what they did with it. It could easily be better, could be equal, could be worse. But
yeah. The second part, will we get this infamous, decade-long foreshadowed Himawari rescue arc?
yeah, the anime opening that proved it. I'm gonna be honest. If we do, it doesn't make sense until we get an explanation for Jura's change of goals, because Bro is trying to devour Himawari on the spot. He's not trying to kidnap her.
Well, what if devour to Jura just means kidnap?
He already explained what devour means to him, and it's definitely not kidnap. Too late for that.
Well, there's your answer. I'm trying to find the freaking comment that I'm freaking excited to read. It's not gonna be this one. If Kawaki makes Momo take over Boruto because of karma, yes, everyone would know Boruto is dangerous and the problem. But wouldn't that work in Boruto's favor anyways? Because then they would know that Boruto is the real son of Naruto. Not like Momo sounds like Boruto. Bro, good point. I didn't think about that, hello. But then omnipotence and the picture makes you think no, but then the omnipotence doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I can see. Well, it depends on how the writers are feeling that day in regards to omnipotence. Because, in the first 5 chapters that wouldn't have mattered, but in chapter 6 and 7, I guess maybe it would.
But yeah, so it's also funny because the world, considering Kawaki's still in the village, just not detained or anything. No one's trying to kill him. The world just gave up on caring about Momoshiki entirely, seemingly. No one's bringing it up.
Oh, you don't have Momoshiki? I guess that's cool. End of story.
Where do you go? Nope. Don't care.
Shikamaru apparently hounded Kawaki about Momoshiki, and then just eventually decide, you know what? I don't care anymore.
Good for you, Kawaki.
Crazy.
Why was Shikamaru even hounding Kawaki about it? Why was he like when he says hounding? I'm imagining him like pinning him against the wall like a motto, being like, "Where's Momoshiki?" Like,
where's
or was it
Momoshiki,
just
you
like nagging?
bastard?
Like, "Hey, Kawaki, do you remember where he is yet?" Like,
Okay. This is crazy. This is the freaking final comment. Okay, on here. So this has to be it. There's no other option. I've worked from the top down. I've worked from the
actually
bottom
believe it.
up. It's freaking somewhere in the middle. Of course, it's the last one. The one freaking comment I've been looking for. This isn't even the comment. Oh my god, I didn't screenshot the comment. I'm so mad. We're just gonna read this comment, and then I'll tell you the comment, and then we'll go to the finale of the stream. So this comment is actually really interesting still. Will Inojin survive is the poll. This comment is quoting Kawaki. No ninjas are the ones who dies early. Well, you get the idea of what Kawaki says.
it's no, comma, ninjas are the ones who die early. But
Exactly. Kawaki and Naruto in chapter 77, as well as a freaking time skip, like the first thing we see. You ninjas are really destined to die early, Kawaki says to Sarada in chapter 78. And then, as you know, with the time skip scene, I forget exactly what he says, but you know, like, Kawaki's like, Age of Shinobi's over, like,
Age of
Shinobi die
Shinobi, yeah.
easy, blah, blah. So, IMO, Inojin dying would be a great callback. I don't think that's a callback, but you get the idea. To Kawaki
like
ideals.
all back if it like they first of all, Kawaki sees it and reacts to it.
Yeah. So, great callback to Kawaki's ideals, how Shinobi are the ones who die early. Due to them throwing their lives away, due to the flawed system the Shinobi way is, which I think would be an interesting angle to lean into as well, especially considering they're talking about the way of Shinobi, not just Shinobi itself. But so
Exactly.
narratively,
That now we're starting to get into themes
yeah.
of Boruto if they do this anyway. But
And again, this is about will Inojin survive. So narratively, to see Kawaki fall more deep with this ideals of Shinobi, Inojin death can be perfect here for that sole reason. And can possibly this be the start of Kawaki, I don't know about this because it's a little bit goofy, but Kawaki truly going against the Shinobi ways, since we've seen the seeds being planted in Naruto Next Generation's finals chapter. Yes, Inojin's death is going to be the end of it all for the Shinobi world for Kawaki, but outside of that, I think this comment's really interesting. I completely agree, because I hate the fact that, and I'm kind of in the same wavelength, that, like, in terms of plot, of course it's so clear that Inojin's going to survive. Well, first of all, he's alive now, so people saying he's died already, that is objectively wrong, but, like, he should die, and, like, it's clear as day he's going to be healed. I hate those comments, because, like, it's not freaking clear. Why do you think it's clear? Hate that word clear in this context, but in terms of narrative, I completely agree with this comment. Inojin should die. Kawaki should be proven right, not only from his perspective, so that he thinks it, and he's just not going to go back on that. He has reason to think it. We need him to have reason to think it. Freaking Naruto survived. Boruto survived. If Inojin survived, that's 3 for 3 right there.
yeah,
Freaking no one dies in the Shinobi world, apparently. Even Sasuke.
yeah, and then like
everyone.
obviously Sasuke's turned into a Tyranno. He's still alive, but he's been like defeated. Like Sasuke or Kawaki needs like, even though we could argue he has a point about things, we need to like show him really having a point with the ninja, especially with this topic. And then on the other end, our protagonist sides need to be like punched in the gut with this. Like,
yeah,
maybe Kawaki does have a point, even if they're not directly thinking that. There's like an element of that. They need to feel like that sense of like Shinobi dying early. Otherwise, it just makes Kawaki look like he's just spouting insanity nonsense. Like,
well, I don't. And again, they're gonna freaking people in the comment section are like, "You're an idiot. Kawaki's crazy. He said so himself. This is the worst Kawaki analysis ever. He's just a psychopath. Why don't you listen to Mello more often?" I don't say that in part, but you get the idea.
Bro, Mello said he's like peak. What are you talking about?
And Mello would never lie. But
yeah, exactly.
But the point here is, I don't know if they necessarily need to say that Kawaki has a point, but just like Naruto, they can't have an answer against pain. They have to be shut down, meticulously one by one broken down. Like you said, it needs to be crushing. They don't have to agree with pain / Kawaki. They just can't counter it because they're so devastated.
Exactly, yeah.
And Kawaki has a point. He's a villain with a point. If he doesn't have a point, he's just a villain. You gotta give up the point.
And he's just saying things for the sake of saying things.
Exactly. Like, he has to be right.
Anyway, yeah, he's just being like, it just like Hidan. Like, he's just spouting religious, like, crazy joshing religion nonsense.
Like, it's not just for the characters, it's also for the freaking audience. I want to have engaging, interesting, philosophical discussions about what is or isn't right in the Naruto universe outside of Kawaki himself. Like, it's not about Kawaki, it's about Kawaki's actions, or his idealism, or his philosophy in general. Taking emotions out of it, is Kawaki's logic actually valid, and how would it play out? I want it to be portrayed as if it could be a way. Like, again, Pain was right. He just couldn't, or he just wasn't as right as he could have been. There was a more right answer. Same with Sasuke. Sasuke's answer would have led to peace. Not complete and total utter peace like Naruto brought about, but it would have been better than what they had. That's why Sasuke was pursuing it in the first place, because it's better than what they frickin' currently got. The point is, I want them to have a point.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, Inojin literally needs to die here. It isn't a want, it is a need for the narrative.
Like, the other thing is also just, like, I feel like it would just be a bad fake out death. Like, I mean,
imagine wasting, like, if you're gonna do a fake out death,
like,
imagine wasting it on Inojin.
You know, yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, another fake out death example to compare with, but, like, I guess, like, the Sasuke one in the Land of Waves, but
that one actually is with an important character. Like, I almost want to say Yamato when Kabuto captured him, but we know he didn't die there. But, like, if we thought he did.
Kept alive intentionally.
Yeah.
I mean, the difference, though, is there's no point in keeping Inojin alive. Because Inojin's not doing anything anyway. He's going to go right back to being nothing. And it doesn't make sense to establish Inojin's character after the fake out death instead of before. Like,
imagine we just didn't know Hinata loved Pain until after the Pain arc.
Before his fake out death, why would they be bothered to do it after the fact?
Yeah. It's like finding out Hinata loves Pain in the war arc. Or sorry, Hinata loves Naruto.
Yeah, she just doesn't say it. Like, yeah, just weird. Like, and God. Of course, like with Hinata, another fake out death, but like Hinata did something later on. I understand Inojin can, but like it's tough to imagine when he hasn't had a character after all this time. Like, and then especially since his death could play into Kawaki there. So it's just like that his actual death would mean something story-wise, whereas his staying alive doesn't
do anything story-wise.
Yeah.
It's just the cheesiest way to give Himawari a power. Not only that, you know, another difference though is when Naruto went in rage mode in the Land of Waves, Naruto didn't permanently just gain, you know, this knowledge of Baryon Mode, Kurama, whatever the fuck Himawari's doing. You already know, bro. Based off how that conversation went with Kurama and Himawari's gonna be pulling this shit like next fight. Like, so a fake out death just leading to that and it just permanent would suck.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the last comment that I didn't take a screenshot of for some reason was on this video. But is this the comment? Doesn't look like it. No. I don't know. Did the person delete their comment? But then why don't I have a screenshot? Dude, I'm so confused. So
Did you delete your screenshot?
I don't know. Maybe if we're gonna sort by newest first, and this is gonna pop up. Yeah, there are freaking comments here that don't, bro. What? I haven't seen those comments before. Okay, well then, are they actually, is comment here now? I don't think it is. So the comment, I guess I'm not gonna be able to read it verbatim. It's long like this one, but it's not this one. The comment was basically saying, because this video is about Himawari needs to earn her Nine Tails powers. The comment was saying that it's basically saying what that one comment was saying, that like I was saying, just hear him out, but like then it was all me the entire time. The comment was saying that Himawari basically doesn't need to earn it because Naruto already did. And so what he means by that, because he elaborated, was because Naruto fought for this era of peace in the first place. So Himawari wouldn't have a chance to earn it if Naruto didn't already earn her current circumstances in the first place. And actually, I do agree with him. To an extent, not entirely.
Yes.
But Naruto fought so hard to give them this world in the first place, to allow them to fight. And so regardless of how they do it, they've already earned what they currently have. That's what Shinobi history is in the first place. It was Naruto taking the backs of everyone who supported him, and because of their sacrifice, Naruto is able to confront Sasuke or achieve all these great things. Because of what Ashura did, all the great things Ashura did, his reincarnated chakra can mean something in the first place. Naruto doesn't need to earn Ashura's reincarnated chakra. He can already have it because Ashura earned what that chakra means in the first place.
Yeah, and so, and the key point with this is, while all of that is true,
and I agree with you, by the way,
from a story perspective, that's why you have Himawari have a power that she herself needs to earn, rather than, at least in terms of like growing her character, rather than seemingly just giving her an already earned power. So in regards to like the Ashura thing, Naruto didn't quote unquote earn Ashura's reincarnation, but Naruto did have to earn breaking the cycle. Unlike Ashura, Naruto had to earn Kurama's cooperation. Even if Ashura is good and likes, he's good at cooperation and he likes cooperation, that doesn't mean he doesn't earn the cooperation. He, like, Naruto could be good at it, but like he still has to fight for it. And so on. So with Himawari, the point is, yeah, Naruto already earned Kurama for Himawari. That's why you don't make Kurama like the main source of her power unless she has to earn it from a battle perspective of like, oh, the form actually breaks her body down, so she's got to overcome that and so on. But that doesn't really get into character stuff very much. It's more like just the plot of the verse. So we don't want that to be like the only thing.
And I think the best example of this would be the narrative argument for why Might Guy being saved instead of dying is actually a good thing, is because Might Guy earned his survival because he fought willingly to the death to allow the next generation to have enough time to get strong or heal, whatever, to come back, to face off against Madara. Might Guy wasn't doing this to defeat Madara, he was doing this to stall, to save enough time, so that the next generation can prepare to fight Madara. He was like, the whole point was like, oh, it's the old leaves budding away for the new leaves to bud in, or whatever they said. Like, that's why Might Guy was doing this, and he successfully did it. So much so, to the point that when Naruto did come back, after all that time was stalled, he allowed Naruto the potential to come back by giving him the time to come back, to heal, whatever, for Naruto to heal him. If Might Guy never did that, Madara would have just killed them all, including Might Guy. Because Might Guy did that, it allowed Naruto to come back to heal him. Same with Baryon Mode. Sure, it came at the cost of Kurama's life, but the fact that Naruto was willing to do this in the first place does speak volumes.
Exactly. And to some extent, the fact that Naruto was willing to die to stop Ishiki, just to stall Ishiki for that matter, kind of like earns him the right to live. Oddly enough.
And I'm actually, I really wish I had this comment, because I was impressed by this comment, because it's more of like advanced screenwriting things, because it's sort of like the opposite of what the basic idea is to do. Like, again, the basic idea is you want your powers to be earned. That's why we made this video. Himawari needs to earn her Nine Tails powers. And I wasn't even thinking about it in this regard at first until this comment brought it up. The almost opposite idea that Himawari shouldn't earn the power in a weird way. It's an interesting idea to play around with. I don't think it fully applies to this case. I think it somewhat applies to a small degree. It just doesn't work out in the way the commenter thought it did. And I want to bring out like the narrative reason why, but without the comment, it's sort of impossible to do. Really wish I had the comment inside of me.
My thing for that is, I think that works if Himawari isn't to be, to some extent, a real character, but it's more just like, for example, Chapter 700 of Naruto. If it was just revealed that, you know, Himawari had like another Kurama inside of her, it's just like the yin and yang half of Kurama thing that's just part of Kurama's just in her, and Kurama's just cooperating because of Naruto, that's fine. That works. The reason we need Himawari to earn it, though, is because, well, we're following Himawari's story in this story. That's why. Otherwise, what he said is absolute. In fact, I would agree. Like, if it was just the Chapter 700 thing and they just showed that, it would be better if she didn't earn it, because it's a testament to what Naruto has earned for them, because it was Naruto's story. This isn't, though.
Yeah. Like, in a way, you can argue Sasuke didn't earn being healed by Sakura in the final chapter. It wasn't Sasuke's to earn that. It was Sakura's. Or even Naruto's. Probably Team 7 as a whole, but that's fine. Shockingly, you're going to be shocked by this. I would be completely fine if Himawari did have just a Kurama unexplained in Chapter 700, because they're not asking the question why. They're not making me care why. We're not following Himawari's story. Like you said, it could be from birth, and I'd be fine with that. The problem here is that it's actually important now. Like, hypothetically, if next chapter, Boruto flew to Naruto's Hokage head statue and drew a One Piece logo in order to defend against Jura, I'm no longer okay with that.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be defending against Jura, it could just be for whatever reason, but very
That'd be
clearly, obviously,
hilarious.
wouldn't be okay with that.
That's how Boruto proves his innocence. He draws graffiti
Yeah.
on the Hokage
Remember
face.
when I did this, guys? It's me. Yeah, if that's how he overcame omnipotence, no, I have a huge problem with it.
He uses he goes to the Thunderburger and orders Boruto's secret order that like nobody else knows except for the Thunderburger guy. And he's like, wait, you're Boruto, the son of the Hokage? How do you know that? Like, but
God.
yeah, like I agree. Like the point is it doesn't work in this case to just have her not earn it unexplained.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking one more time if I can find this stupid comment.
I mean, it might just be a different video.
Yeah, but I feel like it was this video. Like, very strongly feel like it was. You know what?
Probably one of the other Himawari drama videos.
You know what? I'm just gonna do what I did last time, and I'm just gonna search. It worked the first time. Comments, search. I'm gonna search for Himawari at first, but I feel like it's gonna pop up with a lot. So I feel like instead,
Yeah.
I should probably do earn. We'll see in a second. It was a couple days ago too, so. Can I search for both? Let me search for both. I don't think I can search for both. Oh. I can't. Okay. Nah, it doesn't work. Okay. I'll just have to search for earn, I guess. See if that works. I think he just deleted the comment. Oh, is this it?
But like, what?
No? Well, it's on the video, and it is the long comment, but like, maybe it was a poll. I doubt it, though. Is this it? Okay. I don't think so, but assuming it's the same Karamas, unearned. It's 3 weeks ago, it's not it. No, if it's anything down here, it's definitely not gonna be it. So, this seems like it just would be the comment. It's on the video 4 days ago, it's long, but there's no way this is it. I'm just gonna read this in full, just in case I'm skipping over it 5 times in a row. I don't know where you guys have been, but nothing about this manga was earned with this bare bone skeleton content that cut corner. Not even the main protagonist get proper development when it started losing everything. It was completely flat and didn't deliver a payoff, the actual sport outcome. Instead, it went straight to the time skip, and Boruto. This is hard thing, audience for hype. Engine that's not earned, he got 0 moment. Himawari, and yet they attained the last moment. Cliche ways to trigger someone with power up. Dude, this isn't it. I don't. The comment doesn't exist anymore. I'm mad. It's a cool comment. I give up.
I mean, I agree with what that guy was saying, although his is harsh.
Oh my god. It's reconfined to do it. That's who that is.
He kind of looks like Gato, zoomed out. Or really Kajaku with like the head stitches.
Crazy. Bro, there's been a lot of hate comments. I don't think you've looked at them lately, but like, oh my god.
I've seen the notifications, but I haven't really looked.
Fair enough. I mean, considering the videos we've been releasing lately, I don't necessarily blame them, but like, it's just funny. Also, a lot of them go in without actually reading, or like, without watching the video. They just read the comments like, oh, they hate Boruto. I'm new here. I'm gonna hate them.
Yeah.
Especially with the makes no sense titles. That's where it really pops off. Or was bad.
Bro, the makes no sense title was the most genius thing ever. Like,
I've even had to go on my way to freaking explain that it's a meme inside joke thing to some people because they just take it way too far. It's crazy.
it
Even
works
then,
really well.
like every other video is either not hate, like positive, or just generally not hate. Like, how did Jura break Himawari's leg? That's not inherently hateful. Like, if you just saw that from like some random YouTuber that you've never seen it before, you wouldn't think that's you think it's a positive video. Or just, you know,
It's just
random video.
a goofy video.
I feel like I wouldn't think anything of it. But like Baryon Mode still means something. Like, how do you get more supportive than this? The problem is that it goes against what most people are saying.
Yeah. Yeah, we have the minority opinion about Boruto. It's just how it is.
Okay. I had one more thing in terms of this entire chapter. We'll do it on... You know what? We'll do it on this one. This is going to be the best version. So, Kamui... And again, you're just going to go along with this, okay? Before we get to it.
Okay. Oh, is this something from before?
This is a thing that I wanted to start with. That I was like half in, half out. I told you about, hey, you can't do this to me. You got to tell me what it is. And then I told you that I did this last time. And now I'm fine. It's the finale. It's the last thing. Okay, so you're ready for this?
I totally forgot. Talk about Jura's hair.
I went too far. Okay. So, Kurama ponders why he's in Himawari. He doesn't know. He gives a couple explanations for why. So, he gives 3 possibilities in particular. You may have been born inheriting a sliver of my chakra, or this was your destiny, brought into being by the Uzumaki and Hyuga blood that flows within you. Oh crap, they updated this version. This is the Viz version. Well, the second one was the blood, the third was destiny. Okay, so does this version still have it? Oh, does any version still have it? Is this after?
I told you that they updated the biz, so I couldn't find it at least. But
crap, bro.
I guess
I can't
they
believe
updated yours too.
it. Oh my god. I didn't even refresh! You know what? My computer turned off. That's what it must be. Oh, freaking crap, bro. It still works. I'm just mad about it. Is this going to be on the second one?
I wonder what he said. The other one.
Here you go, pull it up on a previous stream, but I feel like he's gonna have it. It's gonna be really small. Way over here. Okay. Good enough. Since screw Viz, we'll do it like this. It could be because you got a portion of my chakra when you were conceived, or maybe I was pulled in by the Uzumaki and Hyuga blood that runs through you. Perhaps this is fate. Okay, so Kamui, I have a compromise for you.
Okay.
So, what if we get rid of this? And what if we get rid of this? So, Kamui, what if this is Kurama's explanation, and we just go with this? So Kamui, what if this is fate? Like, what if this just is Himawari's destiny, and that is the explanation.
Yeah, I mean,
the first time I read this, unironically, this might be the one we have to go with, because even if you want to say the other one, oh, it can make the most sense, you aren't satisfied with it entirely, like you said. We've already said this goes along with the fact that Kishimoto seemingly doesn't want to and isn't going to explain it. Seemingly because it doesn't make sense. So what if this is just the actual most likely answer? Not only just most canonical, most likely answer. That this is just destiny. Because Kishimoto just wants it to be. And there just can't be another explanation. Like, the fact that we aren't going to get another explanation. It just is fate. Are you okay with that?
my problem though was like Kurama's not trying to overcome fate at all. Like,
Listen, at this point, I'm fine with it. At this freaking
at least it's
point,
tying back to a theme, right?
this is the closest we're gonna get. This is the closest to fine with it I'm gonna be. And so at this point, this is the way that they ruin it the least. It doesn't have to make sense. We don't have to know why. It's just fate. And I've accepted that at this point. For the past 15 days or so, I've just learned to accept it. Like, this is just the answer. And I have to be okay with that. And we have to move forward, like Kurama said. Because it doesn't matter how. Because we'll never understand fate or destiny. It's this untangible, invisible force from divine, omnipotent beings that we can never truly understand. And so if this is just fate and destiny, I mean, Kishimoto is literally the one writing it, so technically, this is quite literally fate/destiny. Kishimoto wrote it as such. So no matter what, everything is fate and destiny in fiction, based from the author. Could have wrote it any way he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, better than the Hugo Uzumaki blood thing, I guess, but
So Kamui, I feel like you'll especially agree with me when I mention the fact that this means we never have to argue Himawari genetic Nine-Tails nonsense again.
yeah, we'll say it was fate.
This is the end of it. It's fate. I'm never coming up with another explanation. This is the explanation. We just have to accept it and move on.
Better than nothing, I guess.
This is fate.
Yeah. Well, it is. But then I feel like we need to have like a character doubt, like Himawari, like, no, it's not fate, or something like.
Nah, because Naruto did that arc for her, and so we don't need it. Again, it's the advanced screenwriting.
Kochi's development's pointless then because Naruto already did the whole destiny thing. Boruto's story is pointless. Writing your own story, Naruto already did that. So we don't need Boruto's story. Don't need Sarada's. Don't need Himawari's. Because Sarada.
But wait.
Already, she wants to be Hokage. Naruto already did that for her.
No. I got the perfect answer for you.
Already established.
It was Naruto's destiny to defy fate. You can't say the same about Kashi and Koji or any of them. They just did it in spite of it not being their destiny. I mean, technically that's true too, because again, Kishimoto wrote it that way. Kishimoto was always going to write it as Naruto defying his fate, and so it was his destiny to defy his fate. Who knows what Kishimoto didn't even write Kashi and Koji, so we can't say the same about Kashi and Koji. So for Kurama, this is just
Yeah, I
fate.
feel like this just doesn't work with that theme.
Listen,
I'm getting
no
really
matter
sleepy,
what
though.
we do, this ruins Naruto to some degree. We have to go with the answer that ruins it the least. I feel like
At
it's
least,
this.
yeah.
Just no explanation.
It's-
Move on. This is what we get.
This one I think doesn't retroactively might question some of the Destiny themes for Boruto, but in the current state, yeah, it's probably the best.
So what about this? So this can't retroactively do anything to the Destiny themes because this isn't a theme about Destiny. It's a theme about fate.
Isn't there a show called like Fate Zero or something? Just put a zero after.
Yeah. Believe it or not Naruto related. But I'm glad that we've settled on this, Kamui. I'm glad that we've agreed and that we can move on past Himawari and that it's not genetics, not bloodline, not chakra. It's not affinity. It's not reincarnation or anything I said, choosing, blah, blah, blah. It's not from her fate. It's not from her power from Daemon that is intense, or it's not her lock-on mode. It's not from Hamura. It's not. It's no. It's not Otsutsuki shenanigans. It's fate. It's always bound to happen. It's not even destiny.
Yep.
It's fate,
Fate.
as Viz has clarified.
Exactly, just like Shinjitsu.
This is beyond Shinjitsu at this point. It's fate. Alright.
Yeah, I'm getting very sleepy though.
Yeah, that's why we're ending it at 7 hours almost. I'll read chat, but like, it's fine. Not that many chats. How long you gonna keep talking about this Shanks thing? Actually, I just finished. There you go. The world is an enclosed system. Earth definitely isn't a spinning ball. Yeah, something hurling through the universe. No way you guys are still live talking. Believe it or not, Cyphodius, we are, and we're about to stop. If it's fate or destiny, then we might as well be watching Star Wars. I'm sure Kamui likes that comment. Well,
Yes.
thanks everyone for watching the Walky Talky podcast. Now we're gonna go sleepy dreamy off podcast, and well, I'll join you when my mouth is bleeding. Bye.
Yes. Extra bye.